Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Heidi. The sound hits me first, a pulse that thrums through the obsidian stone beneath my boots, crawling up my spine like a living thing. Music spills from Vestige's entrance in waves of heat and shadow, carrying voices, laughter, the crack of magic against skin. I press my back against the alley wall across from the club's entrance, letting the chaos wash over me. This is why I love New Solace. The noise drowns everything else out. I adjust the bronze cuffs wrapped around my wrists, making sure they catch the light from the enchanted sconces. The metals warm against my skin, mimicking the natural heat signature of a low-caste xafan. My hair falls loose around my shoulders, dark waves hiding the absence of wings, and the deep burgundy dress I'd lifted from a merchant's cart this morning shows enough thigh to distract from what I'm not. Human. The word tastes like ash in my mouth, even thinking it. But here, pressed into shadow, while xafan nobility strut past in their finery, wings spread like declarations of power, I'm invisible. Just another face in the crowd, another body seeking escape in the city's most infamous den of sin. The line outside Vestige stretches around the block. Bodies pressed close, magic crackling in the air like static electricity. A pair of pure-blooded xafan with pristine white wings laugh as they bypass the queue entirely. The bouncers nod, sharp, with deference. Behind them, a group with mottled grey feathers wait with practiced patience, knowing their place. I've watched this hierarchy play out for years from the shadows. The golden-winged elite, the silver-touched merchants, the grey masses who work and serve and pretend they don't resent every moment of it. And below them all, the humans, though most pretend even that's not true. That we're slaves to be ignored entirely. Better that way. My fingers drift to the small blade hidden in my hair, then to the coins tucked into my bodice. Tonight's take had been decent. 3 purses from distracted nobles, a pair of silver earrings from a merchant too busy eyeing the working girls to notice my hands. Enough to eat for a week, maybe find a few warmer clothes for the incoming cold. There was a time when I was fed and clothed, but it was never worth the cost. The memory slides in before I can stop it, sharp-edged and unwelcome. Heidi, get up! I'm 12, maybe 13. Time blurs together in the cramped dormitory above the tavern. Madame Cordelia's voice cuts through the pre-dawn darkness like a blade. You've got work today. Work. The word makes my stomach clench. I know what work means now. Have known for months since the night she first brought me downstairs to the red rooms with their stained silk and the smell of sweat and coin. Please. The word slips out before I can stop it. I don't feel well. Cordelia's laugh is sharp enough to draw blood. Feeling poorly, are we? That's unfortunate, considering you still owe me for your clothes, your food, your bed. Her fingers dig into my arm as she hauls me upright. 17 nodals this week alone. How do you plan to pay that back? I don't answer. Can't. The number grows every week, no matter how many times she sends me downstairs, no matter how many men's hands I endure. She calls it compound interest. I call it a cage. That's what I thought. She shoves me toward the wash basin. Clean yourself up. Master Vrain is particular about his investments. I shake my head, forcing the memory back into its box. The present bleeds back in. Music, heat, the distant sound of glass breaking followed by raucous laughter. A Zafan couple stumbles past, the male's hands already wandering beneath his companion's dress, her wings fluttering with intoxication. Nobody looks at me. Nobody sees me. Perfect. Another memory slithers forward, this one sharper, more recent. I'm 16. The scars on my wrists are fresh, still tender where the shackles bit into skin. Cordelia had started chaining the older girls after Mira tried to run. Tried and failed. They brought her back bloody and broken, and we all learned what happened to birds who forgot their cages. But I'm smarter than Mira, quieter. I've been planning this for months, stealing drops of hemlock from the kitchen, hoarding the bitter coins men sometimes leave as tips. Tonight, while the others sleep, I swallow just enough poison to mimic death without achieving it. The convulsions are real. The foam at my lips, the way my body goes rigid, all genuine responses to the toxin coursing through my veins. When Cordelia finds me in the morning, cold and still, she curses the loss of investment, but doesn't waste time on sentiment. Dump her in the river, she tells the tavern keeper. Can't have the other girls getting ideas about giving up. But Marcus is lazy and drunk, and the river is 3 blocks away. He leaves me in the alley behind the brothel, my body wrapped in dirty sheets like garbage. I wait until his footsteps fade, then force myself to move despite the poison still burning through my system. I'm dead now. Heidi Marlowe died in that alley, and whoever crawls away into the night is someone else entirely. Someone free. The bounce and sway of the queue brings me back to the present. More Zafan have joined the line, a group of silver-winged merchants arguing over territory disputes, their voices rising above the music. One of them gestures wildly, nearly clipping his companion with his wing, and his purse swings loose from his belt. Too easy. But I don't move. Haven't moved. That was the old me, the desperate one who took every opportunity, because missing one might mean starving. 7 years of freedom have taught me patience, taught me to choose my marks carefully, to never take risks unless the reward justifies them. The Silverwing's purse isn't worth the attention moving through this crowd would bring. Instead, I sink deeper into shadow and let the noise of vestige wash over me. Drums that sound like heartbeats, voices raised in laughter and lust, the sharp crack of magical discharge from inside the club. It's chaos given form, and it drowns out the whispers that sometimes creep into quiet moments. Worthless, damaged, used. Here, surrounded by sin and shadow, those voices hold no power. A commotion near the entrance draws my attention. 2 Zafan in expensive suits are arguing with the bouncers, their wings spread in aggressive displays. One has feathers like polished copper, the other deep purple that shimmers with embedded magic. Money and power written in every line of their bodies, but apparently not enough to guarantee entry. I don't care who your father is, the bouncer growls, his own wings dark grey and massive. No entry without an invitation. This is ridiculous. Copperwing's voice carries the entitled whine of nobility, unused to hearing no. We're regular patrons at Crimson's, at the Gilt Rose. Then go back there. The bouncer's tone suggests the conversation is over. Vestige doesn't want you. I watch the rejected Zafan storm away, their wounded pride practically visible in the set of their shoulders. Even here, in this den of acceptable depravity, there are hierarchies, rules. Someone decides who belongs and who doesn't. The thought should amuse me, watching the privileged get a taste of exclusion. Instead, it settles heavy in my chest like old stone. You don't belong anywhere. The voice isn't mine, but I recognise it. Cordelia's poison, still working its way through my system 7 years later. I press my palms against the rough wall behind me, grounding myself in the present. In the heat radiating from Vestige's enchanted stones, in the scent of smoke and spice that drifts from its open doors, in the steady throb of music that makes my bones vibrate. This is real. This noise, this chaos, this city that hides me in plain sight. This is the life I chose when I crawled out of that alley. Not perfect, not safe, but mine. A young Zafan girl stumbles past, her pale pink wings drooping with exhaustion or drink. She can't be more than 18, her dress expensive but rumpled, her makeup smeared. For a moment, our eyes meet across the space between shadow and streetlight. I see myself at that age, not the confident thief I've become, but the broken thing that used to flinch at sudden movements, that measured safety and how quickly I could disappear. The girl's companion, a male with silver-tipped feathers and predatory eyes, wraps his arm around her waist, his grip just tight enough to guide rather than support. She leans into him with the desperate trust of someone who's never learned that protection and possession often wear the same face. I look away. Not my business, not my problem. I learned long ago that trying to save others only gets you caught, and being caught means becoming property again. The girl will figure it out eventually, or she won't. Either way, it's not my choice to make. But the image lingers as I settle back against the wall, letting Vestige's chaos drown out the uncomfortable tightness in my chest. Just another night in New Solace, watching other people's lives unfold from the safety of shadow, taking only what I need, and leaving everything else untouched. The music swells, and I close my eyes, letting it fill the hollow spaces inside me, where softer emotions used to live. The familiar weight of performance settles over me like a second skin. Time to work. I push off from the wall, letting my shoulders roll back and my chin lift. The shy girl hiding in shadows dissolves, replaced by someone confident, untouchable. Someone who belongs in a place like Vestige despite the human blood running through her veins. The bronze cuffs around my wrists catch the light as I approach the entrance, the metal warm against my pulse points. I've practiced this walk for years. The subtle sway that suggests wings even when there are none. The way to hold my head so the shadows fall just right across my face. Confidence without arrogance. Allure without desperation. The bouncer barely glances up as I near the rope barrier. His wings are massive, charcoal grey with silver threading through the primary feathers. Military background, probably. The kind of muscle that doesn't just look intimidating, but knows exactly how much pressure it takes to snap bones. Perfect. Military types respect authority, and I can project that in spades. Evening. I let my voice drop to a purr, the kind that suggests secrets and promises in equal measure. Quite the crowd tonight. He looks up then, his gaze travelling from my face, down to the burgundy dress that clings to my curves before hugging my thighs. The neckline shows just enough skin to be interesting without screaming desperation. His eyes linger on the bronze cuffs, cataloguing their quality, their heat signature. Invitation? His voice rumbles like distant thunder. I tilt my head, letting my hair fall across one shoulder in a cascade of dark waves. Do I look like someone who needs paper to prove her worth? The smile I give him is practiced, honed through years of survival. Not the desperate grin of someone begging for scraps, but the lazy confidence of someone who's used to getting what she wants. I let my fingers drift to the coins hidden in my bodice. Not enough to buy my way in, but enough to suggest I have resources. He hesitates, and I press the advantage. I've heard such interesting things about Vestige. I step closer, not quite close enough to touch, but near enough that he catches the subtle scent I'd stolen earlier. Expensive perfume from a noble's dressing room, something that smells like midnight blooms and sin. About how it caters to those with refined tastes. His nostrils flare slightly. Zafan have enhanced senses, and the perfume tells a story of wealth, of access to the kind of luxuries only the upper castes can afford. Combined with the heat signature cuffs and my carefully cultivated confidence, it paints a picture of someone who belongs here, even if her specific identity remains mysterious. "What's your name?" he asks, but his hand is already moving toward the rope. "Does it matter?" I lean back just enough to be playful rather than evasive. I'm not here to cause trouble, just looking for somewhere to forget the outside world exists. The last part isn't even a lie. That's exactly what I want from places like Vestige. Noise loud enough to drown out memory, chaos bright enough to burn away the past. He seems to recognize the hunger in my voice, something familiar and safe in a city built on people running from their histories. The rope drops. "Enjoy your evening," he rumbles, already turning his attention to the next patron. The first rush of success floods through me as I step across the threshold. One hurdle down, countless opportunities ahead. The heat hits immediately, not just temperature, but something deeper. Magic radiates from the enchanted sconces lining the walls, their flames dancing without fuel, casting everything in shades of amber and crimson. The air itself seems to pulse with energy, making my skin tingle where the dress leaves it bare. And the noise. Oh, the glorious, overwhelming noise. Music pounds up from the sunken dance floor, drums that match the rhythm of heartbeats, strings that wail like pleasure and pain given voice. Bodies move in the pit below, a sea of wings and skin and desperate motion. The upper levels buzz with conversation, laughter that edges toward hysteria, the sharp crack of magical discharge from the private rooms. I pause just inside the entrance, letting it all wash over me. This is why I love the nights in New Solace, why I brave the risks of being discovered. In places like this, surrounded by sin and shadow and beautiful chaos, the whispers in my head can't find purchase. There's no room for Cordelia's poison when every sense is flooded with immediate, overwhelming sensation. A server glides past, her tray loaded with drinks that glow like liquid starlight. Perfect. I slip into the crowd, using the press of bodies to mask my movements. The burgundy dress helps, expensive enough to suggest I belong, revealing enough to distract from closer inspection. I catch fragments of conversation as I move, voices raised over the music. Told him if he wanted exclusive trading rights, he'd have to. Never seen wings that pure before. Must be Protheka blood. In the pain parlour on the second level, apparently she likes to. The words wash over me without sticking. I'm focused on the server now, tracking her path through the crowd. She's young, probably new, her movements just uncertain enough to suggest inexperience. Her tray tilts slightly as she navigates around a group of silver-winged merchants, the glowing drinks sliding toward one edge. I move in like water finding a crack. "Careful there," I murmur, steadying the tray with one hand, while my other plucks 2 glasses in a motion so smooth it looks like helping rather than stealing. "Busy night." She flashes me a grateful smile. "Completely mad. I've never seen it this crowded." "Special occasion?" I ask, already backing away with my prizes, the glasses hidden against my body. "Some sort of celebration upstairs. Private party for the Protheka." Her voice carries the awe typical of lower caste Xafan when discussing their betters. "They've been ordering bottles of amaranth all night." Protheka. The word sends a little thrill through me. The golden-winged elite, the ones who practically glow with divine favour. If there's a gathering of archangels in the building, there will be serious money changing hands tonight, the kind of wealth that makes my usual pickpocket targets look like street beggars. "Sounds impressive," I say, but the server is already moving on, her attention pulled by someone else calling for drinks. I melt back into the crowd, cradling my stolen prizes. The glasses are warm to the touch, their contents swirling with an inner light that suggests magic rather than simple alcohol. I take a cautious sip of the first one, and liquid fire blooms across my tongue. Not amaranth, something smoother, sweeter, but with an edge that makes my pulse quicken. Perfect for what I need tonight. The second glass I keep for show, something to occupy my hands while I work the room. I need to look like I belong here, like just another patron enjoying Vestige's particular brand of excess. The drink serves as both prop and liquid courage for what comes next. I find a position near one of the raised platforms where I can watch the crowd while appearing to watch the performance. A Zaffan dancer moves on the platform above, her wings spread wide as she wraps herself around a golden pole that pulses with its own inner heat. Her movements are hypnotic, drawing eyes and loosening purse strings in equal measure. The crowd presses closer, and I let myself be carried with them, using the momentum to brush against potential marks. A male with copper-streaked wings has his attention fully absorbed by the dancer. Perfect distraction. I drift past him, my fingers light as whispers against the coins hanging from his belt. 3 silver pieces, warm with Zaffan magic. Not a fortune, but a start. Next, a group of merchants arguing over territory rights. They're gesturing wildly, their focus entirely on their debate. The female on the left has a small purse tucked behind her wing joint, visible but forgotten in the heat of negotiation. I stumble slightly, catching myself against her shoulder with an apologetic murmur, while my other hand relieves her of the burden. So sorry, I breathe, steadying myself with practiced embarrassment. She waves me off without really looking, already turning back to her argument about shipping routes and tariff disputes. The purse weighs heavy in my palm, more than silver this time. I can feel the distinct shape of nodals through the fabric, real money that could keep me fed for weeks if I'm careful with it. This is what I live for. Not the violence, not the desperation of my early years on the streets, but this, the elegant dance of deception, the way I can move through crowds like smoke, taking what I need without leaving ripples behind. There's art in it, skill that goes beyond mere survival. I'm good at this, maybe the only thing I've ever been truly good at. The music swells, and bodies press closer to the stage. I let the crowd carry me toward the bar, where well-dressed Zaffan cluster 3 deep, shouting orders over the noise. Perfect hunting ground. Lots of money, lots of distraction, lots of alcohol to dull their reflexes. I squeeze between 2 males arguing over the merits of different Amaranth vintages, using the press of bodies to mask my work. The one on my left has a money clip tucked into his inside jacket pocket. Visible when he gestures, accessible when he turns to signal the bartender. His companion is wearing enough jewellery to buy a small house, rings and chains that catch the light with every movement. Too much, I decide. Jewellery is harder to fence than coin, and valuable enough that its absence would be noticed quickly. Better to stick with what I know, what I can turn into food and shelter without drawing attention. The first male's money clip slides free as easily as breathing, my fingers finding the gap in his jacket and relieving him of the burden in one smooth motion. He's too focused on explaining why the 847 vintage is superior to notice the brief contact, his gestures growing more animated as he tries to make his point over the music. I drift away before either of them can register my presence, the money clip already tucked safely against my ribs. Another successful extraction, another step toward the kind of payday that will let me disappear for weeks. The energy of the place is infectious, and I find myself actually smiling as I move through the crowd. Not the practiced expressions I use for marks, but genuine pleasure at being here, at being good at what I do. The music pounds through my bones, the magical atmosphere makes my skin tingle, and my pockets grow heavier with each successful theft. This is going to be a very good night indeed.
Chapter 2. Mihalis. The numbers blur together on the ledger before me, but my mind processes each line with mechanical precision. 17 cases of amaranth at 40 nodals each. 23 bottles of enchanted wine from the Crimson Vineyards. 40 nodals for the new dancers who arrived this morning, their contracts signed in blood and binding magic. I lean back in the obsidian chair behind my desk, letting the familiar weight of business settle around me like armor. This is what I understand. Transactions, negotiations, the clean mathematics of profit and loss. Numbers don't lie, don't manipulate, don't leave you bleeding in the dark when they decide you're no longer useful. The pain parlors are booked solid through next week, Grix reports, his gray wings folded tight against his back as he stands before my desk. My head of security knows better than to sit uninvited, knows that familiarity breeds the kind of comfort that gets people killed in my line of work. We'll need to expand to the 3rd level if demand keeps up. I make a note in the margin of the ledger. What about the private suites? Full. Had to turn away 2 merchant families and a minor lord from the eastern districts. He shifts slightly, his massive frame casting shadows across the enchanted flames that light my office. They weren't happy about it. Their happiness isn't my concern. I close the ledger with a snap that echoes through the room. Their money is. If they want guaranteed access, they can purchase annual memberships like everyone else. Through the tall windows that line my office, Vestige spreads below us like a living organism. The main floor pulses with bodies and music, heat rising from the sunken dance pit in waves that make the air shimmer. From this height, the patrons look like insects drawn to flame, predictable, exploitable, ultimately disposable. I built this place from nothing, carved it out of New Solus's underbelly before I ever had a daughter. A reason to come home. Every stone laid with purpose, every enchantment woven with precision. Vestige serves the city's need for darkness while providing me with the resources to give my daughter everything she could ever want. Clean money from dirty business, filtered through enough legitimate enterprises to withstand scrutiny. The Prexa delegation is requesting a private meeting, Grix continues, consulting his own notes. Something about adjusting the terms of their protection arrangement. My jaw tightens. The golden-winged elite love their euphemisms, wrapping extortion in pretty words like protection arrangement and mutual understanding. They take their cut of Vestige's profits in exchange for ensuring the city guard looks the other way when complaints arise. A necessary evil in a city built on divine hierarchy. Schedule it for tomorrow, after closing. I stand, moving to the windows that overlook the main floor, and make sure they understand the meeting happens here, on my terms. I'm not traveling to their gilded tower to negotiate my own business. Understood. Grix's tone suggests he's dealt with Prexa arrogance before. Anything else? I wave him off without turning around. Just the usual security sweeps, and make sure the new dancers understand the rules about personal clients. Vestige provides the venue and protection, but we don't take kindly to freelance arrangements on our property. The door closes with a soft click, leaving me alone with the muffled chaos filtering up from below. I press my palms against the cool glass, letting the vibration of music and voices travel through my bones. This is what I've built. A kingdom of sin and shadow that funds my daughter's future while keeping me anchored to something that makes sense. Profit, loss, supply and demand. The elegant mathematics of Zephan nature. My reflection stares back from the window glass, wings folded tight against my back, face carved from stone and shadow. I look like what I am, a weapon barely sheathed, a predator pretending to be civilized for the sake of those who matter. The red tips of my feathers catch the enchanted light, glowing faintly with the banked heat that always simmers beneath my skin. Rita calls them my angry colors. She's not wrong. The thought of my daughter sends warmth through my chest, the only softness left in a life deliberately hardened against disappointment. She'll be asleep now in our home across the city, surrounded by the luxury I've built for her. Safe behind wards that would make the Prexa envious, guarded by magic that responds to my blood alone. 6 years old and already showing signs of the power that runs in our bloodline. Fire magic that dances in her small palms, ice that forms intricate sculptures when she dreams. She has no idea that her father owns the most notorious club in New Solus, thinks I'm simply a businessman who works late hours. Better that way for now. There will be time enough for her to understand the complexities of our world when she's older. For now, she can remain innocent while I ensure she never wants for anything. A commotion on the main floor draws my attention back to the present. Through the glass, I can see bodies pressing closer to one of the performance platforms, wings spreading in aggressive displays as voices rise above the music. Nothing unusual. Vestige attracts the kind of clientele that considers violence a form of entertainment, but worth monitoring. I trace the source of the disturbance with Predator's eyes, cataloging the players involved. 2 copper-winged merchants, probably drunk on amaranth and territorial instincts. A group of silver-touched nobility watching with the detached amusement of those who consider themselves above such displays. The usual mix of wealth and aggression that keeps my coffers full and my reputation intact. But then movement in my peripheral vision catches my attention, something that doesn't fit the pattern of chaos below. A figure in burgundy moves through the crowd like water finding cracks in stone. Smooth, purposeful, nearly invisible except to someone who understands predatory behavior. She, definitely female from the way the dress clings to curves, drifts between bodies with the kind of grace that suggests practice, skill, intention. I watch her approach a male deep in conversation, her movements casual, unthreatening. A stumble that brings her close enough to touch, an apologetic gesture that draws attention while her other hand works with surgical precision. The entire interaction takes perhaps 3 seconds, and then she's melting back into the crowd with something that wasn't hers moments before. Professional, elegant, completely unacceptable in my establishment. Heat builds beneath my skin, the red tips of my wings beginning to glow with barely contained fire. Theft in Vestige isn't just a crime against my patrons. It's a direct challenge to my authority, a suggestion that my security can be circumvented by anyone clever enough to try. That kind of reputation would destroy the careful balance I've built, the illusion of safety that keeps the wealthy coming back to spend their money in my shadows. I should signal Grix, have him send guards to handle the situation quietly. Standard procedure for this kind of problem. A brief conversation in one of the back rooms, followed by either compensation or a very unpleasant lesson in respecting other people's property. But something keeps me watching instead, studying the thief as she continues her work through the crowd. There's art in her movements, a confidence that speaks of years perfecting this particular skill. She doesn't take everything she could, doesn't push her luck with the most obvious targets. Selective, intelligent, disciplined. Impressive in a way that makes my blood sing with predatory appreciation. I move toward the hidden stairs that lead down from my office, my decision crystallizing with each step. This isn't about sending a message through subordinates. This is personal now, a direct challenge that requires a direct response. The thief has skill, but she's operating in my domain, and that makes her my problem to solve. The stairs wind down through the walls of Vestige, hidden passages that let me move through my own establishment without drawing attention. Most of my patrons know my name but not my face, a deliberate choice that allows me to observe and act without the complications that come with recognition. Tonight, that anonymity serves a different purpose. I emerge onto the main floor through a concealed door near the bar, immediately swallowed by the press of bodies and the assault of sound. Heat and magic swirl through the air, voices raised in laughter and lust, the crack of power being exchanged for pleasure. My wings fold tight against my back as I push through the crowd, tracking the burgundy dress with single-minded focus. She's moved on to new targets, working her way toward the bar where well-dressed Xaphen cluster 3 deep. Smart. Lots of money. Lots of distraction. Lots of alcohol to dull reflexes. But also dangerous, because it brings her into the heart of the crowd where escape routes become limited. I shadow her movements, staying far enough back to avoid detection, while close enough to act when the moment comes. The predator in me appreciates her technique, the way she uses the press of bodies to mask contact, the casual confidence that makes her invisible among the chaos. But appreciation doesn't change the fundamental equation. She's stealing in my territory. That makes her mine to deal with. The music pounds around us as she approaches her next mark, a male in expensive robes arguing with his companion about vintages of amaranth. His coin pouch is visible when he gestures, a tempting target for someone with quick fingers and quicker reflexes. I watch her move in, using the crowd as cover, her hand already reaching for the prize. This is it, the moment she commits to a crime that will justify whatever comes next. The pouch slides free with practiced ease, and she's already turning away when I step into her path. "Enjoying your evening?" I ask, my voice pitched low enough to avoid drawing attention from the surrounding crowd. She looks up, and for a moment the world narrows to just her face, framed by dark waves of hair. Gray-blue eyes with a ring of gold that catches the enchanted light, sharp cheekbones that speak of hunger and hardship, a mouth that's probably beautiful when it's not pressed thin with wariness. But it's what I don't see that stops me cold. No heat signature in her skin. No faint shimmer of magic around her temples. No wings, despite the bronze cuffs that had fooled my bouncer into thinking she belonged here. Human. She's human, standing in the middle of my club, surrounded by Zaphen who would tear her apart if they knew what she was. The bronze cuffs are fake, clever mimicry designed to create the illusion of belonging in a world that considers her species non-existent until convenient. "I think you have something that doesn't belong to you," I continue, my voice steady despite the revelation burning through my thoughts. Her hand tightens around the stolen money clip, but her expression doesn't change. No panic, no stammered excuses, no attempt to flee. Just calculation, like she's weighing options and finding them all wanting. "I think you're mistaken," she replies, her voice carrying the kind of confidence that comes from years of talking her way out of impossible situations. Calculated, gutsy, completely unafraid of a Zaphen male who could kill her with a thought. Stupid. No mistake. I step closer, using my size to crowd her against the bar. My wings spread slightly, creating a barrier of shadow and flame-tipped feathers that blocks her from the crowd's view. "You're going to return what you took, and then we're going to discuss the price of doing business in my establishment." Something flickers across her features. Surprise, maybe, or the first stirring of real fear. It's possible she doesn't realize who owns Vestige, doesn't understand that she's been stealing under the nose of someone with the power to make her disappear without a trace. "Your establishment?" she repeats, her voice careful now. "Every stone, every flame, every drop of blood spilled in these walls." I let heat bleed into my words, let the red tips of my wings glow brighter in the shadow we've created. "Mine. Which makes your little performance tonight a personal insult that requires personal attention." Her chin lifts in defiance that would be admirable if it weren't so suicidal. "And what exactly are you planning to do about it?" The question hangs between us like a blade waiting to fall. Around us, Vestige continues its dance of sin and shadow, but the space we occupy has become something else, a pocket of tension where predator and prey circle each other with careful words and careful movements. I reach for the blade hidden in my jacket, my fingers closing around the familiar weight of steel and enchanted fire. One quick thrust, and the problem disappears. One human thief, however skilled, isn't worth the complications her continued existence might bring. But when I try to draw the weapon, my hand refuses to cooperate. The blade stays sheathed, held in place by something that feels like iron bands around my wrist. I try again, putting real force behind the movement, but my arm might as well be carved from stone for all the response I get. What the hell? Power crackles through the air around us, not the familiar heat of my own magic, but something older, deeper, woven into the fundamental fabric of the world itself. Divine magic, the kind that shapes fate and binds souls, pressing down on me with inexorable weight. The human thief stares up at me with those storm-colored eyes, completely unaware of the supernatural forces suddenly swirling around us. She probably thinks my hesitation is some kind of psychological game, a predator playing with prey before the final strike. If only it were that simple. I try once more to draw the blade, marshalling every ounce of will and magic at my disposal. The weapon doesn't budge. Whatever power holds it in place is absolute, unbreakable, woven into reality itself with threads I recognize, but have never felt directed at me personally. Divine intervention, fate magic, the kind of cosmic meddling that mortals whisper about in temples and legends. And it's focused on this moment, this human thief, this choice between her life and death. She's still waiting for me to act, her body coiled with tension, but her expression defiant. Beautiful and doomed and completely unaware that the universe itself has just declared her untouchable, at least by my blade. Chapter 3. Mihalis. The divine magic pressing against my will feels like chains forged from starlight, beautiful, unbreakable, and absolutely infuriating. I've spent years mastering my own power, building an empire from shadow and flame, and now some cosmic force thinks it can dictate my choices. Screw that. If I can't kill her and letting her walk away would make me look weak in front of my entire establishment, then there's only one option left. The realization crystallizes with the kind of clarity that comes from desperation and rage. I need to find out what is going on. I move before she can react, one arm sweeping behind her knees while the other circles her waist. She's lighter than expected, her lean frame folding against my shoulder as I lift her from the ground in one fluid motion. What the? Put me down! Her fists pound against my back, but the blows barely register through the fury burning beneath my skin. You unfortunately have my attention now. I adjust my grip, making sure she's secure before pushing through the crowd. Bodies part around us, faces turning with the kind of morbid curiosity that accompanies violence. Time to put an end to your little game, and hopefully whatever is keeping me from doling out punishment. Her struggles intensify as I approach the exit, legs kicking with surprising strength for someone her size. A few well-placed strikes find the gaps in my ribs, sharp enough to sting but nowhere near enough to make me release her. The human thief has fire, I'll give her that. Grix. I catch my head of security's attention as we reach the main doors. His gray eyes take in the situation without surprise. He's seen me handle problems before, though usually with more permanent solutions. Boss? I'll be back later. The words taste like ash, admission that this particular problem can't be solved with simple violence. Handle the delegation scheduling for me. He nods, already moving to open the door. The winter air hits us like a blade, sharp enough to make the human on my shoulder gasp and curl tighter against my warmth. Her burgundy dress offers little protection against New Solus's climate, another piece of evidence that she's not from here, not built for our world. But the cold doesn't explain why she stops struggling, why her body goes still against mine as we step onto the snow-dusted street. I can feel her breathing, quick and shallow, can sense the way she's cataloging our surroundings for escape routes that don't exist. The Temple of Solus rises before us like a mountain of white marble and gold veining, its twin spires reaching toward stars that seem dimmer in its presence. Divine magic radiates from its walls in waves that make my wings twitch with recognition and unease. This is the last place I wanted to bring my problems, but divine interference requires divine explanation. Where are you taking me? Her voice is steadier now, though I can feel tension coiled through every line of her body. Somewhere with answers. I push through the temple's massive doors, my boots echoing against marble floors inlaid with precious metals. Unless you prefer, I throw you to the city guard instead. The threat is empty, especially because now that I have felt the magic between us, I can't ignore that. I need to know what is happening, even if it means seeking help I'd rather avoid. But she doesn't need to know all my intentions. The temple's interior stretches around us like a cathedral of living light, enchanted flames dancing in alcoves carved from single blocks of marble. Everything here speaks of power older than the city, older than the current political structures that keep New Solus functioning. This place remembers when Zaphon served gods rather than governing them. Jell. My voice carries across the empty space, echoing off vaulted ceilings painted with scenes of divine intervention. I need consultation. A figure emerges from the shadows near the altar, robes the color of sunrise flowing around her as she approaches. Jella has served this temple since before Irida was born, her silver wings marked with the gold threading that identifies her as Nashai, one of the priestess caste who handles matters too delicate for ordinary clergy. Mihalis. Her pale eyes take in the human draped over my shoulder without surprise, as if strange men carrying struggling women into her temple is a regular occurrence. I was wondering when you'd arrive. The casual statement stops me cold. You were expecting us? The threads of fate have been active. Tonight. She gestures toward one of the side chambers, her movements precise and economical. Perhaps you should put her down so we can discuss what brings you here. I lower the thief to her feet, keeping one hand locked around her wrist when she immediately tries to step away. Her gray-blue eyes dart between me and Jell, calculation mixing with confusion as she takes in our surroundings. This is a temple, she says, as if stating an obvious fact might somehow change her circumstances. Very observant. Jell's tone carries the kind of patience that comes from dealing with mortals who struggle to understand their place in larger patterns. Come, both of you. The side chamber she leads us to is smaller but no less impressive, walls lined with texts written in scripts that predate the current language. A crystal basin sits at its center, filled with water that glows with its own inner light. This is where Nashai perform their most important work, soul reading, fate weaving, the delicate magic that binds lives together or tears them apart. Now. Jella settles herself beside the basin, her fingers trailing through the glowing water. What seems to be the problem? Where do I even begin? The human thief who shouldn't exist? The divine magic that kept me from killing her? The growing sense that my carefully controlled life is about to shatter into pieces I can't put back together? Someone tried to steal from my patrons, I say finally, the simplest version of a situation that feels anything but simple. When I moved to handle the situation, I encountered resistance. What kind of resistance? Jelle's eyes focus on the water, images beginning to form in its depths like dreams made visible. Divine magic. Something prevented me from drawing my blade. The admission tastes like defeat, but there's no point lying to a Nashai. They see through deception the way normal people see through glass. I need to know what's happening. The water in the basin swirls faster, colors bleeding through its depths as Jell's magic probes the threads of fate surrounding us. I feel the touch of her power like ghostly fingers examining my soul, searching for connections I didn't know existed. Beside me, the human thief tries again to pull free from my grip. This time I let her take a step away, but keep my attention locked on her position. Running would be pointless in a place like this. The temple's wards would stop her long before she reached the doors. Interesting. Jell's voice carries new weight, the tone she uses when facing something genuinely unexpected. Very interesting indeed. The water in the basin erupts into light, images crystallizing with sharp clarity. I see myself standing in vestige, wings spread in territorial display. The human thief moving through the crowd with predatory grace. The moment our eyes met, when something fundamental shifted in the fabric of reality itself. And underneath it all, golden threads binding us together with the inexorable strength of divine will. A natural soul bond, Jell says, her voice cutting through the magical display like a blade. Forged by the gods themselves, not chosen by mortals. Rare enough that I've never seen one personally. I can't even process the words. Soul bonds are the deepest magic available to Zafan, the joining of life forces that create something stronger than either individual could achieve alone. But they're supposed to be chosen, negotiated, entered into with ceremony and mutual consent, not forced upon unwilling participants by cosmic interference. That's impossible. The protest escapes before I can stop it. Soul bonds require willing participants. They can't be imposed by divine magic. Most bonds, yes. Jell's attention shifts between the basin and our faces, reading patterns I can't see. But in very rare circumstances, when the gods themselves decide two souls are meant to be joined, they can forge the connection directly. It hasn't happened in over 2 centuries. The human thief finally finds her voice. What the hell are you talking about? Soul bonds? Divine magic? None of this makes any sense. Jell regards her with the kind of gentle patience usually reserved for children and the mentally unstable. You're bound to him, child. Your life force is being tied to his by power beyond mortal understanding. The connection has been made, though not yet completed. I didn't agree to anything. The thief's voice rises, echoing off the chamber walls. I don't even know who he is. Agreements are not always required when the gods decide to intervene. Jell turns back to me, her expression serious. The bond is real, Mihalis. I can see it forming in the water, golden threads weaving themselves tighter with each moment you spend in proximity. Fighting it will only cause pain for both of you. I feel it now that she's named it, a pulling sensation in my chest, like something vital is being drawn toward the human thief despite my conscious will. The same force that kept my blade sheathed, rewritten on a more fundamental level. What happens if we refuse? I ask, though part of me already knows the answer won't be pleasant. The bond will continue forming whether you cooperate or not. Jell's fingers trace patterns in the glowing water, reading futures that branch like tree limbs. But incomplete bonds cause complications, weakness, illness, eventually death if the connection isn't properly sealed. The thief backs toward the chamber entrance, her face pale with dawning understanding. You're saying I'm tied to him whether I want to be or not? The gods have made that decision, yes. Jell's tone remains infuriatingly calm, though you have some time before the bond must be completed. Days, perhaps weeks if you remain in close proximity. I catch the thief's wrist as she tries to bolt for the door, my fingers closing around delicate bones that feel like they might snap if I squeeze too hard. She spins back toward me, her gray-blue eyes blazing with fury and something that might be panic. Let me go! Not happening. The words come out rough, but the alternative, letting her run into the winter night and collapse from magical exhaustion, isn't acceptable. I don't have the patience or time to deal with those repercussions. You heard what she said. We're connected now, like it or not. I don't like it. Her voice cracks slightly on the words, the first real sign that her composure is fracturing. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for any of this. Neither did I, but saying so won't change the reality we're facing. The Nashai watches our exchange with clinical interest, like a scholar observing an experiment in progress. The bond can be beneficial once properly formed, she offers, though her tone suggests she understands neither of us wants to hear about benefits right now. Soul-bonded pairs share strength, magic, life force. They become more than the sum of their individual parts. And if we refuse, I press, though the pulling sensation in my chest grows stronger with each moment, then you'll both weaken until the incomplete connection kills you. Jell stands, brushing droplets from her fingers. The gods rarely offer choices when they decide to intervene directly. Your options are to complete the bond willingly, or let it complete itself while you both suffer needlessly. The silence that follows feels heavy enough to crush stone. Around us, the temple's enchanted flames flicker in their alcoves, divine magic humming through the air with patient inevitability. The thief, I still don't even know her name, stares at me with an expression caught between rage and desperation. Her dark hair falls around her face in waves that catch the magical light, and for a moment I'm struck by how young she looks, how utterly unprepared for the cosmic forces that just rearranged her life without permission. Join the club, I think grimly. None of us asked for this.
Chapter 4. Heidi. The Nashai's words echo in my head like a death sentence. Soul-bonded pairs share strength, magic, life force. No, absolutely not. I've spent 6 years making sure I belong to no one, owe nothing to anyone, answer to nobody but myself. I've bled for that freedom, starved for it, nearly died for it more times than I can count. And now some cosmic joke thinks it can just assign me to a stranger? Like I'm property to be redistributed at the god's whim. The pulling sensation in my chest grows stronger, like invisible hooks trying to drag me toward the massive Zafan, whose fingers are still wrapped around my wrist. I can feel his warmth even through the contact, unnatural heat that makes my skin tingle in ways I don't want to think about. This is insane. The words come out steadier than I feel. You can't just claim someone based on magical mumbo-jumbo. His golden eyes narrow, molten metal cooling to something harder and more dangerous. I didn't claim anything. The gods made this choice for both of us. Well, the gods can go screw themselves. I yank against his grip, knowing it's pointless but needing to try anyway. I'm not going anywhere with you. The Nashai makes a soft sound that might be disapproval, but I'm beyond caring about offending divine sensibilities. My entire world just got turned upside down by forces I don't understand, connected to a man I don't know, and everyone expects me to just accept it. Not happening. You don't have a choice, the Zafan says, his voice carrying the kind of authority that probably makes most people fall in line immediately. Too bad for him I've never been good at following orders. The bond will kill you if we don't. Then I'll die free. The words surprise me with their vehemence, but they're true. I'd rather face death on my own terms than surrender my autonomy to cosmic forces that treat people like game pieces. His expression shifts, something that might be respect flickering behind the irritation. Admirable sentiment, stupid, but admirable. Damn you. Later, perhaps. The casual arrogance in his tone makes my teeth clench. Right now we're leaving. He tugs me toward the chamber entrance, and this time I dig my heels in with everything I have. My worn boots scrape against marble as I throw my full weight backward, using every trick I learned on the streets to make myself dead weight. I said no. And I said we're leaving. He doesn't even seem to notice my resistance, pulling me along like I weigh nothing at all. You can walk or I can carry you. Your choice, little thief. The condescending nickname snaps something inside me. I've been called worse things by worse people, but something about the way he says it, like I'm amusing rather than threatening, ignites a rage that burns hotter than his stupid magical warmth. My name is Heidi. The words come out sharp enough to cut glass. Heidi Marlowe, not little thief, not human, not whatever other dismissive stuff you want to call me. If you're going to ruin my life, at least have the courtesy to use my actual name. He stops walking, those molten gold eyes studying my face with new attention. For a moment, something almost like curiosity replaces the arrogant authority in his expression. Heidi. He tests the name like he's tasting wine, rolling it around his mouth to judge its quality. Fine, Heidi Marlowe who thinks death is preferable to divine intervention. Heidi Marlowe who knows that being owned by someone else isn't living, I correct, meeting his stare without flinching. I've been there. I won't go back. Something flickers in his expression. Understanding, maybe, or recognition. But it passes too quickly for me to be sure, replaced by the same implacable determination that's been driving him since we left his club. You won't be owned. His voice carries a conviction I don't trust. But you also won't be left to die from magical exhaustion, because you're too stubborn to accept help. He glares at me. I refuse to let you take me down with you. I don't need your help. The bond forming in your chest says otherwise. He's right, and I hate him for it. The pulling sensation has grown stronger during our argument, like invisible hands trying to draw me closer to his massive frame. It's not painful exactly, but it's wrong, a foreign presence in my body that I can't control or escape. I want to rip it out with my bare hands. I'm not going anywhere with you, I repeat, but the words sound hollow even to me. Yes, you are. He starts walking again, and this time when I resist, he simply lifts me off my feet. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, but we are leaving this temple. I swing at his face, putting all my weight behind the punch. He catches my wrist without even looking, his reflexes inhumanly fast. The hard way, then. Before I can react, he spins me around and presses me against the chamber wall, my back flat against cold marble, while his body cages me in. One hand holds both my wrists above my head, the other braced beside my face as he leans down to bring us eye level. Listen carefully. His voice drops to something barely above a whisper, but it carries more menace than shouting. I have a daughter at home who's expecting me back. I have business obligations that won't wait for your philosophical objections to divine interference. And I have exactly zero patience for stubborn humans who would rather die than accept that some things are beyond their control. His proximity does things to my body that I absolutely don't want to acknowledge. Heat radiates from his skin in waves, surrounding me in warmth that makes me want to lean closer instead of pulling away. The scent of him, smoke and cedar and something darker, fills my lungs with each breath. If you don't stop fighting me, he continues, his golden eyes boring into mine, I will tie you up and carry you out of here like a package. Is that what you want? The threat should terrify me, should make me recoil in horror at the thought of being bound and helpless. Instead, traitorous heat flares low in my stomach, my body responding to the dominance in his voice with interest I definitely don't want to feel. What is wrong with me? You wouldn't dare! The words come out too breathy, betraying the confusion warring with anger in my chest. His eyes narrow as he studies my face, reading whatever emotions I'm failing to hide. Then his mouth curves in something that's not quite a smile, predatory and knowing. Wouldn't I? The question hangs between us, loaded with implications that make my pulse race for all the wrong reasons. I can feel my cheeks heating under his scrutiny, my body's treacherous reaction to being pinned and threatened by someone who could probably snap me in half without trying. He's gorgeous in the way that dangerous things are gorgeous, like fire or lightning or the edge of a blade, all sharp angles and controlled power, built for violence but wrapped in enough dark appeal to make it tempting instead of merely terrifying. The kind of beautiful that gets people killed when they forget what they're looking at. And he's a complete jerk who's trying to drag me off to God's nowhere based on some cosmic coincidence neither of us wanted. Standard for Zafan, really. Beautiful, powerful, and convinced the universe revolves around their convenience. This is ridiculous. He releases my wrists and steps back, but doesn't give me enough space to run. Fighting the inevitable only makes it worse for everyone involved. Inevitable for you, maybe. I rub feeling back into my wrists, glaring at him with all the venom I can muster. I didn't ask to be part of your cosmic drama. Neither did I. His admission catches me off guard, the first crack in his absolute authority since this nightmare started. But we don't always get what we want. The Nashai clears her throat from somewhere behind us, a polite sound that still manages to carry divine displeasure. Perhaps this conversation would be better continued elsewhere. The temple is meant for reflection, not territorial disputes. Territorial disputes. Like I'm some piece of land he's trying to claim, instead of a person with her own will and desires. We're leaving. The Zafan, Mihalis, the Nashai called him, straightens to his full height, wings rustling with barely contained impatience. Now. I'm not. He doesn't let me finish the protest. One moment I'm standing on my own feet, the next I'm being lifted like I weigh nothing at all. But instead of throwing me over his shoulder like before, he cradles me against his chest, one arm under my knees and the other supporting my back. The position is somehow more humiliating than being carried like cargo. It's intimate, possessive, the kind of hold that implies ownership rather than simple transportation. My hands instinctively clutch at his shirt for balance, bringing me close enough to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the fabric. Put me down. The demand lacks conviction, my voice muffled against the warm expanse of his chest. No. He strides toward the temple's main doors, carrying me like I'm some sort of prize he's claimed, rather than a person he's abducting. The Nashai watches us go with serene acceptance, as if Zafan carrying off struggling humans is just another day's work for her. The winter air hits us like a slap when we emerge from the temple's warmth, sharp enough to make me gasp and curl instinctively closer to his heat. His wings spread wide as we step onto the marble steps, black feathers tipped with red catching the light from the temple's enchanted lanterns. What are you? The question dies in my throat as his wings beat once, powerful enough to lift us both off the ground. My stomach drops as the temple falls away beneath us, marble and gold shrinking to toy-sized proportions while we rise into the winter night. Flying. He's actually flying. I've seen Zafan in the air before, distant figures moving between the city's towers like predatory birds, but being carried through the sky is something else entirely, a combination of terror and wonder that steals my breath and makes my heart hammer against my ribs. The wind tears at my hair and dress, winter air sharp enough to make my eyes water. Below us, New Solace spreads like a constellation fallen to earth, lights glowing warm against snow-dusted streets. The view is breathtaking and horrible all at once, beautiful enough to make me forget for a moment that I'm being kidnapped by magical forces beyond my control. Where are you taking me? I have to shout over the wind, my voice barely carrying above the sound of his wings cutting through the air. Home. The word carries finality, as if the matter was settled the moment divine magic decided to interfere with both our lives. My home, where you'll stay until we figure out what the gods want from us. The presumption in his voice makes me want to hit something, preferably his smug face. But we're hundreds of feet above unforgiving stone, and struggling now would only ensure I fall to my death rather than simply being abducted. This is not how my night was supposed to go.
Chapter 5. Mihalis. The familiar weight of black iron gates and obsidian lanterns greets me as I descend toward the basalt walls of my home. Each ember-filled lantern pulses in recognition of my approach, the enchantments I wove into this place years ago responding to my presence like loyal hounds. I should be at Vestige right now, buried in ledgers and finalizing arrangements for tomorrow's Prexa delegation meeting with Grix. The representatives are notoriously particular about protocol, and any misstep could cost me months of careful negotiation. Instead, I'm carrying a snarling human thief through my front gardens, because the gods decided tonight was an excellent time to upend my carefully ordered existence. My boots crunch against the smoky quartz pathway as I stride past the night-blooming flame lilies that line the approach to my home. Their petals burn without consuming, casting flickering shadows across Heidi's face where she's pressed against my chest. She stopped struggling, but I can feel the tension in her small frame, coiled like a spring waiting for the first opportunity to bolt. Smart girl. Unfortunate that it won't help her. The front door swings open before I reach it, revealing Thera's sharp-featured face creased with disapproval. My head cook and unofficial house manager takes one look at the woman in my arms and raises an eyebrow that could cut glass. Working late again, I see. Her tone carries the particular brand of censure only someone who helped raise you can manage, though your usual companions don't require quite so much assistance walking. Not now, Thera. I know she means the associates that usually come over for a drink and a meeting. I never bring women back here. I wouldn't dare. Which is why she's staring so hard right now. I brush past her into the entry hall, my boots echoing against black marble shot through with veins of gold. The massive chandelier overhead flickers in response to my irritation, enchanted flames dancing higher as my control slips. Heidi's head swivels as I carry her through the space, taking in the weapons displayed along the walls and the high, arched ceiling that vanishes into shadow above us. Her gray-blue eyes are wide but alert, cataloging every detail like the practiced thief she is. Escape routes, potential weapons, anything that might give her an advantage. She won't find any. I built this place to be a fortress, not a cage. But the distinction becomes meaningless when your prisoner is determined to flee. The guest room I have in mind sits on the second floor, far enough from Irita's quarters to ensure my daughter won't be disturbed by whatever tantrum the human decides to throw. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my wings folding tight against my back to avoid catching on the marble banister. "Where?" Heidi starts to speak, but I cut her off with a look. "Save your breath. You'll need it for screaming later." Something I'm sure she'll do plenty of when she starts cursing me. Her mouth snaps shut, but the fire in her eyes burns brighter. Good. Anger I can work with. Fear makes people unpredictable. The guest room door stands open, revealing a space I haven't thought about in months. Dark wood furniture, deep burgundy curtains, a fireplace that hasn't seen use since the last time I entertained business associates who required overnight accommodations. It's comfortable enough without being welcoming, exactly what I need for an unwanted houseguest. I deposit Heidi in the center of the room with less ceremony than I used to carry her up here. She stumbles slightly as her feet hit the carpet, catching herself against the foot of the bed, before whirling to face me with murder in her expression. "You can't just... Stay put." The words are sharp, edged with the authority I use to run Vestige and everything else in my life that requires absolute obedience. Don't test me tonight, little thief. I'm not in the mood for games. She opens her mouth to argue, but I'm already moving toward the door. My hand hovers over the handle as I reach for the magic woven into this house's foundation, calling up wards I haven't used since Irita was a toddler prone to midnight wandering. Golden fire flows from my fingers into the door frame, sealing the wood with magic that will hold against anything short of another Xaphin's power. The lock engages with a soft click that sounds like a death knell in the quiet room. "Let me out!" Heidi's voice rises to something close to panic as she realizes what I've done. Her fists pound against the door, the sound muffled by the ward's dampening effect. "You can't keep me here!" And now the screaming has begun. What she doesn't understand is that I can keep her here. I will. At least until I figure out what the hell the gods want from this impossible situation. "Thera," I call as I descend the stairs, knowing my voice will carry through the house's acoustics to wherever the cook has stationed herself. "Post one of the guards on the second floor. The guest is not to leave her room." "Understood." Thera's response comes from the direction of the kitchen, professionally neutral despite whatever questions she must have about my sudden acquisition of a prisoner. She's been with my household long enough to know when not to ask for explanations. The familiar scent of smoke and cedar fills my lungs as I make my way through the hall toward Irita's room. My daughter's quarters sit in the house's safest section, surrounded by wards and protective enchantments that would make a temple jealous. Nothing gets to her without going through me first, which is exactly how I prefer it. I ease her door open, moving with the careful quiet I've perfected over 6 years of late-night returns from Vestige. The amber lighting dims automatically as I enter, responding to my presence with magic keyed to recognize when stealth is required. Irita lies curled in her carved wooden bed, one small hand clutching the stuffed fire-liker I commissioned from a Nashai craftsman for her 4th birthday. Her dark curls spill across the pillow like spilled ink, and her tiny wings are folded neatly against her back even in sleep. The sight of her, safe, warm, completely trusting in my ability to protect her, settles something restless in my chest. This is why I do everything I do, why I built Vestige into an empire, why I maintain carefully balanced alliances with creatures that could destroy new solas if the mood struck them, why I carry weapons even in my own home. All of it serves one purpose: keeping my daughter safe in a world that would devour her innocence without a second thought. Her eyes flutter open as I approach the bed, molten gold brightening as she recognizes my familiar silhouette in the dim light. "Dad?" Her voice carries the sleepy confusion of a child woken from peaceful dreams. You're home. I'm home, little flame. I perch carefully on the edge of her bed, mindful of my weight on the delicate frame. Go back to sleep. Instead of obeying, she pushes herself upright and reaches for me with both arms extended. The universal gesture of a child who wants to be held, as irresistible now as it was when she was barely walking. I gather her against my chest, her small body fitting perfectly in the space between my arms. She's warm the way all Xafin children are warm, her natural heat complementing mine until we're wrapped in our own private sanctuary of comfort. "Did you have meetings tonight?" she asks, her voice muffled against my shirt. "Some meetings, yes." I smooth her curls back from her face, marveling as I always do at how something so perfect came from the wreckage of my previous life. "Nothing for you to worry about." "I'm not worried." She pulls back enough to look at me with eyes that mirror my own, serious beyond her years despite the childish roundness of her face. "You always come home." The simple faith in her voice hits harder than any blade. She has no idea how many enemies circle our family like predators, how many nights I've returned with blood under my fingernails and death clinging to my clothes. To her, I'm simply her dad, the one who makes her favorite breakfast, reads bedtime stories, and ensures her world remains bright enough to chase away any shadows. "Will you stay for a little while?" she asks, settling back against my chest with the easy presumption of a child who has never been denied anything she truly wanted. "Please." I had the flying dream again. "The one where you're racing the black pitters?" I know all her dreams by now, catalogued and categorized like everything else important in my life. She nods against my shirt, already growing drowsy again. But this time I was faster. I flew all the way to the mountain peaks where the snow never melts. That's very fast indeed. I shift to lie beside her on the narrow bed, my wing curving around us both like a living blanket. The position is awkward given my size, but comfort has never been the point of these moments. "Dad?" Her voice grows smaller, more tentative. "Will you make sparkles? The pretty ones that dance?" How can I refuse her anything when she asks like that? The truth is, I never can tell Irida. No, this little girl owns me. I extend my free hand palm up, calling fire magic with the gentle control I reserve only for these quiet moments. Golden flames bloom above my fingers, no larger than flower petals, but bright enough to cast dancing shadows across the star sigils painted on her ceiling. Irida makes a soft sound of delight as I encourage the flames to spiral upward, twisting around each other in patterns that shift and change with each heartbeat. The magic responds to my will, like an extension of my own body, creating shapes that would be impossible with mundane fire. Thalaverns with wings of pure light, tiny dragons that chase their own tails, flowers that bloom and fade in endless cycles. "They're beautiful," she whispers, her eyes tracking the dancing lights with the focused attention children reserve for things that truly capture their imagination. "Tell me the story about the first fire." The request is familiar, part of our established bedtime ritual whenever I'm home early enough to indulge her. I've told this particular tale hundreds of times, but she never grows tired of hearing it. "Long ago," I begin, my voice dropping to the storyteller's cadence that sends her deeper into drowsy contentment. "Before there were Xafin or humans or any of the peoples who walk the earth now, there was only darkness and cold stone." The flames above my palm shift to illustrate the story, forming a perfect sphere of black that gradually gives way to tiny points of light. But Solus the Sun Father grew lonely in his realm of eternal light, and so he reached down to touch the cold stone with one finger. A single golden flame breaks away from the others, descending slowly toward an imaginary surface. Where he touched, fire was born, not the consuming fire that destroys, but the gentle fire that gives life and warmth. Irida's breathing has grown deep and even against my chest, but I continue the story anyway. These moments are as much for me as they are for her, a reminder of what matters beyond the endless complications of running an empire built on violence and desire. The first fire was lonely, just as Solus had been, so it called out to its father for companions. More flames joined the dance above us, spinning in complex patterns that cast our shadows long across the walls. And Solus, who loved his child, breathed life into the fire until it became the first Xaphen. Her small hand curls against my shirt, completely relaxed now in the way only children can achieve. Trust absolute and unquestioned, faith that nothing in her world will change while she sleeps safely in her father's arms. If only that were true. The flames continue their dance above us as I hold her, providing just enough light to see the peaceful expression on her sleeping face. Tomorrow will bring new complications. The Prexa delegation, whatever demands the soul bond will make, the impossible human woman currently locked in my guest room. But for now, there is only this. My daughter's steady breathing, the familiar warmth of home, and the dancing lights that push back the darkness. Exactly as it should be.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 6. Heidi. The door seals with a soft click that might as well be a death knell. I throw myself against it immediately, clawing at the wood with fingernails that accomplish nothing except leaving shallow scratches in the grain. Let me out! The words tear from my throat, raw and desperate. You can't just... But he can. The bastard can, and he has. And now I'm trapped in this elegant prison cell, with its burgundy curtains and dark wood furniture that probably costs more than most people see in a lifetime. My fists pound against the door until my knuckles split, leaving small smears of blood on the polished surface. The sound echoes strangely, muffled by whatever magic he's used to seal me in. No one will hear me scream. No one will come. The familiar taste of panic rises in my throat, copper and bile and the memory of other locked doors, other men who thought they owned me. My chest constricts, breath coming in sharp gasps that make my vision swim at the edges. No, I will not break. Not here, not for him. I force myself to step back from the door, wrapping my arms around my ribs as I struggle to slow my breathing. Think, Heidi, panic gets you nowhere. Panic gets you dead or worse. The burgundy dress I'm still wearing feels like a costume now, expensive fabric that restricts my movement and marks me as something I'm not. The skirt tangles around my legs as I move toward the windows, searching for another way out of this gilded cage. I shuck off the useless brass cuffs that are only weighing me down and consider tying the dress up so I can move easier. But I'll need to blend in once I'm back in the city. The glass overlooks what must be the back of his property. Manicured gardens that stretch into shadows beneath towering walls topped with iron spikes. Even if I could break the window without alerting half the household, it's at least a 20-foot drop to the ground below. Not possible. Not without breaking something important. I test the window anyway, running my fingers along the frame in search of a latch or weakness. Nothing. The glass is thick, reinforced with the same subtle magic that hums through the walls. Everything in this place is designed to keep things in or out, depending on which side of the barriers you find yourself on. The fireplace offers no escape either. The chimney is too narrow, and I can feel heat radiating from somewhere deep in the walls, probably connected to whatever magical heating system keeps this entire house comfortable despite the winter cold. I sink into the chair beside the cold hearth, staring at the door that might as well be solid stone for all the good my lock-picking skills do against magical barriers. Hours pass in a haze of growing exhaustion and mounting desperation. Every shadow that shifts outside the window sets my nerves on edge. Every sound from the hallway beyond makes my heart race with hope that quickly sours into disappointment. By the time pale dawn light begins filtering through the heavy curtains, I feel like I'm coming apart at the seams. Sleep never came. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in Madame Cordelia's brothel, listening to the sound of keys turning in locks and footsteps approaching down carpeted hallways. Worse than the exhaustion is the strange sensation building in my chest. A pulling feeling, like something vital is being slowly tugged away from where it belongs. The bond. It has to be the bond, whatever twisted magic has apparently tied my fate to that arrogant bastard's. The discomfort grows stronger as morning progresses, a persistent ache that settles beneath my breastbone and refuses to be ignored. It's not painful exactly, but wrong in a way that makes my skin crawl, like wearing clothes that don't fit, or hearing music played slightly off-key. The sound of footsteps in the hallway makes me spring to my feet, every muscle in my body coiled for action. Keys rattle against metal, and then the door swings open to reveal a sharp-featured woman carrying a breakfast tray. She's followed by a broad-shouldered man whose hand rests casually on the sword at his hip. The guard. Of course Mihalis would post a guard. "Good morning," the woman says, her tone professionally neutral despite the obvious disapproval in her eyes. "I'm Thera. I manage the household." I don't wait for introductions. The moment there's space between them and the doorway, I bolt. My bare feet find purchase on the marble floor as I sprint past them, the burgundy skirt tangling around my legs and forcing me to bunch it up with both hands. The hallway stretches ahead of me, branching in multiple directions like the maze it probably is. I make it perhaps 10 steps before powerful arms wrap around my waist, lifting me clean off the ground. The guard carries me back toward the room with the mechanical efficiency of someone who's dealt with escaping prisoners before. "Now that was foolish," Thera observes as I'm deposited back in the chair with less ceremony than a sack of grain. "Do you think we'd leave that door open if we expected you to stay put?" I glare at her, chest heaving from exertion and fury. "I'm not staying in this room." "You are until the master says otherwise." She sets the breakfast tray on the small table beside my chair with deliberate precision. "Eat something. You look ready to collapse." The food smells incredible despite my situation. Fresh bread, some kind of eggs prepared with herbs I can't identify, fruit that gleams like jewels on the porcelain plate. My stomach clenches with hunger, but I refuse to give them the satisfaction of watching me eat their offerings like a grateful prisoner. "There are clothes in the wardrobe," Thera continues, nodding toward the massive wooden armoire against the far wall. "More practical than what you're wearing now." They leave without ceremony, the lock engaging behind them with that same soft click that's beginning to haunt my dreams. I stare at the tray for a long time before hunger finally wins out over pride. The bread is still warm, and the eggs taste like they came from some exotic bird. The clothes in the wardrobe are simple but well made. Dark trousers that will actually allow me to move, a white shirt that fits well enough, and boots that look like they might survive some serious running. Everything is my size, which means someone took measurements while I was unconscious, or they're very good at guessing. I change quickly, grateful to be rid of the restrictive dress even if accepting their clothes feels like another small surrender. The trousers and boots will give me options I didn't have before. Now I just need to find an opportunity to use them. It takes the rest of the day to find one. The guard rotation changes every few hours, and eventually a pattern emerges. Late afternoon brings a shift where the hallway stays empty for perhaps 10 minutes while the new guard receives his briefing. It's not much, but it's enough if I time it perfectly. This time I don't run blindly. I move with purpose, following the hallway away from the main staircase toward what I hope might be servants' quarters, or a back entrance. The house is massive, full of branching corridors and rooms whose purpose I can only guess at. Everything is elegant and expensive, but there's a functional quality to the layout that suggests this place was built for security as much as comfort. I'm just beginning to think I might actually find a way out when voices float from around the next corner. A woman's voice, gentle and patient, followed by the higher pitch of a child responding with obvious delight. I freeze, pressing myself against the wall as footsteps approach. There's nowhere to run without making noise on the marble floor, nowhere to hide in the broad hallway. My only option is to stand here and hope they pass by quickly. They round the corner before I can find a better hiding spot. A young woman with kind eyes and dark hair pulled back in a simple braid, followed by a small girl with black curls and something impossible folded against her back. Wings. The child has wings. Oh! The young woman, Elira, stops short when she sees me. Her eyes widen with surprise and what might be concern. You shouldn't be... But the little girl pushes past her, looking up at me with bright golden eyes that remind me achingly of her father's. This must be Mahalis's daughter, the one he'd kill anyone to protect. "Are you the lady Dad brought home?" she asks with the blunt curiosity only children can manage. Her voice carries the slight lisp common to missing teeth, though her smile shows a full set of small white pearls. "Everyone thinks I didn't hear them whispering. Dad never brings anyone here." I stare down at her, completely at a loss for words. She's beautiful in the way only children can be, all bright energy and fearless interest, with curls that catch the light from the enchanted sconces and wings that flutter slightly with excitement. There's something about her that immediately tugs at parts of my heart I've spent years learning to ignore. "I'm Heidi," I manage, crouching down so we're at eye level. Up close I can see the mix of her parents in her features, her father's strong bone structure softened by what must have been her mother's gentleness. "That's a pretty name," she says solemnly. "I'm Irida. Are you going to live with us now?" The question is innocent enough, but it unsettles me. Live here? In this house with its locked doors and magical barriers? With a man who thinks he owns me because of some cosmic accident? "I don't think so, sweetheart," I tell her as gently as I can manage. "I have my own home." "Oh." She looks disappointed, but bounces back with the resilience children seem to possess in endless supply. "Will you come play with me anyway? Elira was going to help me build a snow fort in the garden, but it's more fun with more people." Behind her, Elira shifts nervously. "Irida, I don't think your father would..." "He said I could play outside as long as someone watched me," the little girl says, with the logic of someone who's found a loophole and intends to exploit it. "And you'll be watching. She can help too." She reaches out and takes my hand with the casual presumption of a child who's never been denied anything she truly wanted. Her small fingers are warm, almost hot, with the same unnatural heat I felt from her father. But where his temperature felt dangerous, hers is purely comforting, like being near a fireplace on a cold night. "Please?" she asks, looking up at me with those molten gold eyes that could probably convince stone statues to dance. "I promise we'll have fun." I should refuse. I should demand to be taken back to my room or allowed to leave entirely. Playing with Mahalis's daughter in his garden while his staff watches feels like accepting my situation, like admitting defeat. But something in her expression reminds me of myself at that age, before life taught me that trust was a luxury I couldn't afford, before I learned that wanting things only led to disappointment and pain. She's looking at me like I might actually be someone worth knowing, someone who might choose to stay because she asked nicely. It's been so long since anyone looked at me that way. "All right," I hear myself saying, "but just for a little while." Her face lights up like sunrise, and she bounces on her toes with barely contained excitement. "Really? This is going to be fun. Elira, let's go. She said yes." Poor Elira looks torn between following orders and disappointing the little girl who clearly owns everyone in this household. I suppose, if we stay in the garden where Varos can see us. And just like that, I find myself being led through the house by a 6-year-old Zafan who chatters about snow forts and winter games while her wings flutter with enthusiasm. The guards we pass don't try to stop us. Apparently indulging a reader takes precedence over keeping me locked up, at least when proper supervision is involved. I should be looking for escape routes, cataloguing weaknesses in the house's security. Instead, I find myself listening to her bright voice and wondering when I became the kind of person who could melt at a child's simple request for companionship. This is dangerous territory. Caring about people, letting them matter, it only gives them power to hurt you later. But as a reader's warm hand squeezes mine and she points out the windows we pass with excited explanations of the garden beyond, I can't quite bring myself to pull away. Maybe I can indulge this for an hour. What harm could there be in building snow forts with a little girl who looks at the world like it's full of wonderful possibilities? The irony isn't lost on me that the daughter might accomplish what her father couldn't, making me want to stay.
Chapter 7. Mihalis. The Prexa meeting had been a waste of 3 hours. Politicians posturing over simple things that could have been settled with half the words and twice the spine. By the time I escaped their endless circular arguments, the pinching sensation in my chest had grown from an irritation to something approaching genuine discomfort. The bond. This ridiculous twist of fate that's apparently tied my life to a human thief with stormy eyes and a mouth that could cut glass. Gel's temple offers no more relief than the political theater. The Nashai greets me with the same mixture of sympathy and amusement she's worn since yesterday, her violet eyes bright with knowledge I wish she didn't possess. Still fighting it, I see. She doesn't look up from the ceremonial herb she's grinding, but I can hear the smile in her voice. I'm not fighting anything. I'm looking for solutions. I pace the length of her sanctum, wings shifting restlessly against my back. The confined space makes them itch, but folding them completely feels too much like surrender. Ah, yes, solutions. Now she does look up, setting her mortar aside to give me her full attention. Such as having someone else kill her since you cannot? The words hit something dark and protective in my chest, making my jaw clench hard enough that my teeth ache. I didn't say that. You didn't need to. It's written across your face like scripture. She rises from her cushion with fluid grace, moving to the altar where sacred flames dance without fuel. Tell me, Mihalis, when you imagine her death, how does it feel? Wrong. The answer comes immediately, unbidden and unwelcome. The thought of Heidi's light going out, those gray-blue eyes closing forever, sends something violent and possessive surging through my veins. Something that wants to burn down anyone who would dare touch what's apparently mine. It feels like a solution to an impossible problem. Jella's laugh is soft and knowing. Liar! I stop pacing to glare at her, but she's unmoved by my displeasure. She's someone who answers only to the gods, which means she's immune to my intimidation tactics. The bond is already taking root, she continues, turning to face me fully. Fighting it will only make the process more painful and more dangerous. You said staying near each other would buy us time. Time to accept what cannot be changed, yes. Not time to find some magical escape route that doesn't exist. She crosses her arms, suddenly looking less like a mystical priestess and more like someone's exasperated aunt. This is a gift, you stubborn fool. Most Zaphen spend their entire lives hoping for a connection this strong. Most Zaphen don't get soul-bonded to human thieves who want nothing more than to slit their throats and run. Most Zaphen don't need to be dragged kicking and screaming toward their own happiness. The accusation hangs in the air between us, sharp enough to draw blood. I want to argue, to list all the very rational reasons why this situation is a disaster rather than a gift. Instead, the pinching in my chest grows stronger, as if my own body is disagreeing with my protests. There has to be another way. Jel shakes her head, violet eyes soft with something that might be pity. The only way forward is through acceptance. Bond with her willingly, or watch the magic tear you both apart slowly. Those are your choices. I leave the temple with those words echoing in my skull, and the uncomfortable truth settling in my bones like an infection. By the time I reach home, the winter sun has disappeared behind the mountains, and the pinching sensation has spread from my chest into my shoulders and down my arms. The house feels different when I enter through the kitchen door, warmer somehow, though not in any way I can quantify. Thera looks up from her prep work with the expression she wears when she's trying very hard not to say something I won't want to hear. "Long day?" she asks, continuing to chop vegetables with mechanical precision. "Pointless day." I slump against the counter, suddenly feeling every one of my years. The Prexa are useless, Jella is unhelpful, and I still have a human locked in my guest room who would rather die than accept what fate has apparently decided for both of us. Not that I'm making much progress on that either. Thera's knife pauses in its rhythm. About that. Something in her tone makes my spine straighten. About what? You're human. She's not exactly locked in the guest room anymore. The temperature in the kitchen drops several degrees as my magic responds to the spike of alarm in my chest. What do you mean? Not locked in the guest room? I mean, she's in the back garden with your daughter, building snow creatures and laughing loud enough to wake the dead. Thera sets down her knife and turns to face me fully, hands on her hips in a posture I remember from childhood lectures. And before you get that look on your face, it was Arita's idea. My daughter is playing with a dangerous criminal. The words come out flat, deadly quiet in the way that usually sends grown men scrambling for cover. Thera, having helped raise me from a temperamental child into a temperamental adult, is entirely unmoved. Your daughter is playing with a young woman who's been nothing but gentle with her. Regan and Elira are watching from the terrace, and Varos is positioned where he can intervene if needed. The kitchen suddenly feels too small, the walls pressing in as my protective instincts clash with something else, something that whispers that if Heidi wanted to hurt Irita, she would have done it by now. The logical part of my mind knows Thera wouldn't have allowed this if there was any real danger, but logic has very little power when it comes to my daughter's safety. This is unacceptable. Is it? Thera crosses her arms, fixing me with the look that means she's about to say something I definitely don't want to hear. Because from where I'm standing, this might be exactly what both of them need. Irita doesn't need to be forming attachments to someone who won't be staying. And how do you know she won't be staying? The question catches me off guard, mainly because I don't have a good answer. The bond ensures Heidi will have to stay close, at least until it's completed, or we both die from the separation. But beyond that immediate necessity... She hates me, I say finally. She's made that abundantly clear. She's terrified of you, Thera corrects, resuming her chopping with renewed vigor. There's a difference. Fear can change into other things, given time and patience. I don't have time for patience. Then you'd better develop some, because that girl isn't going anywhere. And neither are you, if that pinched look on your face is any indication. She gestures toward my chest with her knife. The bond's getting stronger, isn't it? I don't answer, but the way my hand involuntarily moves to rub at the ache gives me away. If you and the girl are attached by fate, maybe you should try getting to know her instead of treating her like a prisoner, Thera continues with the relentless logic of someone who's never met a problem she couldn't solve through pure common sense. You might discover she's more than just a pretty thief with a smart mouth. I don't want to get to know her. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. The truth is that I've been thinking about Heidi since the moment she walked into Vestige, the way she moved through the crowd like dangerous water, the flash of defiance in her eyes when I caught her, the soft sound she made when I carried her out of the temple. Even now, knowing she's somewhere in my house, breathing my air and wearing clothes I provided, sends something possessive and hungry coiling through my chest. But wanting her and trusting her are entirely different things. And Irita's safety comes before any desires I might have developed for storm-colored eyes and a mouth that promises either salvation or destruction. Thera smirks like she can read every thought in my head. Well, Irida does. Want to get to know her, that is. She's been asking about her new friend all afternoon. My blood turns to ice. Her what? Instead of answering, Thera points toward the windows that overlook the back garden. Through the glass, I can see the terrace where Reagan and Elira stand watch. And beyond that, my daughter is laughing with pure, uninhibited joy as she and Heidi roll a massive snowball across the dark sand. Even from this distance, I can see the bright flush of excitement in Irida's cheeks, the way her wings flutter with happiness as she directs their construction project with the imperious authority of a 6-year-old architect. And Heidi is smiling. Not the sharp, defensive expression I've seen her wear like armor, but something soft and genuine as she follows Irida's increasingly elaborate instructions. She's wearing the practical clothes we provided, dark trousers and boots that let her move freely, and her hair has escaped whatever restraint she'd used earlier to fall in dark waves around her shoulders. She looks young, happy, like someone who might actually enjoy building snow creatures with an enthusiastic child instead of plotting escape routes and nursing grudges. This is unacceptable, I repeat, but the words lack conviction. Why? Because your daughter is having fun? Because she's finally found someone who doesn't treat her like spun glass or talk to her in that careful way adults use when they're afraid of saying the wrong thing? Thera's voice carries 30 years of exasperation. Or because you're discovering that your thief isn't quite the monster you wanted her to be. I don't answer because I can't. Because watching Heidi laugh at something Irida says, seeing the careful way she helps my daughter lift heavy snow without making it obvious she's doing most of the work, is doing things to the cold, controlled parts of my heart that I'm not prepared to examine. The pinching in my chest eases for the first time all day. You need to go out there, Thera says quietly. Irida will want to show you what they've built, and you need to see how they are together. I need to remind that girl exactly what her situation is. What you need is to stop being so damn stubborn that you miss what's right in front of you. Before I can argue further, movement in the garden catches my attention. Irida has spotted me through the window, her face lighting up like sunrise as she waves enthusiastically. Even through the glass, I can see her mouth forming words, probably calling for me to come outside and witness whatever masterpiece she's created. Heidi follows Irida's gaze, her expression shifting from relaxed enjoyment to something guarded and wary when she sees me watching. But she doesn't pull away from my daughter, doesn't make excuses to retreat inside. She simply straightens her shoulders and lifts her chin in a gesture of defiance that's becoming familiar. She's not running, I observe, more to myself than to Thera. Would you? If you were finally having a moment of peace after being locked in a room all day? Point taken. And Irida is practically vibrating with excitement, her small hands pressed against the window as she gestures for me to join them. The sight of her joy does what it always does, melts every defense I possess, and reminds me that I would walk through fire if it meant keeping that smile on her face. If anything happens to my daughter, nothing will happen to your daughter, Thera says with complete certainty. That girl has been watching Irida like she's made of precious stones. She's protective of her. Another surprise in a day full of them. I study Heidi through the window, noting the way she positions herself between Irida and the deeper shadows of the garden, how her eyes regularly scan their surroundings despite her apparent focus on their project. Professional wariness or something more personal? Go, Thera urges, making shooing motions with her hands, before Irida decides to come in and drag you out herself. I push away from the counter, my decision made for me by 6 years of practice at being unable to deny my daughter anything she truly wants. The back door opens onto the terrace where my guards watch with barely concealed amusement as Irida demonstrates the proper technique for snow architecture. Dad! Her voice carries across the garden like music, bright and clear in the cold air. Dad, come see. We made snow liqueur and they're magnificent. The joy in her voice pulls me forward despite every instinct that screams this is dangerous territory. Irida races toward me with her usual enthusiasm, leaving Heidi standing beside their creations with an expression I can't quite read. "Look what we built!" Eureka crashes into my legs with the full force of her small body, wings fluttering as she points toward an impressive collection of snow sculptures. "Heidi! Oh, Dad, this is my friend Heidi. She showed me how to make the manes all fluffy, and we gave them ember eyes made from your fire crystals." Sure enough, scattered across the dark sand are half a dozen snow creatures that actually do resemble the stone Likar that guard the city temples. Someone with artistic skill and infinite patience helped craft them, because Eureka's usual snow attempts look more like abstract lumps than recognizable animals. "They're very impressive," I tell her honestly, crouching down so we're eye level. "You've been working hard." "Heidi worked hard too," Eureka says, with the fierce loyalty she shows toward anyone she's decided to claim as hers. "She's really good at building things, and she knows lots of stories about snow creatures from other places. Did you know that in the northern mountains, people make snow dragons that they enchant to fly around their villages?" "I did not know that." I glance toward Heidi, who's watching our interaction with careful attention. "That sounds like quite an adventure." She said maybe someday she could show me the real ones if we ever travel north. Irida's eyes shine with the kind of hope that could move mountains or break hearts, depending on the circumstances. The casual way she talks about someday and we sends something sharp through my chest. In the span of a single afternoon, my daughter has apparently decided that Heidi is a permanent fixture in her life. The thought should terrify me, and part of it does. But another part, the part that's been aching all day from the incomplete bond, whispers that maybe Irida's instincts aren't wrong. "Dad, can you help us make the biggest snow Likar ever?" Irida asks, tugging on my hand with both of hers. "Heidi says it would be easier with someone tall to reach the high parts." I should say no. I should take Irida inside, remind Heidi of the boundaries of her situation, and return to the safer distance of treating her like what she is, a complication I'm forced to endure. Instead, I find myself nodding, because my daughter has never had me turn her down. "Show me what you need." Irida's squeal of delight probably echoes across half the district as she drags me toward their sculpture site. Heidi watches our approach with wariness, but there's something else in her expression now, a softness around her eyes as she takes in the way Irida clings to my hand like I might disappear if she lets go. "Heidi, this is my dad," Irida announces unnecessarily, like she hasn't considered why Heidi was even in the house in the first place. "Dad, this is Heidi. She's wonderful." The simple, matter-of-fact way she says it, like Heidi being wonderful, is as obvious as the sky being blue, does something dangerous to the careful walls I've built around my feelings about this situation. "We've met," I say carefully, offering Heidi a nod that I hope conveys politeness rather than the complicated tangle of attraction and suspicion currently warring in my chest. "Hello," Heidi replies, her voice carrying the same careful neutrality. But there's something different about her now. Less sharp edges, fewer visible weapons. Being with Irida seems to have sanded away some of her defensive spikes, revealing glimpses of who she might be when she's not fighting for survival. "Tell him about the Snow Dragon Village," Irida demands, settling herself on a convenient snowbank like she's preparing for a lengthy tale. "Tell him about the ice bridges and the wind dancers." Heidi glances at me uncertainly, probably trying to gauge whether I want to hear stories from a thief or if I'm looking for reasons to end this impromptu gathering. What she finds in my expression must reassure her, because she begins talking about a village built into mountainsides where the residents craft elaborate ice sculptures that move with the wind. Her voice, when she's not wielding it like a weapon, has a musical quality that matches the lyrical way she describes frozen waterfalls and buildings carved from solid ice. Irida hangs on every word, occasionally asking questions that Heidi answers with the kind of detail that suggests she's actually been to these places rather than simply heard about them. As she talks, I find myself watching the way winter light catches the gold flecks in her gray eyes, the unconscious grace of her gestures as she describes the wind dancers who perform on platforms of enchanted ice. There's intelligence in her storytelling, an artist's eye for detail that speaks to education beyond what most thieves receive. More mysteries, more complications. When Arita insists we begin work on our massive snow liker, I find myself kneeling in dark sand beside a woman who should be my prisoner, helping my daughter create something beautiful and temporary. Heidi works with efficient skill, her hands sure as she shapes snow into recognizable forms. Every so often she glances at me with something that might be surprise, as if she didn't expect me to know how to play. "The mane needs to be bigger," Arita declares from her perch on my shoulders, where she's directing operations with the authority of a general commanding troops. "More fierce. Heidi, show him how you did the curly parts on the little ones." Without hesitation, Heidi reaches across the space between us to guide my hands in the proper technique. Her fingers are cool against mine, but not cold, just enough contrast to make me hyper-aware of every point of contact. The touch sends heat racing up my arms, and for a moment I forget how to breathe. She pulls back quickly, as if she's felt the same electric jolt, her cheeks flushing with color that has nothing to do with the winter air. "Like that," she says quietly, not quite meeting my eyes. The casual intimacy of the moment, three of us working together, Irita's laughter mixing with our quieter conversation, the domesticity of shared creation, shakes me. This is what I didn't know I was missing. Not just companionship, but this specific constellation of people, this particular harmony. For the first time since Gel confirmed the soul bond, I find myself wondering what would happen if I stopped fighting it. Chapter 8. Mihalis. A week of this. A week of Irita orchestrating elaborate schemes to throw Heidi and me together at every opportunity. Tea parties where she insists we both participate, reading sessions where she demands we sit close enough that our knees touch, walks through the garden where she accidentally gets distracted by interesting rocks, leaving us alone to make stilted conversation about weather and snow sculpture techniques. My daughter has all the subtlety of a volcanic eruption, but her campaign is working despite my better judgment. The pinching in my chest has evolved into something more insistent, a persistent ache that only eases when Heidi is within arm's reach. This morning, when I tried to leave for an early meeting at Vestige while she was still sleeping, the pain hit me like a blade between the ribs before I'd even reached the front door. I'd found myself turning around, climbing the stairs to check that she was still breathing, still present, still anchored to whatever invisible tether now connects us. She'd been awake, sitting by her window with a book from my library, and the relief that flooded through me when our eyes met was both welcome and deeply irritating. "The bond is progressing faster than usual," Gel had confirmed yesterday, when I'd finally swallowed my pride and asked for another consultation. "Fighting it may be accelerating the process rather than slowing it down. Your magic recognizes what your mind refuses to accept. Which brings me to tonight's problem. I have business at Vestige, real business, the kind that requires my physical presence and can't be delegated to subordinates. The quarterly review with my floor managers, followed by a meeting with suppliers who won't deal with anyone but me personally. The kind of evening that typically lasts until well past midnight. The kind of evening that, a week ago, I could have managed without any consideration for anyone else's schedule or comfort. Now, the thought of being separated from Heidi for 8 hours sends sharp warning pains through my chest, like my body preparing for the worse agony that will follow. Leaving her here isn't an option anymore. Which is how I find myself standing outside her door at sunset, holding a garment box and trying to convince myself this is purely practical. "We're going out," I announce when she opens the door. No preamble, no explanation, just the facts delivered in the same tone I'd used to inform her the sky is blue. She blinks at me, clearly still adjusting to the reality that our interactions no longer begin with threats or demands for her immediate cooperation. "Going out where?" "Vestige. I have business that can't wait, and the bond won't let me leave you behind." Something flickers across her expression, surprise, maybe, or calculation. She's gotten better at hiding her thoughts this week, but not better enough to completely mask the way her pulse jumps when I mention the club. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Neither do I agree, extending the box toward her. "But practicality wins over preference. You'll need appropriate clothing. She takes the box reluctantly, like it might contain something that bites. What's wrong with what I have? What she has is practical, serviceable clothing designed for warmth and mobility. Dark trousers, simple shirts, boots meant for function rather than fashion. Perfectly appropriate for building snow creatures with my daughter or reading in my library. Entirely wrong for Vestige, where appearance is currency and the wrong outfit marks you as prey. Vestige isn't a place for practical clothes, I explain, though explaining feels strange after a week of mostly communicating through shared glances and careful politeness. It's a place where being overlooked can be dangerous, and standing out incorrectly can be fatal. She opens the box despite her obvious reluctance, then goes very still at whatever she finds inside. When she looks up at me again, her cheeks carry a flush that has nothing to do with the warmth of her room. This is... She trails off, apparently unable to find words for whatever she's discovered. Appropriate, I finish firmly. Vestige has expectations. You'll need to meet them. The truth is more complicated. I'd spent an embarrassing amount of time selecting the dress, rejecting option after option until I found something that would showcase her natural beauty while keeping her safe. The deep emerald silk will bring out the gold flecks in her eyes, while the high neckline and long sleeves ensure she won't attract the wrong kind of attention. Elegant enough to mark her as someone under my protection, modest enough that I won't spend the entire evening fighting the urge to murder every male who looks at her. Not that I'm admitting any of that out loud. I'll wait downstairs, I add when she continues staring at the box like it's full of serpents. 20 minutes. She nods mutely, still apparently processing the implications of whatever she's found in the silk-lined interior. I retreat to my office to handle last-minute correspondence, but concentration proves elusive. Every few minutes I catch myself listening for sounds from upstairs, footsteps, running water, the rustle of fabric. When silence stretches too long, anxiety creeps up my spine with suggestions that she's escaped through her window or collapsed from some delayed reaction to the bond's pressure. Ridiculous concerns, but the bond makes rational thought increasingly difficult when she's not in sight. 23 minutes later, I hear her footsteps on the stairs. Measured, careful steps that suggest either nervousness or calculation, possibly both. I close the file I've been pretending to read and turn toward the office door just as she appears in the doorway. Every coherent thought abandons my brain. The dress fits her like it was crafted specifically for her body, which, considering the skill of my usual tailor and the measurements I'd provided, it essentially was. The emerald silk skims her curves without clinging, the deep color transforming her pale skin into porcelain and making her eyes look like storm-touched seas. Her hair falls in dark waves over one shoulder, revealing the elegant line of her neck. She's beautiful. Not just attractive or appealing, but genuinely, devastatingly beautiful in a way that makes my chest tight and my hands itch to touch. "Will this be acceptable?" she asks, and there's something in her voice that suggests she knows exactly what effect she's having. "It will suffice," I manage. She raises an eyebrow at my tone, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. High praise from someone who owns the most exclusive club in the city. The teasing note in her voice is new, a development from our week of careful coexistence. She's been testing boundaries, offering small glimpses of who she might be when she's not actively planning escape routes. This version of her, confident and slightly playful, does dangerous things to my self-control. "We should go," I say before I can do something stupid like tell her how stunning she looks. The carriage ride to Vestige passes in carefully maintained silence. I'd usually fly, but I chose not to embarrass her by carrying her around again. She sits across from me rather than beside me, maintaining proper distance while staying close enough that the bond's pressure remains manageable. Every so often I catch her studying me with the same intensity I'm trying not to direct at her. The problem is that proximity makes everything harder to ignore. The way she moves with unconscious grace, the subtle scent of the soap she uses, the occasional flash of genuine emotion across her features when she thinks I'm not watching. A week of being near her constantly has made me acutely aware of details I have no business noticing, like the way she holds herself when she's nervous, shoulders straight but hands clasped tightly in her lap, or how she unconsciously touches her lower lip when she's thinking. Small things that speak to deeper vulnerabilities she works hard to hide. Vestige's exterior glows against the winter night, obsidian walls reflecting the light from enchanted sconces. The usual crowd waits behind rope barriers, hoping for admission to spaces they'll never be wealthy or connected enough to access. My carriage passes them without stopping, pulling directly up to the private entrance reserved for ownership and VIP guests. "Stay close," I tell Heidi as we exit the carriage. "Don't wander, don't accept drinks from anyone but staff I personally introduce you to, and don't leave my sight." She nods, but I catch the way her eyes scan the crowd with professional interest. Old habits, probably. Cataloging exits and opportunities even when she's not actively planning theft. The moment we enter Vestige proper, the atmosphere washes over us like a physical force. Heat, sound, the press of bodies moving to music that seems to pulse with its own life. The main floor churns with dancers and drinkers, all beautiful, all dangerous in their own ways. Smoke from enchanted pipes creates hazy clouds that shift color with the light, and the air itself seems charged with possibility and threat. Heidi's hand finds my arm automatically. Whether for comfort or guidance, I'm not sure. The contact sends heat racing through my veins, and the bond's constant ache eases to barely noticeable pressure. "This is," she breathes, voice barely audible over the music. "Overwhelming?" I suggest, placing my free hand over hers to keep her anchored to my side. "Magnificent," she corrects, and the wonder in her voice catches me off guard. I suppose it looks different when she can take it in, not searching for places to hide. She's not afraid. Nervous, yes, but not cowering or looking for escape routes. Instead, she's drinking in the spectacle with the appreciation of someone who understands artistry when she sees it. The realization that she can see Vestige the way I do, as something beautiful rather than just profitable, does something warm and dangerous to my chest. We make our way through the crowd toward the VIP stairs, and I become acutely aware of the attention she's drawing. Not the obvious, predatory stares that would require immediate correction, but something subtler. Appreciative glances, speculative looks, the kind of interest that marks her as someone worth knowing. It shouldn't bother me. Beautiful women draw attention in places like this. It's part of the atmosphere, part of what makes Vestige successful. But every lingering look sends possessive heat through my veins. Every appreciative glance makes my jaw clench with the effort of maintaining civilized behavior. Halfway across the floor, a young Zaffin with silver hair and expensive clothes steps directly into our path. His wings are pristine white, marking him as minor nobility, and his smile is polished in the way that suggests he's used to getting what he wants through charm alone. "Mihalis," he says, with the easy familiarity of someone who doesn't understand that using my first name uninvited is a privilege few possess. "Good to see you here tonight, and who might this lovely creature be?" His gaze settles on Heidi with obvious appreciation, lingering on the elegant line of her throat and the way the emerald dress showcases her figure. The look is respectful enough, barely, but something primal and violent stirs in my chest at the sight of another male cataloging her attractions. He probably thinks she's some sex slave he can buy once I'm done for the night, which makes me angrier than I should feel in a city where that's usually true. "She's with me," I reply, keeping my voice level through sheer force of will. Of course. Of course." His smile doesn't waver, though something sharper flickers in his eyes. "I don't believe we've been introduced, though. I'm Calum Thorne." He extends his hand toward Heidi with the expectation that she'll accept the greeting. A perfectly reasonable social interaction that should prompt nothing more than mild annoyance at his presumption. Instead, I feel my wings spread slightly, a threat display I'm not entirely conscious of making. "She's not available for introductions," I say, my voice dropping to a lower register that carries more threat than the words alone. Calum's eyebrows rise at my tone, but he's smart enough to step back. "No offense intended, of course. Enjoy your evening." He melts back into the crowd, leaving us alone again, but the damage is done. The possessive fury that flared at his attention to Heidi hasn't subsided. If anything, it's growing stronger as I notice other appreciative glances being cast in her direction. "That was rude," Heidi observes quietly. "That was necessary," I correct, my hand tightening on her arm as I guide her toward the stairs. She doesn't argue, but I catch the way she glances at me with something that might be curiosity or satisfaction. It's hard to tell in the shifting light. The VIP lounge offers relative quiet and privacy, though we're not alone. A handful of regular clients occupy the plush seating areas, nursing expensive drinks and conducting the kind of business that requires discretion. I nod to familiar faces as we pass, but don't stop for conversation. My usual table sits in the far corner, positioned to offer views of both the main floor below and all approaches to our location. Defensible, private, perfect for conducting business while maintaining awareness of surroundings. I settle into the leather chair that's been mine for years, expecting Heidi to take the seat across from me. Instead, she hesitates beside the table, uncertainty flickering across her features. "Sit," I tell her, gesturing toward the opposite chair. She does, but something about the distance bothers me. The bond, probably. We're close enough that it's not causing pain, but not close enough to eliminate the underlying pressure entirely. Or maybe it's the way she keeps glancing toward the main floor, clearly fascinated by the spectacle below. "Drink?" I offer, signaling one of the servers. "Wine, if you have it." I order wine for her and amaranth for myself, then lean back to study her reaction to our surroundings. She's trying to appear sophisticated and worldly, but I catch small tells that give away her genuine fascination. The way her gaze keeps drifting to the elaborate glass sculptures that serve as light fixtures. How she traces patterns on the table's marble surface with unconscious appreciation for the craftsmanship. "You're staring," she says without looking at me. I'm observing. Is there a difference? "Intent," I reply honestly. "Staring is invasive. Observation is educational." She does look at me then, storm-colored eyes sharp with intelligence. "And what exactly are you learning? That you appreciate beauty even when you're trying to hide it? That you're more comfortable with luxury than you want to admit? That the dress I chose brings out gold flecks in your eyes that make them look like precious stones? That you're not what I expected," I say instead. The server arrives with our drinks before she can respond, providing a convenient interruption. She sips her wine carefully, testing for tampering, I realize, though she tries to make it look casual. Smart, paranoid, but smart. "Your meetings," she says after a moment. "How long will they take?" "As long as necessary." I check the time, noting that my floor manager should arrive soon. "Why?" "Curiosity. I've never been privy to how places like this operate." Another piece of information to file away. For all her street-smart wariness, she's not familiar with high-end establishments, which suggests her criminal activities have been limited to smaller targets, probably by necessity rather than choice. "And what do you think?" I ask, genuinely curious about her assessment. She considers the question seriously, her gaze sweeping the VIP area before dropping to the main floor below. It's carefully constructed. Every detail serves a purpose: the lighting, the music, the layout. It's designed to make people feel sophisticated while loosening their inhibitions. Accurate enough to be impressive. "Go on." "The real business happens up here, away from the performance below. Down there is theater. Up here is where decisions get made." She meets my eyes directly. It's brilliant, actually, and probably extremely profitable. The genuine appreciation in her voice does something warm to my chest. Most people see vestige as either sinful entertainment or a necessary evil. She sees it as the carefully crafted enterprise it actually is. "You approve?" "I respect competence," she replies. "Whatever else you are, you're good at this." Before I can respond to that unexpected compliment, my floor manager appears at the table's edge. Marcus is reliable, efficient, and smart enough to not comment on my unusual companion beyond a polite nod in her direction. "Sir, ready for the weekly review?" I should send Heidi away while we discuss business. Revenue figures, staffing issues, security concerns. Nothing she needs to hear. But the bond's pressure increases the moment I consider asking her to move to another table, and something protective and possessive rebels at the idea of letting her out of sight in a place like this. Yes. Heidi, this is Rantel, my floor manager. Rantel, Heidi. Rantel offers her a respectful greeting before settling into the chair beside mine with a folder of reports. As he begins outlining the week's numbers, I'm peripherally aware of Heidi listening with obvious interest. She doesn't interrupt or ask questions, but her attention never wavers. 20 minutes later, when Rantel finishes his presentation and excuses himself, she's the first to speak. Your revenue is up 18% from last quarter, she observes. That's impressive growth for an established business. I stare at her. You were following the numbers? You were discussing them 3 feet away from me. It would have been impossible not to follow along. She sips her wine, apparently unaware that she's just demonstrated mathematical skills that most nobles would struggle to match. The seasonal variations are interesting. I assume winter brings higher volume because people want warm places to gather? Among other factors. I'm still processing the casual way she absorbed and analyzed complex financial data. Do you often listen to business discussions? I listen to everything. It's a survival skill. She shrugs like advanced mathematical analysis is something every street thief masters as a matter of course. Numbers don't lie the way people do. Another mystery to add to the growing collection. Her education, her obvious intelligence, the cultivated way she speaks when she's not actively trying to intimidate or deflect. None of it matches the background I'd assumed for someone who makes her living through theft. Before I can pursue that line of inquiry, my suppliers arrive. 2 Xafan brothers who import rare spirits from the southern regions, men I've done business with for years. The greeting is warm but professional, though I don't miss the way their gazes linger on Heidi with obvious curiosity. Gentlemen, I acknowledge, rising to clasp hands with each of them. Heidi, meet Darius and Evander Stellan. They keep Vestige stocked with the finest amaranth money can buy. The brothers offer polite greetings, but their attention keeps drifting back to her with the kind of speculation that sets my teeth on edge. Not lustful, they're too professional for that, but interested in a way that suggests they're trying to place her significance in my life. As we settle into discussion of shipping schedules and pricing adjustments, I become increasingly aware of how the evening's dynamics are affecting me. Every time someone looks at Heidi with interest, possessive heat flares through my chest. When she shifts in her chair, drawing attention to the elegant line of her legs beneath emerald silk, my hands clench involuntarily. The bond is making everything more intense, but this feels like something deeper than magical compulsion. This feels personal. Midway through our discussion of transport security, Heidi excuses herself to visit the powder room. I watch her navigate the VIP area with fluid grace, noting how she instinctively chooses a path that keeps her back to walls and exits within sight. Beautiful woman, Darius comments once she's out of earshot. Indeed, Evander agrees. Quite striking. How long have you had her? The casual assumption that I own her should prompt immediate correction. Instead, I hear myself saying, "That's not your concern." Both brothers raise eyebrows at my sharp tone, but they're smart enough not to press. We return to business discussions, though I find my attention split between contract negotiations and tracking Heidi's progress across the lounge. She's been gone too long. The powder room visit should have taken 5 minutes, 10 at most. It's been 15, and the bond's pressure is building toward actual discomfort. Excuse me, I interrupt whatever Evander is saying about customs delays. I'll be right back. I rise from the table with enough controlled urgency that both brothers immediately understand something's wrong, though they're too professional to comment. The VIP lounge suddenly feels too large, too full of potential hiding places and exits I can't monitor simultaneously. I find her near the balcony overlooking the main floor, standing at the railing with wine glass in hand. She's not alone. A young Zaffin with storm-gray wings is positioned closer than any stranger should be, his hand resting on the railing mere inches from hers. The possessive fury that tears through me is immediate and overwhelming. "Absolutely fascinating," he's saying as I approach. "Why don't you come downstairs with me? I think we could find more interesting things to get up to." "I don't think that's possible," Heidi replies politely, but she doesn't step away from him. "Anything's possible with the right incentive," he persists, moving fractionally closer. "A woman like you shouldn't be wasted on—" "On what?" I ask pleasantly, appearing at Heidi's other side like a shadow given substance. The young Zaffin startles, clearly not having sensed my approach. When he turns to face me, recognition dawns in his eyes, followed immediately by the pale realization that he's been propositioning someone under my protection. "Vorath," he stammers. "I didn't realize, that is, I wasn't aware." "Weren't aware of what?" My voice remains conversational, but something in my tone makes him take an automatic step backward. "I should go," he says quickly. "Enjoy your evening." He disappears into the crowd with the speed of someone who understands exactly how close he came to making a potentially fatal mistake. I watch him go, satisfied by his retreat but still burning with the urge to follow through on the violence his presumption deserved. "That was unnecessary," Heidi says quietly. "Was it?" I turn to face her fully, noting the flush in her cheeks that could be from wine or something else entirely. "He was propositioning you. I can handle unwanted attention without your intervention. Not here. Not in my club." The words are harsh, edged with possessive heat that I'm no longer trying to hide. "Here. You're under my protection. That means something." She studies my face with those storm-colored eyes, searching for something I'm not sure she finds. "And what exactly does being under your protection entail?" The question hangs between us, loaded with implications neither of us is quite ready to acknowledge. The honest answer is that I don't know. The situation is unprecedented, and I'm making up rules as I go along. But the bond is singing with satisfaction at having her close again, and the primitive part of my brain is purring with approval at having demonstrated my claim on her to potential rivals. "It means," I say carefully, "that anyone who wants access to you goes through me first." Something flickers across her expression. Surprise, maybe, or something that looks dangerously like approval. She doesn't immediately object to the possessive undertone in my words, which is interesting considering how fiercely she's guarded her independence since the moment I met her. "I should get back to my meeting," I add, though the words feel like admitting defeat. "Of course." She falls into step beside me as we return to the table, close enough that our arms brush with every few steps. The contact shouldn't affect me as strongly as it does. A week of careful coexistence should have built up some immunity to her proximity. Instead, every casual touch sends heat racing through my veins. Every shared glance feels weighted with possibility. When we reach the table, I don't guide her to the chair across from me. Instead, I pull out the seat directly beside mine, close enough that our knees will touch, close enough that I can catch the subtle scent of her perfume. She slides into the chair without comment, but I catch the small smile that tugs at the corner of her mouth. The rest of the meeting passes in a haze of professional discussion, punctuated by acute awareness of her presence. Every time she shifts position, every time she reaches for her wine glass, every time she leans slightly closer to follow the conversation, all of it registers with heightened clarity. By the time the Stellan brothers take their leave, promising prompt delivery of our next shipment, the bond's pressure has faded to barely noticeable background sensation. Having her this close creates a buffer that makes everything easier, though it comes with the complication of wanting to touch her constantly. "Interesting evening," she comments once we're alone again. Business usually is when it's done properly. I meant the possessive display earlier. Her directness catches me off guard. Should I expect more of that? The question forces me to examine motivations I'd rather leave unanalyzed. The truth is that yes, she should probably expect more of it. The bond is making territorial impulses stronger, and watching other males show interest in her brings out predatory instincts I'm not entirely in control of. Would that bother you? I ask instead of answering directly. She considers this seriously, swirling wine in her glass while she thinks. When she finally meets my gaze, there's something in her expression that makes my pulse quicken. No, she says quietly. I don't think it would. The admission hangs between us like a challenge, loaded with implications that neither of us is quite ready to pursue. But something has shifted in the space of this evening. Some barrier has been crossed that we can't uncross.
Chapter 9. Heidi. The admission settles between us like smoke, curling around the edges of something I'm not ready to name. My pulse quickens, and I reach for my wineglass to give my hands something to do besides fidget. We should head home soon, he says, but his voice carries a roughness that wasn't there before. Irida will want to hear about your first visit to Vestige. Home. The word slides through me with dangerous warmth, and I don't correct it even though this arrangement is supposed to be temporary. Even though I should be plotting my escape instead of sitting here in emerald silk, letting myself enjoy the way his presence makes the bond's pressure fade to nothing. The carriage ride back passes in charged silence. He sits across from me again, but the careful distance feels different now. Deliberate rather than polite, like he's fighting the same urge to close the space that's making my skin feel too tight. When we arrive at his estate, Thera greets us at the door with the kind of knowing look that makes my cheeks burn. She takes one glance at the dress, at the way Mihalis's hand hovers protectively near my lower back as we enter, and her expression shifts into something dangerously close to satisfaction. Irida's been asleep for hours, she informs us, but she made me promise to wake her if you came back early enough for a story. It's past midnight, Mihalis protests, but there's no real authority in it. We all know he'll cave if his daughter asks. I'll go change, I murmur, suddenly hyper-aware of how the silk clings to my skin, how exposed I feel under the warm lights of his home. But when I reach my room, I don't immediately strip out of the dress. Instead, I catch myself staring at my reflection in the mirror, trying to reconcile this elegant stranger with the street thief who broke into Vestige all those nights ago. The woman looking back at me appears comfortable with luxury, at ease in expensive fabric. She looks like someone who belongs in a place like this. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it sends guilt spiralling through my chest. I've been here 10 days. 10 days of soft beds and regular meals, of Irida's laughter and Mihalis's careful consideration. 10 days of not once attempting a real escape, of letting myself sink into the rhythm of this life like it's something I deserve. I should feel trapped. Should be clawing at the walls, planning elaborate breakouts, counting down the hours until I can disappear back into the city's shadows where I belong. Instead, when I think about leaving, all I can picture is Irida's face crumpling with confusion and hurt. Why did Heidi go away? Didn't she like us? The dress comes off easily, but the guilt clings like a second skin as I change into my nightgown. I've become comfortable here, more than comfortable. I've started to care about these people, started to want things I have no right to want, started to imagine staying. 3 days later, I'm sprawled on the library floor with Irida, helping her arrange her collection of special rocks while snow falls steadily outside the tall windows. She's explaining the unique properties of each stone with the serious intensity only 6-year-olds can muster. I'm listening as intently as I can while ignoring the pain in my chest. It's getting worse, to the point that I need Mihalis around all the time. Not that I'd admit it. This one's for protection, she says, placing a smooth black pebble in my palm. And this one brings good dreams. Dad gave it to me when I had nightmares about thunder. The casual mention of Mihalis's tenderness toward his daughter does something warm and dangerous to my chest. Over the past week, I've seen glimpses of the man he becomes around Irida, patient where he's normally sharp, playful where he's usually controlled. He'll spend an entire afternoon building elaborate snow fortresses if she asks, his expression soft with indulgent affection. "What about this one?" I ask, picking up a piece of deep green stone that catches the light like captured starfire. "That's my favourite!" Her face lights up with excitement. "It's supposed to help people who are meant to be together find each other, like soulmates, but for regular people too. Dad says it's silly, but I think it works." My throat tightens. "Why do you think that?" "Because I found it the day after you came here," she says matter-of-factly. "And you stayed, so the magic must be working." Before I can figure out how to respond to that devastating piece of childhood logic, Mihalis appears in the doorway. His hair is slightly mussed from whatever he's been working on, and there's ink on his fingers, signs that he's been handling correspondence in his office. "What are we discussing so seriously?" he asks, settling onto the floor beside us with the kind of fluid grace that shouldn't be possible for someone his size. "Heidi likes my rock collection," Irida announces, immediately abandoning her careful arrangements to crawl into his lap. "I told her about the soulmate one." Something flickers across his expression, too quick for me to interpret before it's gone. "Did you?" "She thinks it's working because I stayed," I say, meeting his gaze over Irida's dark curls. "Children see magic everywhere," he replies carefully. "It's one of their gifts." But his eyes don't leave mine, and I catch something in them that makes my pulse quicken. Like maybe he's not entirely convinced the magic is imaginary either. Irida wriggles around in his arms until she's facing both of us, her expression suddenly serious. "Dad, can we show Heidi the garden maze tomorrow? I want her to see the ice sculptures." "If the weather permits," he agrees. But I catch the way his gaze drifts to where I'm still holding her green stone. "Will you come too?" Irida asks me, golden eyes bright with hope. "The maze is really fun when Dad plays hide-and-seek with me." The image that conjures, Mihalis stalking through hedge corridors while his daughter shrieks with delighted laughter, sends warmth spiralling through my chest. "I'd like that." "Perfect!" She claps her hands together. "It'll be like a family adventure." The word family makes my chest ache. Casual, innocent, the way children speak truths adults spend years avoiding. But the way Mihalis goes very still tells me he heard it too, felt the same jolt of recognition and longing. "We should let Dad get back to his work," I say when the silence stretches too long. But Irida's already scrambling out of her father's lap, apparently satisfied now that tomorrow's plans are confirmed. "I'm going to ask Elira if we can have hot chocolate in the maze, with those little sugar cookies." She darts from the room with the energy only children possess, leaving me alone on the floor with Mihalis and a scattered collection of rocks that suddenly feel weighted with significance. "She's getting attached," he says quietly. "So am I." The admission slips out before I can stop it, honest and raw in the warm library air. His gaze sharpens, searching my face for something I'm not sure I want him to find. "That wasn't the plan." "No," I agree. "It wasn't." We're sitting too close. Close enough that I can see the faint lines around his eyes, smell the subtle scent of his skin beneath expensive soap. Close enough that when he reaches out to take the green stone from my palm, his fingers brush mine and send electricity racing up my arm. He doesn't pull away immediately. Neither do I. For a moment that stretches like eternity, we sit there on the library floor with his hand covering mine, both of us pretending this is about rocks and childhood magic instead of something infinitely more dangerous. "Heidi," he says, and my name sounds different in his voice. Rougher, like it costs him something to say it. I know. I do know. I know this is getting complicated in ways neither of us anticipated. Know that whatever's building between us goes far beyond magical compulsion. Know that I should be terrified instead of exhilarated. I know. But I don't move away. Don't break the contact that's making my skin burn and my breath catch. Instead, I let myself have this moment, this single point of connection that feels more real than anything I've experienced in years. When he finally pulls back, the loss of contact is almost painful. The bond's pressure doesn't return, we're still close enough to keep it at bay. But something else aches in its absence. Something that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with want. The next morning dawns clear and bright, winter sunlight turning the snow-covered grounds into a crystalline wonderland. Irida practically vibrates with excitement through breakfast, chattering about ice sculptures and secret passages, while Mihalis listens with patient amusement. The maze is Irida's favourite place on the grounds, he explains to me over coffee. Each winter, the gardeners create new ice installations throughout the pathways. It's become something of a tradition. Dad's being shy, Irida pipes up around a mouthful of toast. They're not just installations, they're magical. They change when you're not looking. The magic of perspective, Mihalis corrects gently. But there's warmth in his voice that makes my chest tight. Watching them together is becoming a sweet torture. The way he automatically cuts her food into smaller pieces, how she unconsciously mirrors his posture, the shared glances that speak of inside jokes and deep affection. It's a glimpse into a kind of love I've never experienced. Unconditional, protective, absolutely certain. And I want it, want to be part of it with a desperation that should shame me but doesn't. An hour later, we're bundled in winter coats and walking through snow that crunches pleasantly underfoot. The maze entrance is marked by towering hedges shaped into elegant arches, their dark green providing stark contrast to the white world around us. The trick, Irida confides as we enter the first corridor, is to remember that the centre isn't always the goal. Sometimes the best parts are hidden in the corners. It's surprisingly profound advice from someone who barely reaches my waist. I'm still processing it when Mihalis adds, "She's not wrong. The maze was designed to reward exploration rather than efficiency." The first ice sculpture appears around the second turn, a delicate fountain frozen mid-splash, each droplet captured in crystalline perfection. Sunlight refracts through the ice, throwing rainbow patterns across the snow-covered ground. It's beautiful, I breathe, genuinely awed. There are 12 more, Irida announces proudly. Dad, can we play the hiding game now? What's the hiding game? I ask, though I suspect I already know. Dad closes his eyes and counts to 30 while we hide, she explains. Then he has to find us. But the maze is really big, so it takes forever if you find a good spot. The idea of being hunted through hedge corridors by a predator like Mihalis sends an entirely inappropriate thrill down my spine. That sounds interesting. I'll give you a head start, he offers. And there's something in his voice that makes me suspect he knows exactly what kind of reaction this game is likely to provoke. Since it's your first time. I don't need special consideration, I reply, lifting my chin with mock defiance. His smile is sharp enough to cut. We'll see. Irida claps her hands together. 30 seconds starting now. No peeking, Dad. I grab her hand and we take off running, her delighted laughter echoing off the hedge walls as we navigate twisting pathways. Behind us, I can hear Mihalis counting in that deep voice that makes my stomach flutter. We duck around corners and through narrow passages, Irida leading with the confidence of someone who's played this game 100 times before. Snow flies from our boots as we run, and I find myself laughing, actually laughing, for the first time in longer than I can remember. Here, Irida whispers, pulling me toward a small alcove hidden behind a curve in the hedge. This is my secret spot. The alcove is barely large enough for both of us, carved from the living hedge and decorated with another ice sculpture, this one shaped like a sleeping dragon. We press ourselves against the hedge wall, breathing hard and trying to muffle our giggles. 28, 29, 30. Mihalis' voice carries clearly through the winter air. Ready or not? The silence that follows is charged with anticipation. I can hear snow crunching under heavy boots, but the sounds seem to come from multiple directions at once. He's not following our obvious trail. He's hunting systematically, cutting off escape routes. He's really good at this, I whisper to Arida. Dad's good at everything, she whispers back with absolute conviction, but especially hunting games. A shadow passes the mouth of our alcove, too quick for me to see clearly. My heart pounds with a mixture of excitement and something that feels dangerously close to desire. This is ridiculous. I'm a grown woman getting worked up over children's games, but there's something primal about being pursued by someone like Mihalis that bypasses rational thought entirely. Footsteps approach our hiding spot, measured and deliberate. Arida presses closer to me, trembling with excitement rather than fear. She knows she's safe, knows her father would never do anything to truly frighten her. I'm not entirely sure the same applies to me. I can smell jasmine perfume, Mihalis calls out, his voice closer than it should be. Someone's not hiding as well as she thinks. Arida stifles a giggle against my shoulder. I realise with horror that he's right. The perfume I'd applied this morning is probably a dead giveaway in the crisp winter air. And I can hear little bird heartbeats, he continues, clearly enjoying himself. Fast and fluttery, like maybe someone's a little nervous about being caught. The footsteps stop directly outside our alcove. Through a gap in the hedge, I catch a glimpse of a dark coat and broad shoulders. He's found us, is probably just drawing out the suspense for Arida's benefit. Now where could they possibly be? He muses aloud. Arida finally can't contain herself. She bursts from our hiding spot with a shriek of laughter, throwing herself at her father's legs. You found us. That was the fastest ever. Was it? He scoops her up easily, spinning her around until she squeals with delight. I had help. Someone forgot about her perfume. His gaze finds mine over Arida's head, golden eyes bright with amusement and something warmer. The look sends heat racing through my veins despite the winter air. Rematch, I declare, surprised by the breathless quality of my own voice. I'll go wash off the perfume. Dangerous words, little thief, he murmurs, but his smile takes any sting out of the nickname. Do you really think you can hide from me? The way he says it, low and rough with just enough edge to make it sound like a promise, sends warmth spiralling through my chest. This game has become something else entirely, charged with undercurrents that have nothing to do with innocent play. But Arida is watching us both with bright, curious eyes, and I remember where we are, who we're supposed to be. I think I'm more difficult to uncover than you might think, I say instead, making my voice light and challenging. We'll see, he replies, but his gaze lingers on my mouth in a way that makes my breath catch. My turn to count, Arida announces, apparently oblivious to the tension crackling between her father and me. You two have to hide together. Together? I echo weakly. It's only fair, Mihalis says, but there's mischief in his expression now. Since we ganged up on you last time. The idea of hiding in close quarters with him, of pressing against his warmth while we wait to be found, sends anticipation racing through my veins. This is dangerous territory, the kind of proximity that leads to touching without thinking, to moments that can't be taken back. But Arida is already covering her eyes, starting her count, and Mihalis is extending his hand toward me with a challenge in his golden gaze. Coming, little thief. I take his hand, letting him pull me deeper into the maze while his daughter's voice fades behind us. His fingers are warm even through our gloves, his grip firm and sure as he leads me through passages I haven't explored yet. Where are we going? I ask, slightly breathless from trying to keep up with his longer strides. Trust me, he says, and something in his voice makes that sound less like a suggestion and more like a promise. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 10. Mihalis. I lead Heidi deeper into the maze, away from the main pathways where Irida might easily find us. My hand encloses hers through our gloves, and even that simple contact sends warmth racing up my arm. The bond purrs with satisfaction at our proximity, the constant ache in my chest finally easing. But it's not just the bond anymore. That realization has been growing stronger each day, impossible to ignore as I watch her laugh with my daughter, or catch her reading in the library with afternoon sunlight, turning her hair to burnished gold. She fits into our lives with an ease that should terrify me, and does, in the quiet moments when I allow myself to think too clearly. This way, I murmur, pulling her toward a narrow passage between towering hedges. The path is barely wide enough for 2 people, forcing us close together as we navigate the tight space. Her scent, the jasmine I teased her about, mingles with the crisp winter air, and something uniquely her underneath. I've memorized that scent over the past 10 days, caught myself seeking it out when she's not in the room. Another dangerous development I'm not ready to examine. "How do you know this maze so well?" she asks, slightly breathless from our pace. Her cheeks are flushed pink from the cold, making her gray-blue eyes seem even more vivid. "I built it." The admission slips out before I can consider whether I want to share it. When Irida was born, I needed space, somewhere to think. The maze grew from there. She glances at me with surprise, and I realize how much I've revealed with those few words. The months after Irida's birth had been the darkest of my life, grief over losing my mate warring with fierce protective love for my daughter. I'd carved this maze from hedge and stone like a prayer, creating winding paths where I could walk out my pain without disturbing the household. "It must have taken years," she says quietly. 3. I guide us around another corner, toward the center of the maze where I know the perfect hiding spot waits. The ice sculptures were Irida's idea when she got old enough to explore with me. She has good ideas. The warmth in her voice when she talks about my daughter does something dangerous to my chest. Over the past week, I've watched Heidi with Irida, seen the gentleness she tries to hide, the way she automatically adjusts her posture to Irida's height when they talk. She treats my daughter like she matters, not because she has to, but because she wants to. It's been a long time since anyone besides the household staff showed Irida genuine affection. Too long since I've seen my daughter light up the way she does when Heidi walks into a room. We reach the heart of the maze, where a small circular clearing opens around the most elaborate ice sculpture yet, a frozen fountain depicting dancing figures caught mid-spin. The sculptor has carved such intricate detail that individual fingers and facial expressions are visible in the crystalline ice. But more importantly for our current purpose, there's a small shelter built into the hedge wall, originally designed as a meditation space but perfect for hiding 2 adults. "In here," I say, drawing back the curtain of winter bare vines that conceals the entrance. The space inside is intimate, a curved bench built into the living hedge, barely large enough for 2 people. When we settle onto it, our thighs press together despite my attempt to maintain distance. Through the vine curtain we can see the clearing but remain hidden from casual observation. Heidi's breathing sounds loud in the enclosed space. Or maybe that's my own heartbeat thundering in my ears as her warmth seeps through our winter clothes. The bond sings with contentment. But underneath that magical compulsion is something entirely human. Want, sharp and hungry and growing stronger every day. Your daughter's going to find us easily if she comes this way, Heidi whispers. She won't. This is my sanctuary. She knows not to look here unless I invite her. Being this close to Heidi is affecting my control in ways that have nothing to do with magic. Your sanctuary? She turns to look at me, and the movement brings her face closer to mine. Close enough that I can see the gold flecks in her eyes, the way her breath mists slightly in the cold air. Where I come when I need to think. I shouldn't be telling her this. Shouldn't be revealing the places I go when the weight of responsibility becomes too much. But something about her presence unravels my usual caution. About what? Irida, the future, whether I'm raising her right. The admission tastes vulnerable on my tongue. Whether she'll be safe in this world I've created for us. Heidi's expression softens with understanding. She's perfect, Mihalis. Happy and confident and so full of love, it hurts to watch sometimes. You're doing everything right. The words hit deeper than they should. I've spent 6 years second-guessing every decision, wondering if my love is enough to compensate for the mother she'll never know, for the isolated life I've chosen to keep her safe. You see her clearly, I say, instead of voicing those fears. Most people either dismiss her as just a child or treat her like a curiosity because of what she is. She's brilliant. Heidi's voice carries fierce conviction. And brave and funny and so determined to take care of everyone around her. She gets that from you. Something warm and dangerous unfurls in my chest at her words. Not just because she sees my daughter's worth, but because she sees mine reflected in Irida. Because when she looks at me, she doesn't see a threat or a weapon or someone to be managed. She sees a father who loves his child. She's becoming attached to you, I warn, though the words lack any real heat. I know. Heidi's voice is barely a whisper. I'm trying not to let it happen, but she's impossible to resist once she decides she likes you, I finish. Trust me, I understand the feeling. The double meaning hangs between us, charged with implications neither of us is ready to address directly. But her intake of breath tells me she heard it, felt the same jolt of recognition that's been building between us for days. We sit in silence for several heartbeats, the only sounds our breathing and the distant echo of Irida's voice calling our names. But she's searching in the wrong section of the maze, her calls growing fainter as she moves away from the center. The bond is getting stronger, I say finally, because one of us needs to acknowledge what's happening. The magic drain is becoming noticeable, a constant low-level exhaustion that sharpens whenever we're apart. I'm fine, she says quickly. Too quickly. You're lying. I turn to study her profile, noting the shadows under her eyes that weren't there a week ago, the way her hands sometimes tremble when she thinks no one is watching. It's affecting you too. Nothing I can't handle. Her stubborn independence would be admirable if it weren't so clearly a defense mechanism. I've watched her these past days, seen how she deflects concern and insists on managing everything alone. It's a survival instinct carved deep by years of having no one to depend on. You don't have to handle it alone, I say quietly. That's not how this works anymore. She looks at me then, really looks, and I see something vulnerable flicker across her expression before she can hide it. I don't know how to do this, Mihalis. I don't know how to be part of something without losing myself in it. The honesty in her voice makes my chest tight. Neither do I. It's true. For 6 years, my world has revolved entirely around Irida and the careful balance I've built to keep her safe. I haven't let anyone else close enough to matter, haven't wanted to. The thought of caring about someone who could leave, or be taken, has been unbearable. But watching Heidi with my daughter, seeing the way she automatically includes me in conversations, how she started moving through my house like she belongs there, I'm already too deep to retreat. The bond may have brought her here, but what's keeping her is something far more dangerous than magic. She's going to be devastated when I leave, Heidi says, voicing the fear that's been growing in my own chest. When? I bark out the word. When the bond is satisfied. When whatever this is resolves itself and I can go back to my life. But her voice lacks conviction, like she's trying to convince herself as much as me. I don't tell her that's not how the bonds work. That is, we'll never go away, even if that's what she keeps telling herself. I don't admit that I don't want it to either. And if it doesn't resolve itself, if this is permanent? The question hangs between us, heavy with implications. Because the truth is becoming impossible to ignore. This bond isn't temporary. The Nishai had warned us as much, but I'd hoped for some loophole, some way to satisfy the magic without upending both our lives completely. Now, sitting here with Heidi's warmth pressed against my side and her scent filling my lungs, I'm not sure I want a loophole anymore. I don't know, she admits. I've never had anything permanent before. Never stayed anywhere long enough to find out what that feels like. Maybe it's time you did. The words slip out before I can stop them, rough with something that feels dangerously close to hope. She turns to look at me, and the space between us seems to shrink without either of us moving. Her lips part slightly, and I find myself cataloging details, the way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks, the small scar under her lower lip, how her breath catches when our eyes meet. Mihalis, she whispers, and my name sounds different in her voice. Softer, like maybe she's not entirely opposed to the idea of staying. The sound of approaching footsteps breaks the spell between us, small boots crunching through snow with determined purpose. Irida has found our section of the maze, her voice growing clearer as she searches the final passages. Dad! Heidi! I know you're close! I can feel it! Heidi and I exchange a look, part amusement, part relief at the interruption. Whatever was building between us in this hidden sanctuary is too intense, too charged with possibility to explore with my 6-year-old daughter calling our names. But as we prepare to reveal ourselves, as I push aside the vine curtain and step back into the winter sunlight, I catch Heidi's wrist gently in my hand. We're not finished with this conversation, I tell her quietly. Her pulse jumps under my fingers, quick and fluttery like a trapped bird. But she doesn't pull away, doesn't deny the connection crackling between us. I know, she breathes.
Chapter 11. Heidi. The bond is starting to drain me, more than I can hide. The sickness starts small, a flutter in my stomach when I wake, a dizzy spell as I'm getting dressed. Easy enough to ignore, to attribute to the rich food I'm still not used to eating regularly. But by the time we leave Irida with her afternoon lessons and head to Vestige, the nausea has settled into my bones like a persistent ache. I press my lips together as we walk through the club's entrance, willing my body to behave. The familiar heat and noise of Vestige wash over us, but instead of the usual rush of energy, everything feels too bright, too loud. The scent of smoke and spice that usually sharpens my focus now turns my stomach. Mihalis guides me through the crowd with a possessive hand at the small of my back, and even through our clothes, his touch sends warmth racing up my spine. The bond purrs with satisfaction at his proximity, but underneath that magical contentment is something wrong, a deep exhaustion that sleep doesn't fix. You're quiet tonight, he murmurs, leaning close so his voice reaches me over the music. His breath against my ear makes me shiver, and I hate how my body responds to him even when I feel like death. Just watching, I lie, gesturing toward the crowd. Still learning how this all works. It's partially true. Even after more than a week of coming here with him, Vestige still fascinates me. The careful choreography of power plays, the way Mihalis moves through the space like a predator surveying his territory. Tonight I watch him work, settling a dispute between two Zafan nobles, reviewing reports from his security team, checking on the private rooms where darker pleasures unfold behind closed doors. He's magnificent here, commanding in ways that make something low in my belly clench with want, despite feeling like hell. The club amplifies everything dangerous about him. The way his eyes glow when someone tests his patience, how his voice drops to a lethal purr when giving orders. He wears authority like other men wear clothes, natural and absolute. But he also watches me constantly, those molten gold eyes tracking my movement, even when he's across the room handling business. When I sway slightly during a particularly heated exchange between rival gang members, he's at my side before I can blink. "Sit," he orders, guiding me to one of the high-backed chairs in his private section. "I'm fine." "You're pale." His fingers brush my cheek, and I lean into the touch before I can stop myself. "When did you last eat?" "This morning." The lie comes easily, but his expression tells me he's not buying it. Truth is, food has been turning my stomach for days. I've been picking at meals, pushing things around my plate while pretending to eat. He signals one of the servers, and within minutes a plate of simple food appears. Bread, cheese, some kind of roasted meat that actually smells appealing. My stomach rumbles despite itself. "Eat," he commands, and there's no arguing with that tone. I manage a few bites before the nausea returns with a vengeance. Mihalis is called away to handle some crisis in the VIP section, but not before ordering 2 of his guards to keep an eye on me. I spend the rest of the evening fighting waves of dizziness, trying to look like I'm not falling apart. By the time we return home, exhaustion has settled so deeply into my bones that climbing the stairs feels like a monumental task. But Irida is waiting for us, bouncing with excitement about her day, and I force myself to focus on her animated retelling of a story about magical birds that talk backwards. "Can we read together before bed?" she asks, tugging on my hand with both of hers. "I want to show you the book about the Fire Princess." "Of course," I manage, even though the thought of sitting still and focusing on words makes my head spin. Mihalis catches my elbow as we head upstairs, steadying me when I sway slightly. His touch burns through my sleeve, and the bond thrums with approval even as my body rebels. "You need rest," he says quietly. "After story time." His jaw tightens, but he doesn't argue. We've developed these small rituals over the past week, reading to Irida together, talking about her day, the comfortable domesticity of putting a child to bed. It should feel foreign, this family routine I've never been part of, but instead it feels right. Like something I've been missing without knowing it. Irida curls between us on her enormous bed, the Fire Princess book open across our laps. But the words blur together on the page, and I find myself leaning more heavily against Mihalis's solid warmth. His arm comes around me automatically, and I let myself sink into his strength, even as my mind screams warnings about dependence, about letting my guard down. "The princess used her fire magic to melt the ice dragon's heart," Irida reads, her small finger tracing the words, "and they became best friends forever and ever." "Forever is a long time," I murmur without thinking. "But that's what makes it special," she says with the absolute certainty only children possess. "Forever means you never have to worry about someone leaving. I've never had forever with anyone. Never even wanted it, because forever means vulnerability, means giving someone the power to destroy you. But sitting here with Mihalis's arm around me and his daughter's warm weight against my side, I can almost imagine what that kind of security might feel like. Almost. "Time for sleep, little spark," Mihalis says when the story ends. His voice carries that special gentleness he reserves only for her, and watching him with Irida does something dangerous to my chest every single time. She hugs us both goodnight, fierce little arms squeezing tight. "I love you, Dad. I love you, Heidi." The words stop my heart. She says them so easily, with such trust, like love is something simple and uncomplicated. I manage to whisper them back, though my throat feels raw. We tuck her in together, a choreographed dance we've somehow perfected over the past week. Mihalis adjusts her blankets while I arrange her favourite stuffed creatures within arm's reach. He checks the warming stones that keep her room comfortable while I make sure her water glass is full. Small tasks that feel enormous in their domesticity. When we finally step into the hallway and close her door, the silence between us feels charged with everything we're not saying. The bond pulses with awareness, with the need to be closer, to touch, to acknowledge what's building between us. But I also feel like I'm going to collapse, and I can't hide it anymore. Heidi. His voice is rough as we walk toward my room. We need to talk. About what? I try for casual, but even I can hear how weak my voice sounds. He stops walking, forcing me to face him in the dimly lit hallway. The ember glow of his skin seems brighter in the shadows, and his eyes burn with concern and something darker. About the fact that you can barely stand upright. About how you're not eating. About the bond that's clearly affecting you more than you want to admit. I'm fine. The words come out automatically, a defense mechanism carved deep by years of surviving alone. You're not. His hands frame my face, forcing me to meet his gaze. And lying about it won't make it go away. The gentleness in his voice, the way he touches me like I'm something precious instead of broken. It unravels something in my chest that I've spent years keeping tightly controlled. I want to lean into his strength, want to let him carry some of this weight that feels like it's crushing me. But I don't know how. I've never trusted anyone enough to show weakness, never had someone who wanted to take care of me without expecting something in return. The bond isn't temporary, he continues, his thumb brushing across my cheekbone. The Nashai warned us, but I don't think you really heard her. This isn't something that's going to fade or resolve itself. It's permanent, Heidi. We're connected now, whether we chose it or not. Panic flares in my chest, sharp and immediate. Permanent, trapped, owned. The words echo in my head like a death sentence, dragging up every nightmare from my past. Madame Cordelia's voice whispering that I belonged to her, that I could never leave, that I was nothing without someone to control me. No. I step back, my hands shaking as I press them against the wall. No, that's not. There has to be another way, some way to break it. There isn't. His voice is gentle but implacable. And even if there was, I'm not sure I'd want to anymore. The admission hangs between us, raw and honest and terrifying, because I can see the truth in his eyes. He wants this, wants me. Not just because of the magic binding us together, but because of something real and dangerous and completely outside my understanding. I can't. The words tear from my throat. I can't be tied to someone. I can't belong to anyone. I won't. It's not about belonging, isn't it? I'm backing away from him now, every instinct screaming at me to run. You want me to stay here, in your house, with your daughter. You want me to accept this bond that I never asked for, give up my freedom, my choices. I want you to stop pretending this is only about magic. His voice carries an edge now, frustration bleeding through his careful control. I want you to admit that what's happening between us is real, bond or no bond. He's right, and that's what terrifies me most. Because somewhere between watching him braid Irida's hair and seeing the way he moves through Vestige like a dark angel, I've started caring about him. Started wanting him for reasons that have nothing to do with fate or magic or the invisible threads binding our souls together. I want him when he's gentle with his daughter, when he's ruthless with his enemies, when he looks at me like I'm something worth protecting instead of something to be used. I want his hands on me, want to know what that controlled strength would feel like unleashed. Want to trust him with the broken pieces of myself I've never shown anyone. And that wanting feels like a trap I'll never escape. I need air, I whisper, pressing my hands to my churning stomach. The hallway is spinning, and his scent, smoke and spice and something uniquely male, is making the nausea worse. Heidi, please, just give me space. For a moment I think he's going to argue, going to use that commanding voice that makes everyone in his club obey without question. But instead, he steps back, giving me room to breathe, even though I can see the effort it costs him. "I'll be here," he says quietly. "When you're ready to stop running from this, I'll be here." I make it to my room before my legs give out, collapsing onto the bed as waves of dizziness crash over me. The bond writhes in my chest like a living thing, angry at the distance I've put between us. But the physical symptoms are getting worse, and I can't hide it much longer. My hands shake as I press them to my face, trying to hold myself together. Because the truth is, I want to go back into that hallway, want to let him wrap those strong arms around me and promise that everything will be okay. Want to believe that someone like him could want someone like me for reasons that don't involve control or ownership, or using me up until there's nothing left. But I don't know how to trust that. Don't know how to be part of something without losing myself completely. And as the bond pulses with pain and longing, and the desperate need to return to his side, I realise I might not have a choice. Because whatever this is between us, bond or fate or something even more dangerous, it's not going away, and neither is the growing certainty that ignoring it might kill us both.
Chapter 12. Mihalis. I stand outside Heidi's door for longer than I care to admit, my hand hovering inches from the wood. The bond churns between us like a living wound, and I can feel her distress bleeding through the connection. Waves of nausea, exhaustion, and that bone-deep weariness that comes from fighting something stronger than yourself. She's killing herself trying to resist this. We both are. My fingers curl into a fist, and I have to resist the urge to tear the door from its hinges and demand she stop being so goddamn stubborn. The protective instincts that rule every aspect of my relationship with Irida have somehow extended to include this maddening human woman, and the need to fix this, to make her better, claws at my chest like a caged beast. But force won't work with Heidi. I've learned that much since we met. Push too hard and she retreats further into herself, walls slamming down like fortress gates. She spent her entire life fighting to maintain control over her own existence. And here I am, a walking reminder that some things are beyond her power to change. "Dad?" Irida's voice drifts up from the main floor, bright with excitement. "Are we going to the festival soon? You promised we could go early." Noxalith. I'd forgotten somehow that today marks the beginning of the winter solstice celebrations. The thought of navigating crowds and noise while the bond wreaks havoc on both our systems makes my jaw clench. But disappointing Irida isn't an option. She's been looking forward to this for weeks. "Coming, little spark," I call back, though my eyes remain fixed on Heidi's door. Maybe space is what she needs. The idea makes my stomach turn. Every instinct I possess screams against putting more distance between us when the bond is already tearing us apart. But if staying close only makes her feel more trapped. "Can we ask Heidi to come with us?" Irida's voice is closer now, and I turn to find her practically bouncing at the top of the stairs, dressed in her festival clothes, a deep burgundy dress that brings out the gold in her eyes, her dark curls twisted back with ribbons. "Please?" She's never been to Noxalith before, and I want to show her everything. The hope in my daughter's voice settles the matter. I've never been able to deny her anything, and I'm not about to start now. Even if the thought of watching Heidi struggle through a day of crowds and celebration while fighting the bond's effects makes something protective and dangerous rise in my chest. "We can ask," I concede. "But if she's not feeling well..." "She'll want to come," Irida insists with the absolute certainty only children possess. "She promised she'd go with us last week." Right. The promise. I remember now. Heidi had been telling Irida about the festivals she'd been to, sparse and meager as they were, and my daughter had immediately demanded she experience a proper Zafen celebration. The way Heidi's face had softened when she agreed, like the idea of sharing something joyful with Irida, meant more than she wanted to admit. I knocked softly on her door. "Heidi!" Irida and I are heading to the festival. She wants to know if you're still planning to join us. Silence stretches long enough that I begin to worry she's unconscious. Then I hear movement, slow, careful steps that speak of someone moving despite significant discomfort. When the door opens, my carefully controlled composure nearly cracks. She looks like death. Her skin has a grayish pallor that makes the gold flecks in her eyes seem dim, and there are dark circles under them that speak of sleepless nights. She's dressed in one of the gowns Thera insisted on having made for her, deep forest green that should complement her coloring, but instead only emphasizes how unwell she looks. "I promised Irida I'd go," she says before I can speak, her voice rougher than usual. "I'm not breaking a promise to a 6-year-old because I'm feeling a little tired. A little tired. I can see her exhaustion, her pain, and the effort it's taking her just to stand upright. My hands itch to reach for her, to pull her against my chest and somehow transfer my strength. The strength that I know is nowhere at the level it should be, to her failing body. "Heidi, I'm going." There's steel in her voice despite its weakness. "Don't try to talk me out of it." Before I can argue, Irida appears at my elbow, practically vibrating with excitement. "Heidi, you look so pretty. Are you ready? Can we go now? I want to show you the fire dancers and the blessing circles and the candy makers and—" "Breathe, little spark," I murmur, placing a steadying hand on my daughter's shoulder. But seeing the genuine smile that crosses Heidi's face as she looks at Irida, tired but real, makes something in my chest loosen slightly. "I'm ready," Heidi tells her. "Lead the way." The walk to the festival grounds takes longer than usual. I keep our pace deliberately slow, using Irida's tendency to stop and examine every interesting sight as an excuse to give Heidi frequent chances to rest. She doesn't complain, but I can feel the bond's feedback, the way her energy flags with each step, how the noise and crowds make her head pound. It's been odd how the bond has grown strong enough to give me more insight to how she's feeling, but also comforting in a way. Still, watching her experience Noxolith through Irida's eyes provides moments of genuine pleasure that cut through the concern. My daughter is an excellent guide, chattering excitedly about every tradition, every sight and sound and smell that makes the daytime festivities special. I'm certain that Heidi knows about Noxolith. She lives in New Solus, after all. But Heidi lets her prattle on. "Those are blessing fires," Irida explains as we pass a circle of Nashai healers, tending flames that burn in impossible colors. People throw in notes asking Solus for good things in the coming year. And over there, she tugs on Heidi's hand, pointing toward a group of performers breathing streams of gold and crimson fire into the air. "Fire dancers. Dad used to be able to do that, but now he says he's too old." "I never said I was too old," I correct. "I said it was undignified." "Same thing," Irida declares with the brutal honesty of childhood, making Heidi laugh, a sound that goes straight through me despite everything. We move through the festival grounds slowly, stopping at vendor stalls selling spiced drinks and honey cakes, watching children chase conjured flame sprites through the crowd, listening to musicians whose instruments seem to channel fire itself into melody. Irida insists on showing Heidi everything, from the elaborate blessing ceremonies to the simple joy of roasted nuts dusted with cinnamon and magic. But I can see the effort it's costing her. Heidi smiles and nods and asks appropriate questions, but there's a brittleness to her that speaks of someone holding herself together through sheer force of will. Every so often she sways slightly, catching herself with the careful control of someone who's learned to hide weakness as a survival skill. When Irida gets distracted by a puppet show featuring tiny dragons that belch actual flames, I make my decision. "Stay with her," I murmur to Varos, who's been trailing us at a discreet distance along with Reagan. "I'll be back shortly." The healer's tent sits on the outskirts of the festival grounds, marked by the traditional silver sigils that indicate Nashai presence. Inside, the air smells of herbs and something cleaner, the sharp scent of magic used for healing rather than destruction. Lord Vorath. The healer, a middle-aged Zaphan woman with the characteristic silver-touched hair of her calling, bows respectfully. How may I serve you? I need a tea, I say without preamble. For magic sickness. Someone who is being drained by a spell. Her expression sharpens with interest and concern. Ah, that is tricky. Magic sickness can be dangerous if left untreated. How long has she been suffering symptoms? Weeks. Getting worse. The admission tastes like failure. Whose magic is draining her? Mine. The word feels like acid on my tongue. Her eyes widen, but she just nods. Then your magic woven into the treatment should counteract it, at least briefly. She pauses, studying my face. But it will cost you. Magic given this way doesn't return easily. I think of Heidi's pale face, the way she can barely keep food down, how the frayed bond that pulses between us echoes with her pain and exhaustion. The choice isn't even a choice. Do it. The process takes longer than I'd like. The healer brews a complex tea from ingredients I don't recognize, muttering incantations under her breath as steam rises in shapes that might be sigils or might be coincidence. When she gestures for me to place my hands over the cup, I don't hesitate. Drawing magic from myself to infuse into the healing draft feels like bleeding. Not painful, exactly, but a steady drain that leaves me slightly hollow. I pour more power into it than I probably should, enough to make the healer's eyebrows rise in concern. That may be too much. It's fine. It has to be fine. Whatever it costs me to see Heidi whole again is a price I'm willing to pay. When I return to find them, Heidi is sitting on a low stone wall while Irida chases flame sprites in the grass nearby. She looks up as I approach, and even through her exhaustion I can see her attempting to catalog my expression. Where did you go? Getting supplies, I lie smoothly, settling beside her and offering the cup. Drink this. She eyes the steaming liquid suspiciously. What is it? Tea. For your headache. The partial truth comes easily. I can feel her pain through the bond, the way it pounds behind her temples like trapped thunder. I didn't say I had a headache. You don't have to say it. I can feel it. The reminder of our connection makes her jaw tighten, but she takes the cup anyway. It smells like... She pauses, inhaling the steam. Like you. Because my magic is woven through every molecule of it. Just drink it, Heidi. She does, making a face at what I assume is an unpleasant flavor. But within moments I can see the change. I swear I can feel it through the bond that's trying to form despite our resistance. The grinding exhaustion that's been eating at her for days begins to ease, color returning to her cheeks as my magic shores up her flagging energy. Better? I ask, though I already know the answer. She looks... not healthy exactly, but no longer like she's about to collapse. How did you... She stares down at the empty cup, then back at me. What did you do? Gave you what you needed. Mihalis. My name on her lips carries warning and something else. Concern? What did you do? Everything. Nothing. Less than what losing you would cost. It doesn't matter, I say instead, and mean it. Watching her straighten, seeing the spark return to her eyes as strength flows back into her body. It's worth any price. It matters to me. Her voice is soft, uncertain, like she's not sure she's allowed to care about my well-being. Her eyes roam over me, and I wonder if I look exhausted now. I should have bought something to replenish my magic as well. I don't want you hurting yourself for my sake. The admission hangs between us, fragile and dangerous, because it suggests that maybe, despite all her protests and walls and desperate attempts to maintain distance, she feels something for me that goes beyond magical compulsion. Dad! Heidi! Irida comes running back, cheeks flushed with excitement and exercise. There's going to be a fire sculpture contest. Can we watch? Please? Of course, little spark. I stand, offering Heidi my hand. When she takes it without hesitation, her fingers warm and steady instead of trembling with exhaustion, something tight in my chest finally begins to loosen. The tea will only provide temporary relief, Eventually, we'll need to address the real problem. But for now, watching Heidi smile genuinely as Irida drags us toward the next wonder, feeling her energy restored and her pain eased. For now, it's enough.
Chapter 13. Heidi. I still don't know what was in that tea. Whatever Mihalis gave me this afternoon worked like magic, which, knowing him, it probably was. The bone-deep exhaustion that's been clawing at me vanished within minutes of drinking it, replaced by energy I haven't felt since this whole mess started. But I caught the way his shoulders sagged afterward, how his usual commanding presence seemed diminished. When I pressed him about it, he deflected with that infuriating arrogance of his. But I could see the shadows under his eyes. He gave me something of himself. I know it as surely as I know my own heartbeat. The thought makes my chest tight with emotions I don't want to name. Gratitude, yes. But underneath that, something warmer and more dangerous. The terrifying realization that someone would sacrifice their own well-being for mine, without expecting anything in return. I've spent my entire life learning that everything has a price. Every kindness comes with strings attached. Every offer of help masks an ulterior motive. But Mihalis, God's help me, I'm starting to believe he might be different, which only makes the decision I have to make that much harder. The bond isn't going away. I've been lying to myself, pretending that if I just resist long enough, it will fade into nothing more than an uncomfortable memory. But watching myself slowly waste away these past weeks has forced me to face the truth. This thing between us is permanent. The only question is whether I let it kill us both or do something about it. The thought of completing the soul bond makes my skin crawl with old fears. Being tied to someone, belonging to them in a way that can't be undone. It's everything I've spent years running from. Even knowing that Mihalis isn't like the others, that he's shown me nothing but respect and patience, I can't shake the terror that comes from giving up that last piece of control. But then I remember the way he looked at me when I played with Irida today. Not like I was a possession or a problem to be solved, but like I was. Precious. Important. Like seeing me smile mattered to him in ways that had nothing to do with magic or obligation. A part of me, the part I've been trying to silence since the day he carried me away from Vestige, is screaming that I can trust him. That whatever this is between us, it's real enough to be worth the risk. I just don't know how to trust that voice. My thoughts scatter when someone knocks on my door. The sun set hours ago, which means it's time for Vestige, and the nighttime portion of Noxolith. Despite everything, excitement curls in my stomach. I've heard whispers about what happens during the unwatched hours, and while I've never experienced it myself, even I know better than to tempt fate by going out around Zafam with no limits. The promise of chaos and freedom calls to something wild in my chest. "Come in!" I call, smoothing down the black dress Thera insisted I wear tonight. It's more revealing than anything I'd normally choose. Fitted bodice, bare shoulders, skirt that ends mid-thigh. But it makes me feel powerful in a way I haven't in weeks. Mihaly steps inside, and I have to bite back a sharp inhale. He's dressed in all black, leather pants that cling to his muscular thighs, a shirt that's open at the collar to reveal the sun sigil scar over his heart. His wings are tucked close to his body, the red-tipped feathers seeming to pulse with inner heat in the lamplight. He looks every inch the dangerous predator he is, but when his molten gold eyes sweep over me, the hunger I see there isn't threatening. It's reverent. "You look..." He trails off, jaw working like he's swallowing words that might be too much. "Recovered," I suggest, spinning once to make the skirt flare. The movement doesn't leave me dizzy or nauseous, and I can't help but grin at the simple pleasure of feeling like myself again. "Beautiful," he says instead, the word rough with honesty. "You look beautiful." Heat floods my cheeks, but I don't look away. "You don't look so bad yourself, though you could use some colour in your cheeks." His mouth quirks in something that might be a smile. "I'm fine, Heidi." Right. I don't believe him for a second, but I also know that pushing will just make him more stubborn. Ready to show me what all the fuss is about? Vestige is the centre hub for tonight's festivities, he says as we make our way downstairs. It will be intense, more than usual. Good. The word slips out before I can stop it, and his eyebrows rise. What? I like intense. I want noise and chaos and enough stimulation to make my head spin. Careful what you wish for, he murmurs, but there's something almost fond in his tone. Tonight, with the city alive, Mihalis agrees to forego the carriage. The walk to Vestige passes in comfortable silence, broken only by sounds of celebration echoing through the streets. Groups of revellers move between venues, their laughter and shouts creating a symphony of controlled chaos that makes my pulse quicken with anticipation. When we arrive, the club is already packed despite the early hour. The line outside wraps around the building, but Mihalis leads me through a side entrance that bypasses the crowd entirely. The bouncer, a massive Zafan with silver-tipped wings, bows respectfully as we pass. Boss, miss. Music pounds from speakers I can't see, the bass line vibrating through my bones in a rhythm that's primal and magnetic. The dance floor is already crowded with bodies moving in ways that would make a sailor blush, sweat gleaming on bare skin in the flickering firelight. Your office? I ask, raising my voice to be heard over the din. But I don't want his office tonight. I want this, the press of bodies, the wild music, the feeling of being alive and electric and free. After weeks of feeling like I was slowly dying, I want to celebrate being strong enough to stand. Actually, I say, catching his arm as he starts toward the stairs leading to the upper levels. Can we stay down here for a while? I know you usually avoid the main floor, but tonight... Tonight is different, he finishes, studying my face with those unsettling golden eyes. You want to dance. I want to live. I correct. I want to drink and move and feel like I'm not made of glass about to shatter. Something shifts in his expression, surprise maybe, or approval. The drinks here are stronger than what you're used to. Then we'll start slow and work our way up. I grin at him, feeling reckless in the best possible way. Come on, Mihalis. When's the last time you actually enjoyed your own club instead of just overseeing it? He considers this for a long moment, and I can see the internal battle playing out behind his eyes. The responsible club owner warring with whatever part of him wants to give me what I'm asking for. Fine, he says finally. But we stay together. Wouldn't dream of doing otherwise. The bar is a work of art in itself, curved black marble shot through with veins of gold, tended by bartenders who move with practiced efficiency despite the chaos surrounding them. Mihalis orders something I don't recognise, 2 small glasses filled with liquid that seems to shimmer with its own inner light. What is this? I ask, accepting my glass. Essence of fire, he says, lifting his own. Traditional Noxolith drink. It's meant to... To what? His mouth curves in a smile that's all sharp edges and dark promise. To help you embrace your wilder impulses. The drink burns going down, but leaves a pleasant warmth in its wake, like liquid courage pooling in my stomach. Within minutes I can feel it working, not dulling my senses but heightening them, making every sight and sound and sensation more vivid, including my awareness of Mihalis. I've been trying not to notice how good he looks tonight, but the drink strips away my careful self-control. My eyes keep drifting to the strong line of his jaw, the way his shirt stretches across his broad chest, how his wings shift restlessly when he's trying to contain himself. Another? He asks, and I nod without hesitation. The second shot goes down easier than the first, heat spreading through my veins like molten metal. The music seems louder now, more compelling, and I can feel my body starting to move with the rhythm almost without conscious thought. Dance with me, I say, surprisingly nervous. Heidi. One dance. I step closer, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. Please? For a moment, I think he might say yes. His gaze drops to my mouth, then lower, and I can see the conflict written across his features. But then he shakes his head, stepping back just enough to put distance between us. I don't dance. Everyone dances. You just choose not to. The distinction matters. Frustration wells up in my chest, made sharper by the drink and the pulsing music, and the way he's looking at me like he wants to devour me but won't let himself take a single bite. Fine, I say, turning toward the dance floor. I'll find someone who will. I don't make it 3 steps before a hand catches my arm. The touch is wrong immediately. Too rough, too presumptuous, nothing like Mihalis's careful strength. Looking for a partner? The voice belongs to a Zafan male with sandy hair and wings the colour of dried blood. He's handsome enough, but there's something in his eyes that makes my skin crawl. I'd be happy to oblige. Thanks, but come on. His grip tightens, already pulling me toward the dance floor. Don't be shy, it's Noxolith. Time to embrace the darkness. I dig my heels in, ready to tell him exactly where he can shove his embrace, when suddenly he's not touching me anymore. Mihalis moves like violence given form, shoving the other male away with enough force to send him stumbling backward into a group of dancers. The crowd parts around them, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, and I can see several people reaching for phones to capture whatever's about to happen. She's taken, Mihalis snarls, the words carrying clearly despite the music. His wings spread slightly, not fully, but enough to emphasize his size, his power, his absolute willingness to shed blood if necessary. The other male looks ready to argue until he gets a good look at Mihalis's face. Whatever he sees there makes him raise his hands in surrender, backing away with the quick steps of someone who's just realized they've made a potentially fatal mistake. Before I can process what just happened, Mihalis's arm wraps around my waist, pulling me against his side with possessive force that sends heat racing through my veins. I can feel the tension in his body, the barely leashed violence, and instead of being frightened, I find myself getting wet. Mine, he says, the word pitched low enough that only I can hear it. But the claim in his voice, the raw possessiveness, is unmistakable to anyone watching. Then he's moving, cutting through the crowd with me pressed against him, heading for the stairs that lead to his office. I don't resist, can't resist, not when every cell in my body is screaming yes at the way he's holding me, protecting me, claiming me in front of an entire club full of witnesses. He doesn't speak during the climb, but I can feel his control hanging by threads through the frayed bond between us. The possessive need radiating from him is intoxicating, making my skin feel too tight, and my breath come in short pants. We reach his office and he practically shoves me inside, slamming the door behind us before leaning against it, his back to me. His wings are spread wide now, trembling with the effort of holding himself together, and I can hear his harsh breathing in the sudden quiet. Through that frayed bond, I feel flickers of everything he's trying to contain, and I know him just well enough to make sense of it. The raw, primitive need to mark me as his. The fury at seeing another male touch me. The desperate hunger that's been building between us for weeks, held back only by his iron self-control. And underneath it all, that bone-deep possessiveness that should terrify me but instead makes me feel more desired than I've ever been in my life. I want him. God's help me, I want him so badly I can taste it.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 14. Mihalis. I'm barely holding myself together. Every muscle in my body coils tight as I lean against the door, wings spread wide to create distance between us, because if I turn around right now, if I look at her in that dress again, I'm going to do something that will send her running straight back to the streets where I found her. The essence of fire burns through my veins, amplifying every sensation, every emotion. The way she looked tonight when I walked into her room, the sound of her laugh when she spun for me, the absolute fury that consumed me when that bastard put his hands on her. Mine. The word echoes in my skull like a war drum, primal and possessive and completely at odds with the careful control I've maintained for weeks. I've been so careful with her, walking on glass to avoid triggering her fear of being owned, of being controlled. But seeing another male touch her, hearing him assume he could just take what he wanted, my hands curl into fists against the wood. The bond pulses between us, feeding me her emotions in fractured bursts, arousal, confusion, something that tastes like hunger but sharper, more desperate. I wasn't going to do anything with him. Her voice cuts through the silence like a blade, defensive and sharp. I can't help the bitter laugh that escapes me. It's not like you would have been given a choice. The words come out sounding cruel, but they're true. I've seen enough of what happens during Noxolith to know exactly how that encounter would have ended. Not with someone like that. It's not like she chose me either. The thought makes something twist viciously in my chest. She's here because of magic, because fate, or the gods, or pure cosmic cruelty decided to bind us together. Not because she wants to be. Not because she chose this. Chose me. I feel her bristle through the bond, anger flaring hot and bright. Then what do you want from me? The words snap like a whip, all that carefully contained fire finally breaking free. Some kind of apology? What? The question breaks something inside me. I whirl around, and the sight of her nearly brings me to my knees. Hair wild from the wind, cheeks flushed with anger and drink, that black dress clinging to every curve I've been trying not to think about for weeks. Beautiful and fierce and completely unaware of what she's asking for. Everything. The word rips from my throat like a confession torn free. I want everything, Heidi. I stalk toward her and she doesn't back down, doesn't retreat even as something dangerous unfurls in the air between us. Of course she doesn't, my brave, reckless little thief. I want your body. Yes. Gods, yes. I want to taste every inch of your skin. Want to hear you scream my name until your voice breaks. The words pour out harsh and raw, months of careful restraint cracking like ice. But I want more than that. I want your trust, your laughter. I want to know every secret you've ever kept, every dream that keeps you awake at night. Her lips part in shock, storm gray eyes wide as I close the distance between us. I can smell her arousal now, sweet and intoxicating, mixing with the lingering traces of essence of fire on her breath. I want your anger when I do something that pisses you off. I want your softness when you think no one's watching. I reach up, fingers ghosting along the line of her jaw. I want you to choose me, not because some cosmic force decided we belong together, but because you want to, because you can't imagine belonging anywhere else. My voice drops low. Gods, my soul reaches out for you. Can't you feel that? The tension between us snaps like a bowstring. She surges up on her toes, fingers fisting in my shirt, and crushes her mouth to mine with desperate hunger. The kiss is brutal, all teeth and need and weeks of suppressed want finally breaking free. I nip at her lower lip hard enough to draw a gasp, and she retaliates by biting down on my tongue. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I never thought she'd let me in like this. Never thought I'd want it. But now I need to find a way to keep it.
Chapter 15. Heidi. My body is still trembling, fire racing through my veins like liquid starlight. Every nerve ending feels raw and exposed, hypersensitive from what just happened between us. The taste of him lingers on my lips, the phantom sensation of his hands around my throat making me shiver. Gods, I've never felt anything like that, never wanted to feel anything like that. The thought slams into me, and suddenly I can't breathe. My chest constricts, panic clawing up my throat as the reality of what just happened crashes over me in waves. I gave him everything. Let him touch me, claim me, mark me with teeth and fire, and the promise of possession. Let him wrap his fingers around my throat and trusted him not to crush the life from me. Begged him for more when every survival instinct I've ever honed should have been screaming at me to run. What is wrong with me? My hands shake as I scramble off the desk, bare feet hitting the cold floor with a shock that jolts through my system. I can feel him watching me, can sense his confusion through the bond that still thrums between us like a live wire. But I can't look at him right now. Heidi! His voice is rough, still thick with satisfaction, and the sound makes something inside me recoil. I grab my dress from where it pooled on the floor, the black fabric wrinkled and torn from his urgency. My fingers fumble with the material, shaking too hard to get it over my head properly. Heidi, what's wrong? The concern in his tone makes it worse somehow, like he actually cares about more than just what I can give him with my body. Like what we just shared meant something beyond the magical compulsion that brought us together in the first place. But that's the trap, isn't it? That's how they get you to let your guard down. They make you feel special, wanted, cherished, and then they own you completely. Madame Cordelia used to tell the new girls that the kind clients were the most dangerous ones, the ones who brought gifts and spoke sweetly and made you believe you were more than just a commodity to be used and discarded, because those were the ones who made you forget what you really were, made you think you had value beyond what lay between your legs. I finally get the dress over my head, not bothering with the laces at the back. The fabric hangs loose and dishevelled, but it covers me, and that's all that matters right now. I need to get out of here, need space to think, to breathe, to figure out what the hell I've just done. I have to go. The words come out cracked and broken, barely audible even to my own ears. I turn toward the door, and my legs nearly give out beneath me. My body still feels liquid and boneless from what he did to me, from the way he played me like an instrument he'd been practicing on for years. The memory of his fingers dancing across my skin with controlled flame makes my stomach clench with want and terror in equal measure. No, I can't want this, can't want him. I force myself to move, one unsteady step after another. Behind me, I hear the rustle of fabric as he moves, probably putting himself back together, making himself presentable. The mundane sound of it makes everything feel even more surreal. Heidi, wait! But I'm already at the door, hand fumbling for the handle. My fingers slip once, twice, before I manage to get it open. The hallway beyond is mercifully empty, though I can hear the distant sounds of the household settling in for the night. Thera's voice carries from the kitchen, probably scolding one of the guards about something. Normal sounds, safe sounds. I step into the hallway, and then I'm running. My bare feet slap against the stairs as I rush down the back hidden hallways. Around me, everyone is celebrating and indulging, not paying me any mind. I don't stop. Can't stop. The back door looms ahead, and the guard there stares at me in confusion. But when I tell him I have to go, he pulls the door open, clearly not given any instructions to keep me in. The cold night air hits my overheated skin like a slap, making me gasp. The winter wind cuts right through the thin fabric of my dress, but I welcome the bite of it. Welcome anything that might clear the fog of want and confusion from my head. I pause on the threshold, half expecting to hear his footsteps behind me, to feel his hands on my shoulders, spinning me around, demanding explanations I don't have, demanding I come back inside where it's warm and safe and I belong to him completely. But there's nothing, just silence. The realization hits me like another blow. He's not coming after me. He's letting me go. I don't know what to make of that. Don't know if it's relief or disappointment that crashes through my chest at the thought. Every other man who's ever touched me has seen it as ownership, as a claim that gave him the right to decide where I went and what I did. But Mihalis is letting me choose. He always said he'd give me space, and he is nothing if not a man of his words. The thought makes my eyes burn, and I blink furiously against the sting of tears I refuse to shed. This is what I wanted, isn't it? Freedom. The ability to walk away when things get too complicated, too dangerous for my carefully guarded heart. So why does it feel like dying? I force myself to step outside, letting the door swing shut behind me with a soft click that sounds like finality. The streets of New Solace stretch out before me, still in full swing with the festival. Their laughter echoes off the buildings, bright and carefree, and so far removed from the storm raging inside me that they might as well be from another world entirely. I pull the dress tighter around myself and start walking, though I'm not sure where I'm going. My feet seem to know the way even when my mind doesn't, carrying me through the winding streets toward the part of the city where the buildings lean closer together and the shadows run deeper. Toward home. My real home, not the gilded cage I've been living in for weeks. I'm not sure if it's been ransacked or taken over, but I had paid a few months' rent before everything happened with Mihalis. The apartment building looks smaller than I remember, shabbier. The once familiar sight of peeling paint and cracked windows makes something twist in my chest. Has it always looked this run down, or have I just gotten used to marble floors and silk curtains? I climb the narrow stairs to the 3rd floor, each step feeling like a monumental effort. My legs are still shaking, whether from cold or aftermath or the adrenaline crash, I can't tell. Maybe all three. My door sticks like it always has, requiring a sharp shove to get it open. The hinges squeal in protest, and the sound is so normal, so ordinary, that it almost breaks me completely. The apartment is exactly as I left it, tiny and cramped and smelling faintly of the mould that grows in the corners, no matter how much I scrub at it. The single window lets in just enough moonlight to illuminate the sparse furnishings. A narrow bed, a rickety table, one chair with a broken leg I've been meaning to fix for months. This is my life. This is what I chose when I ran from Madame Cordelia's, when I decided freedom was worth more than comfort or safety. 4 walls and a door I can lock, and the knowledge that no one owns me. But as I sink onto the edge of the bed, still wearing a torn dress that smells like fire and sex and him, that freedom feels more like a prison than it ever has before. Because the truth is, I don't want to be here. Don't want to be alone in this cold, empty space that suddenly feels like a tomb. I want to be back in his arms, in his bed, letting him touch me in ways that should terrify me, but instead make me feel more alive than I've ever been. And that's the real problem, isn't it? It's not the bond anymore. Hasn't been for days, maybe weeks. My heart aches for him, for Mihalis, for his daughter, for the life I glimpsed in their warm, bright home, for the way he looked at me like I was precious instead of disposable, for the way he made me feel wanted instead of just used. I press my hands to my chest, trying to contain the sharp, sweet pain of it. But it's too big, too overwhelming. I've spent so many years building walls around my heart, teaching myself not to want things I couldn't have, not to need people who would inevitably leave or hurt or disappoint me. But Mihalis, gods, Mihalis makes me want to tear those walls down with my bare hands, makes me want to trust in tomorrow and forever and all the pretty lies people tell themselves about love. And that's the biggest mistake I could ever make. I learned long ago that wanting things, wanting people, only leads to pain. The girls who fell for their clients' sweet words were the ones who ended up broken when those same men tossed them aside for newer, prettier toys. The ones who believed they were special, that they mattered beyond what their bodies could provide. I swore I would never be one of those girls. Swore I would never let anyone close enough to destroy me. But lying here in this cold, empty room, still trembling from his touch, I'm terrified that it's already too late.
Chapter 16. Mihalis. The first day without her feels like someone carved out my lungs with a rusty blade. I sit in my office, staring at the ledgers spread across the desk where she writhed beneath me just hours ago. The numbers blur together, meaningless scratches of ink that might as well be written in a language I've never learned. Every few minutes my eyes drift to the spot where she stood before I lost all control, where she goaded me into admitting what I wanted. Everything. I told her I wanted everything, and she gave it to me. Then she ran. The smart thing would be to go after her. Track her down, drag her back, complete this damn bond before it kills us both. But I promised her space when she needed it. Promised her choice, even when every instinct in my body screams at me to hunt her down and never let her go again. So I let her run. And now I'm paying the price. By the second day, my hands shake when I try to pour amaranth. The bottle slips from my fingers twice before I give up entirely, leaving the purple liquid to stain the papers scattered across my desk. The accounts for Vestige can burn for all I care. Numbers mean nothing when my chest feels like it's collapsing in on itself. Thera finds me hunched over the desk, head buried in my hands, trying to will away the nausea that's been my constant companion since Heidi walked out that door. You look like death warmed over. She sets down a tray of food I know I won't touch. When's the last time you ate? Not hungry. My voice comes out as a croak. Even speaking feels like dragging glass up my throat. Nonsense. The tray clatters as she slams it down harder. You're wasting away to nothing. Elira's been asking if you're ill. Varos keeps checking if you need a healer. And Irida... Don't! The word rips from me with enough force to make her step back. Don't tell me what my daughter thinks. Because I know what Irida thinks. I can see it in the way she watches me with those wide golden eyes. The same eyes I see in the mirror every morning. She knows something's wrong with her father, knows I'm breaking apart piece by piece, but she's too young to understand why. Too young to understand that I've gone and fallen in love with a human thief who wants nothing to do with the cage I've built around my life. Thera's expression softens, but her voice stays sharp. She's asking for Heidi, every day. Where is she? When is she coming back? Can we visit her? What am I supposed to tell a 6-year-old when her father looks ready to keel over from grief? Knowing that makes this hurt so much more. Because I might miss Heidi, but I've never denied Irida anything. And Irida loved Heidi almost from the moment she met her. Saw something in that fierce, guarded woman that made her want to claim her as family. The same thing I saw, I suppose. The same thing that made me willing to tear down every wall I've built to keep the world at bay. Tell her. I start, then stop. What can I tell her? That the woman who played tea parties and braided her hair and made her laugh until her wings fluttered with joy is gone? That I drove her away by wanting too much too fast? That I love them both so goddamn much it's killing me? Tell her Heidi needed some time away, I finally manage. That sometimes adults need space to think. Thera makes a disgusted sound. And how long are you planning to give her? Until you collapse? Until Irida has to watch her father waste away because he's too stubborn to fight for what he wants? She doesn't want... The words die in my throat because I can't finish that lie. Not even to myself. Heidi wanted me. I felt it in every desperate sound she made, every arch of her back against my hands. Felt it in the way she surrendered completely, gave me her throat, and trusted me not to break her. She wanted me just as much as I wanted her, but wanting isn't enough. Not when she spent her whole life learning that wanting leads to pain, that trusting someone means giving them the power to destroy you. By the third day, I can barely stand upright. The bones in my body feel like they're made of lead, dragging me down with every step. My magic, usually as natural as breathing, sputters and dies when I try to call it. Even the simplest flame refuses to answer my summons. I'm sitting in the library, pretending to read while actually just staring at the same page for the past hour, when Irida finds me. She climbs onto my lap without invitation, her small body warm and solid against my chest. Her wings rustle as she settles, the black feathers with their gold tips catching the lamplight. "Dad, you're cold." She presses her tiny hands to my cheeks, and I can see the worry in her eyes. "Are you sick?" "Just tired, little flame." The endearment comes out hoarse. Even talking to my daughter feels like lifting mountains. She studies my face with the serious expression she gets when she's trying to figure out something complicated. Is it because Heidi went away? The question drives straight through my chest like a blade. I close my eyes, trying to find words that won't break either of us. Dad misses her, I admit, because I can't lie to Irida. Won't add that to the list of ways I'm failing as her father. Me too. Her voice is small, uncertain. She said she'd help me make fire flowers for you. She said she'd braid my hair like the princesses in the stories. Damn. The word echoes through my head as I pull Irida closer, burying my face in her soft curls. She smells like sunshine and the cookies Thera sneaks her after dinner, like innocence and trust and everything good in my world. Everything I'm apparently willing to sacrifice on the altar of my own misery. Can you make sparkles? Irida pulls back to look at me hopefully. Pretty ones? With lots of colors? I try. Gods help me, I try to summon even the smallest flame for my daughter. But my magic feels distant, muffled, like trying to grasp smoke with my bare hands. The most I can manage is a weak flicker that dies before it fully forms. Irida's face falls. Dad? The fear in her voice nearly breaks me completely. She's never seen me unable to call fire before. Never seen me weak or sick or anything less than the invincible father she believes me to be. I'm all right, I lie, smoothing her hair back from her face. Just need some rest. But we both know that's not true. She can feel the wrongness in me just like I can feel it in myself. The bond with Heidi isn't just magical. It's carved itself into the very fabric of who I am. And without her, I'm coming apart at the seams. That night I lie in bed staring at the ceiling and catalog all the ways I'm dying. The physical symptoms are the easiest to identify. Nausea that makes food taste like ash. Trembling hands that can't hold a cup steady. Bones that ache like I've been beaten. A constant chill that no amount of blankets can touch. But the emotional damage cuts deeper. Everything reminds me of her. The way she'd curl up in the chair by my fireplace, bare feet tucked beneath her, hair catching the light as she read. The sound of her laughter echoing through the halls when Irida said something particularly precocious. The fierce way she'd defend herself during our arguments, never backing down even when I towered over her, with wings spread wide. The way she looked at me sometimes when she thought I wasn't paying attention, like I was something precious, something worth keeping. I roll over, pressing my face into the pillow, and try to convince myself this is just the bond talking, that these feelings are nothing more than magical compulsion, a trick of fate that's forcing us together against our will. But I know that's a lie. Have known it for weeks. Because even if the bond disappeared tomorrow, even if some miracle freed us both from its pull, I'd still want her. Would still crave the sound of her voice, the challenge in her eyes, the way she makes me feel like more than just a weapon barely contained in flesh. She makes me feel alive. Makes me want to be better than the cold, controlled monster I've spent years becoming. And now she's gone, and I'm learning that love, real love, the kind that carves itself into your soul, doesn't give a damn about magic or bonds or the reasons two people shouldn't be together. It just is. Painful and beautiful and absolutely devastating. By the fourth day, I can't even pretend to function. Thera finds me slumped in my chair, head spinning from the simple act of standing up too fast. She takes one look at my face and makes a sound like she's been punched. That's it. I'm calling Jella. No, the word is too broken. There's nothing she can do to heal me. This isn't about healing, you stubborn jerk. This is about the bond that's killing you because you're too proud to go get your woman back. Your woman. Because that's what she is, isn't it? Mine. In every way that matters. In every way that counts. The bond just made it official. Gave name to something that was already growing between us. Something I let slip through my fingers because I was too afraid to hold on tight enough. She doesn't want to come back, I say, and the admission tastes like blood. Thera snorts. You're an idiot. That girl was happier here in a few short weeks than most people are in a lifetime. She loves Irida, loves this house, loves... Don't. I can't hear it. Can't bear to have hope when hope is the most dangerous thing of all. But Thera's not done. She loves you, you blind fool. Anyone with eyes could see it. The way she looked at you when you'd come home from the club, like you hung the stars. The way she'd find excuses to bring you coffee when you were working. The way she'd watch you with Irida like she was memorizing every moment. My chest tightens painfully. Then why did she run? Because she's terrified. Thera's voice gentles slightly. That girl's been hurt, Mihalis. Badly. And you? She gestures at me, taking in my massive frame, my wings, the power that radiates from me even when I'm weak as a newborn. You're everything she's learned to fear. Strength, control, the ability to cage her if you choose. The words hit their mark with devastating accuracy. Because that's exactly what I did, isn't it? The moment I brought her home, I locked her in a room, made her a prisoner in gilded chains, told myself it was for her own good, while ignoring what it must have felt like to someone who spent her whole life fighting against being owned. So what do I do? The question comes out broken, desperate. Thera's smile is sharp as a blade. You stop being a coward and go get her back. You show her that choosing you doesn't mean losing herself, that loving you doesn't mean becoming your prisoner. She pauses, studying my face with the expression of someone who's watched me grow up, who remembers when I was young and stupid and thought I knew everything about the world. And you do it before this bond kills you both, because I'll be damned if I watch Irida lose another parent to pride and fear. The threat in her voice is real. Thera would drag me bodily to Heidi's door if she had to, propriety and my dignity be damned. But as I sit there, struggling to draw breath that doesn't taste like ash, I realize I don't care about dignity anymore. Don't care about pride or appearances, or maintaining the careful control that's defined my life for so many years. I care about the woman who makes my daughter laugh, who challenges me at every turn, who isn't afraid to call me on my nonsense even when I'm radiating enough menace to send grown Xafan running. I care about Heidi, and if there's even a chance, even the smallest possibility, that she might feel the same way, then I need to stop being a coward and fight for what I want. For everything I want. Chapter 17. Mihalis. The decision to move feels like dragging myself up from the bottom of a deep well. Every muscle in my body protests as I force myself upright, the room spinning sickeningly around me. My wings feel like dead weight against my back. the feathers dull and lifeless when they should gleam with health. But Thera's words echo in my head. Stop being a coward and go get her back. So I do. The bond shifts the moment I step outside, a thin thread of sensation that's been muted for days flaring in my chest. It's not the warm pull I remember from before. This feels desperate, fraying at the edges like a rope about to snap. But it's there. A beacon in the darkness that's consumed my life since she walked away. North. The bond tugs me north, through the winding streets of New Solus, where the winter air bites at my exposed skin. I should be warm. My natural fire should keep the cold at bay. But my magic is barely a flicker now. Just enough to keep me upright, to follow the thread that connects me to her. Everything but that bond has been burned away. Each step sends waves of nausea through my system. The world tilts and sways like I'm walking on the deck of a ship in rough seas. More than once I have to stop, bracing myself against a wall while I wait for my vision to clear. People give me a wide berth, sensing the predator in me even when I'm half dead on my feet. But I keep walking, keep following that faint pull that grows stronger with every block. Not strong enough to ease the crushing weight in my chest, but enough to tell me I'm heading in the right direction. The residential district stretches before me, a maze of narrow streets and crowded buildings where humans live stacked on top of each other like books on a shelf. It's nothing like my sprawling house with its careful gardens and spacious rooms. Nothing like the luxury Irida has always known. The thought of my daughter sends a fresh spike of pain through my chest. She asked for Heidi again this morning, her small face crumpling when I had to tell her I didn't know when she'd be back. If she'd be back. She loves Irida. The memory of Heidi braiding my daughter's hair, of the way her entire expression would soften whenever Irida climbed into her lap, keeps me moving when my legs want to give out. Whatever else might be complicated between us, that was real. The affection in her eyes when she looked at my little flame wasn't an act. And if she loves Irida, if there's even a chance she might feel something for me beyond magical compulsion, then I have to try. Have to fight for this thing between us before it kills us both. The bond grows stronger as I turn down a side street lined with weathered brick buildings. 3 stories tall, narrow windows, laundry hanging from lines stretched between the structures. The kind of place where people go to disappear, to fade into anonymity. Perfect for someone who spent her life hiding. My heart hammers against my ribs as the pull intensifies. Close. So close I can almost taste her on the air. The nausea recedes slightly, just enough for me to take a full breath for the first time in days. My magic stirs, a weak flicker of warmth that spreads through my chest. There. 3rd building from the corner, 2nd floor. The bond points like a compass needle, unwavering in its certainty. She's there. Behind those grimy windows, in whatever small space she calls home. The front door is unlocked. Security isn't much of a priority in this part of the city. I climb the narrow stairs on unsteady legs, each step an effort that leaves me breathing hard. The hallway smells like cooking oil and unwashed bodies, nothing like the clean lavender scent that fills my house. Apartment 2C. The number is painted on the door in faded black letters, some of the paint chipped away. I can feel her behind it, the bond singing with proximity. So close I could reach through the thin wood and touch her if the world worked differently. I knock, 3 sharp raps that echo down the empty hallway. Nothing. Heidi. My voice comes out rough, raw from days of barely speaking. I know you're in there. Still nothing. No sound of movement, no sharp retort telling me to go away. Just silence that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I knock harder, the sound reverberating off the walls. Heidi, open the door. The silence stretches, heavy and wrong. She should be yelling at me by now. Should be telling me exactly where I can shove my demands and my arrogance. The fact that she's not responding sends ice through my veins. Something's wrong. I try the handle, locked, of course. But the door is old, the wood warped with age and moisture. It takes exactly one hard shove of my shoulder to snap the lock and send the door crashing open. The apartment is tiny. One room serving as kitchen, living space, and bedroom all at once. A narrow window lets in weak afternoon light that illuminates bare walls and mismatched furniture that looks like it's been salvaged from the streets. But I barely notice any of that because Heidi is there, curled on her side on a narrow bed pushed against the far wall. And she looks like death. Her skin has gone beyond pale to something approaching gray, stretched too tight over the sharp angles of her face. Her dark hair is tangled and dull, spread across a pillow that might have been white once upon a time. She's changed into something soft and warm, a simple tunic and pants that now hang loose on her frame. She's not moving. No! The word tears from my throat as I cross the small space in 3 strides. No, damn! Heidi! I drop to my knees beside the bed, my hands shaking as I reach for her. Her skin is cold under my palm, far too cold for someone who should be burning with life. But I can feel her heartbeat, thread thin but there, and the faint warmth of breath against my fingers when I hold them near her mouth. Alive. Barely, but alive. The bond between us flickers weakly, like a candle in a strong wind. I can feel how much it's taken from her, more than it took from me somehow. Maybe because I'm Zafen, maybe because I'm stronger, maybe because I'm made to handle the strain of magic and she can't. Doesn't matter. What matters is that she's dying, and it's my fault for letting her run, for giving her the space I thought she needed when what she actually needed was to be here, with me, letting the bond settle properly between us. I'm sorry. The words come out broken as I slide my arms beneath her, lifting her against my chest. She weighs almost nothing, all sharp bones and fragile skin. I'm so sorry, little thief. I should have come sooner. She doesn't respond, doesn't even stir at the movement. Her head lolls against my shoulder, and I can feel how much effort each breath costs her. The bond pulses weakly between us, just strong enough to confirm that this connection is the only thing keeping her alive. Keeping us both alive. I've never felt terror like this. Not when facing down enemies twice my size. Not when Irida had a fever that wouldn't break when she was barely 2 years old. Not when I thought I might lose everything I'd built. This is different. This is the kind of fear that reaches into your chest and squeezes until you can't breathe. The kind that makes you understand exactly how much you have to lose. Because I love her. Not just want her. Not just need her because of some magical compulsion. I love this fierce, stubborn woman who challenges me at every turn, who makes my daughter laugh, who trusts me with her body even when she's afraid to trust me with her heart. I love her, and I almost lost her because I was too much of a coward to fight for what we both wanted. Never again. I adjust my grip on her, making sure she's secure against my chest before I stand. My legs shake with the effort, the bond still draining what little strength I have left. But determination burns in my chest now, hot and bright and unshakable. She might hate me for this. Might never forgive me for taking away her choice again, for making decisions about her life without her consent. But I'll take her hatred over her death. We'll take her fury and her fear and whatever else she wants to throw at me, as long as she's alive to do it. The hallway seems longer on the way out, each step a monumental effort. But I keep moving, keep her pressed close against me where I can feel the weak flutter of her pulse, where I can whisper promises against her hair that she probably can't hear, but I need to say anyway. I've got you, I murmur as I navigate the narrow stairs. I'm going to fix this, going to make this right. The cold air outside hits us like a slap, and I feel her shiver weakly against me. My magic stirs in response, what little I can still access wrapping around us both like a blanket. Not much, but enough to keep the chill from her skin. Enough to buy us a little more time, because that's all we need. Just a little more time, and I'll make sure we never have to face this kind of separation again.
Chapter 18. Heidi. Pain. That's all I am anymore. a collection of sharp edges and raw wounds wrapped in skin that feels too thin to contain anything. Each breath scrapes against my lungs like broken glass, and my bones ache so deeply I think they might be turning to dust inside me. I want to die. The thought should terrify me, but I'm too exhausted for fear, too hollowed out by whatever's eating me alive from the inside. Death would be relief at this point. An end to this agony that's consumed every moment since I walked away from... No, can't think about that. Can't think about him or the way his face looked when I bolted from his office. Can't think about Irida asking where I went, or the warmth I felt when his magic wrapped around me like a living thing. Can't think about how much I miss them both. But then something changes. Cold air hits my face like a slap, sharp and clean after the stale warmth of my apartment. I should shiver, should curl deeper into myself to escape it. But I can't move, can barely breathe, can only exist in this space between awareness and nothing. Arms. There are arms around me, strong and warm and impossibly gentle. They hold me like I'm something precious instead of the broken thing I've become. The scent that clings to whoever's carrying me makes my chest flutter with something that isn't quite recognition, but feels like home anyway. Bergamot and smoke, fire magic and something indefinably masculine that makes me want to burrow closer, even though I don't have the strength to move. Mihalis. His name echoes through my mind like a prayer I'm not allowed to say. But it has to be him. Nobody else would smell like safety and danger all at once. Nobody else would carry me with this kind of desperate care, like they're afraid I might shatter if they hold too tight. I missed him. Gods, I missed him so much it carved a hole in my chest that nothing could fill. Missed the way his eyes would soften when he looked at me. Missed the rumble of his voice when he called me little thief. Missed the way his hands felt when they touched me with something approaching reverence. Missed Irida's laugh and the way she'd demand stories. Missed the warmth of their house and the way the staff would sneak me extra pastries when they thought nobody was looking. Missed having a place where I belonged, even if I was too scared to admit it. But I'm so tired. So tired I can't even lift my eyelids to confirm it's really him. The pain hasn't lessened. If anything, it's gotten worse, like my body is protesting the movement, even though I'm not the one doing the moving. Everything hurts. My head pounds in rhythm with my heartbeat, each pulse sending spikes of agony through my skull. My joints feel like they're full of ground glass, and my chest burns with every shallow breath. Even my hair hurts somehow, like each strand is connected to exposed nerves. The world shifts around me, voices murmuring words I can't quite catch. Footsteps on stone, the creak of a door opening, warmth that seeps through whatever thin barrier separates us from the cold outside. Please. The voice that speaks is rough, broken in a way that makes something deep in my chest clench with sympathy. You have to help her. Mihalis. Definitely Mihalis, though he sounds like he's been screaming for days. Or crying. Or both. There's a desperation in his tone I've never heard before, raw and unguarded in a way that makes me want to comfort him even though I can barely exist. Bring her here. A woman's voice, crisp with authority, and touched with something that might be compassion. Quickly now. More movement, hands arranging me on something soft. A cushion maybe, or a bench. The surface beneath me is warm, warmer than it should be, and I catch the faint scent of incense and candle wax. Temple. We're in a temple. My mind struggles to process this information through the haze of pain. Why would he bring me to a temple? Unless... The soul bond. The connection that's been killing us both, slowly draining our life forces because we were too stubborn to complete what we started. The magic that's been eating me alive from the inside, demanding a commitment I was too terrified to give. Is it too late? Mihalis again, and the fear in his voice cuts through me like a blade. Tell me it's not too late. She's weak, the woman says, and I recognize her now. Jella, the Nashai who examined us what feels like a lifetime ago. Weaker than you, though I'm not sure why. The bond has been feeding on her life force more aggressively. A pause, then the soft whisper of fabric as someone moves closer. Fingers touch my throat, checking for a pulse that must be barely there. We can try, Jella continues, but she needs to be able to withstand it. I'm sure she can see how close I am to death. She will. She's strong. The certainty in Mihalis's voice makes something warm flicker in my chest. Not quite hope, but close. I just need to save her. The way he talks about me. Gods, how could I have been so foolish? How could I have ever thought this man could have been trying to use me? Heidi. His voice is closer now, rough with emotion. I know you can hear me. I know you're in there somewhere, fighting this. You're the strongest person I've ever met. Don't give up now. Strong. He thinks I'm strong, when all I've ever done is run from the things that scare me. Run from him, from the possibility of happiness, from the chance that someone might actually want me for more than what I could steal, or how well I could disappear. I should have fought harder, he continues, and I can feel him beside me now. His presence a warm weight that makes the pain recede just slightly. Should have made you understand that this was never just about the magic. That what I feel for you, what we have, is real. Real. The word echoes through my mind, bouncing off the walls of my consciousness, like light in a prism. Is it real? This pull between us, this desperate need that's been growing stronger with every day we spend together? Or is it just the bond, manipulating our emotions to ensure its own completion? I don't know. Can't know. Not when my thoughts are so scattered and my body is failing. But I remember the way he looked at me when I was playing with Irida. Remember the gentleness in his touch when he held me. The way his eyes would track my movement around his house like he was memorizing every detail. Remember the way he said he wanted everything. Not just my body, but my laugh and my trust and whatever else I was willing to give. Maybe that's enough. Maybe it doesn't matter if the bond started this or if our feelings are real or manufactured. Maybe what matters is that I don't want to die without knowing what we could be together. Heat begins to build in the air around us, not the oppressive heat of summer, but something cleaner. Magical heat that smells like temple incense and old stone. I feel hands settle over my chest, palms flat against my ribs, and power hums through the touch like electricity. I call upon Solace, god of light and binding. Jella's voice has taken on a formal cadence, the words carrying weight that makes the air itself seem to thicken. I ask that you witness this union and bless the bond between these souls. The heat intensifies, spreading from her hands through my chest like warm honey. It doesn't hurt. For the first time in days, something doesn't hurt. Instead, it feels like coming back to life, like warmth returning to frozen limbs. Light blazes behind my closed eyelids, brilliant and pure and absolutely overwhelming. I can feel Jella's magic working, weaving something complex and beautiful between Mihalis and me. Can feel the bond that's been slowly killing us both suddenly blazing with life and purpose. Power floods my body like a river breaking through a dam. Not just magic, but vitality itself. Life pouring back into me so fast it's almost violent, filling the hollow spaces where pain has lived for so long. My heart starts beating stronger. My lungs inflate fully for the first time in days. My bones stop feeling like they're made of broken glass. And through it all, I can feel him. Not just his presence, but his emotions, his relief so profound it makes me want to cry. The bond settles between us like a living thing, warm and golden, and absolutely unbreakable. My eyes snap open. The world comes into focus slowly, colours bleeding back into a reality that's been grey for too long. Temple ceiling above me, carved stone and ancient symbols that seem to pulse with their own inner light. candles flickering in alcoves, casting dancing shadows on walls that have witnessed countless ceremonies like this one. And Mihalis, kneeling beside the altar where I'm lying, his molten gold eyes wide with relief and something that looks suspiciously like unshed tears. He looks terrible. His skin has the same grey undertone mine probably had, and there are dark circles under his eyes that speak of days without sleep. His hair is dishevelled, his clothes rumpled, and his massive wings droop with exhaustion. But he's beautiful. So beautiful, it makes my chest ache with something that has nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with how much I missed him. Heidi. My name falls from his lips like a prayer, rough with emotion. His hands shake as he reaches for me, cupping my face with a gentleness that belies his obvious desperation. Are you... Tell me you're okay. The question breaks something loose in my chest. All the fear and longing and desperate want I've been trying to suppress for days comes rushing back, amplified by the bond that now connects us completely. I can feel his relief, his love, his absolute terror at how close he came to losing me. And I can finally admit, to myself and to him, that I never wanted to leave in the first place. Instead of answering with words, I surge upward, ignoring the way my body protests the sudden movement. My hands fist in the front of his shirt, and I drag his mouth down to mine with all the desperate hunger of someone who's been starving for weeks. The kiss is everything our first one wasn't. No hesitation, no uncertainty, no fear of what it might mean. Just pure need and relief, and the overwhelming joy of being alive, of being whole, of finally accepting what I've wanted all along. He tastes like worry and sleepless nights, and the kind of desperation that comes from watching someone you love slip away. But underneath that, he tastes like home, like safety and desire, and the promise that I'll never have to face anything alone again. His arms come around me, pulling me against his chest, as he kisses me back with a fervour that makes my head spin. The bond hums between us, no longer the weak, painful thing it's been, but something bright and strong and absolutely perfect. I can feel his relief through the connection, feel how much my leaving hurt him. But I can also feel his love, pure and uncomplicated, and so much stronger than I ever dared hope.
Chapter 19. Mihalis. The kiss breaks apart slowly, reluctantly, and I find myself staring down at Heidi's face with something that feels dangerously close to worship. Her eyes are clear now, no longer clouded with pain, and the color has returned to her skin in a way that makes the bond between us sing with satisfaction. But even as relief floods through me, a cold knot of fear settles in my stomach. What I did, binding her when she could barely speak, when she was delirious with pain and hardly capable of true consent, it goes against everything I've ever believed about choice and autonomy. The kind of thing I'd kill another male for doing to a woman under my protection. Heidi! Her is a broken plea, weighted with guilt I can't quite shake. I know you must be angry. What happened here? I took your choice away from you. I couldn't just watch while I lost you. She tilts her head, studying my face with those storm-gray eyes that see too much. A small frown creases her brow, and I brace myself for her anger, for the inevitable moment when she realizes what I've done and starts fighting me again. I know what you did, she says softly. I was aware enough to hear most of it. The knot in my stomach tightens. Then you know I didn't give you a real choice. You were dying, barely conscious. Mihalis. Her hand comes up to cup my jaw, thumb stroking over the stubble I haven't bothered to shave in days. Stop. I couldn't let you die. The words burst out of me before I can stop them, raw with the terror I've been carrying since I found her collapsed in that freezing apartment. I know that's selfish. I know I should have respected your decision to leave, but I couldn't. Damn, I couldn't just watch you fade away because you were too stubborn to accept help. Through the bond, I feel her emotions shift. Not anger, as I expected, but Something softer. Understanding, maybe. Or forgiveness I don't deserve. She's quiet for a long moment, her thumb still moving against my skin in soothing circles that make my chest ache with how much I've missed her touch. When she speaks, her voice is barely above a whisper. I wanted to complete the bond. Hope expands in my chest. What? Before I got so sick, I could barely think. She shifts on the altar, pushing herself into a sitting position despite my attempt to keep her lying down. I missed you. I missed Arita. I missed your house and your staff and the way you'd look at me when you thought I wasn't paying attention. Her free hand finds mine, fingers interlacing with a certainty that makes the bond between us pulse with warmth. I wanted to come home, Mihalis. I got too sick to make it back on my own. Relief crashes over me so hard it's almost painful. The guilt that's been eating at me since I carried her unconscious form into this temple begins to ease, replaced by something fierce and protective and completely possessive. You're sure? I have to ask, even though I can feel the truth of her words through our connection. This isn't just the bond talking, or gratitude because I helped you when you were dying. She laughs, and the sound is like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The bond helps. I won't lie about that. But what I feel for you, this isn't magic, Mihalis. This is choice. Mine, made with a clear head and full knowledge of what I'm agreeing to. Her eyes search mine, looking for something I'm not sure she'll find. The question is whether you can accept that. Whether you can trust that I'm here because I want to be, not because some mystical force is compelling me. I study her face, drinking in every detail. The way her dark hair falls in waves around her shoulders, the stubborn tilt to her chin, the storm-gray eyes that have haunted my dreams for days. She looks stronger already, the bond having restored much of the vitality the separation drained from her. But more than that, she looks determined, like she's made a decision and won't be swayed from it. I can accept that, I say finally, leaning down to press my forehead against hers, as long as you can accept that I'm never letting you leave again. Her smile is radiant. I don't want any more space, remember? I think I've had enough of that to last several lifetimes. Unable to resist, I press a soft kiss to her forehead, breathing in the scent of her hair and letting myself acknowledge how close I came to losing everything that matters. I promised you space, I murmur against her skin. But there was only so much I could take. When I felt you dying through the bond. Hey! She pulls back just enough to meet my eyes. I'm here now. We're both here, and we're both alive, and that's what matters. The simple certainty in her voice settles something restless in my chest. She's right, of course. We survived the separation, survived the bond trying to kill us both, survived my own desperate attempt to save her. Everything else is just details we can work through later. Come on, I say, standing and offering her my hand. Let's go home. Rita has been asking about you constantly, and Thera's been threatening to dose me with sleeping drafts if I don't stop pacing. Heidi's face lights up at the mention of my daughter. How is she? I worried. Leaving so suddenly, I didn't want her to think I abandoned her. She knows better than that. I help her to her feet, steadying her when she sways slightly. The bond has restored most of her strength, but she's still recovering from days of magical exhaustion. She's been convinced you'd come back. More convinced than I was, honestly. We make our way out of the temple slowly, my arm around her waist both to support her, and because I need the contact. After days of that awful, empty feeling where the bond used to be, having her close feels like being able to breathe again. The carriage ride home passes in comfortable silence, her hand in mine and her head resting against my shoulder. I can feel her contentment through our connection, mixed with anticipation and a bone-deep relief that mirrors my own. When we reach the house, I barely have time to help Heidi out of the carriage before the front door flies open, and a small tornado in the shape of my daughter comes racing down the path. Heidi! Heidi! You came back! Urita launches herself into Heidi's arms with complete disregard, for the fact that she was nearly dying a few hours ago. I knew you would. Dad said you were away, but I told him you'd come home. Heidi catches her easily, spinning her around once before setting her down and kneeling to her level. The sight of them together, my daughter's bright smile and Heidi's gentle hands smoothing down Arita's curls, does something to my chest that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with family. I missed you so much, little spark, Heidi says, her voice thick with emotion. I'm sorry I was gone for so long. It's okay, Irita says with the easy forgiveness of a child. You're home now, and Dad is much less grumpy, which is good because he was getting really scary when he didn't think I was looking. I snort at that, reaching down to ruffle my daughter's hair. I was not scary. You made Varos hide in the kitchen yesterday when you started growling at the wall, Irita informs me seriously. That's pretty scary. Heidi looks up at me with raised eyebrows and badly suppressed laughter. Growling at walls? Really? The wall wasn't responding to reasonable requests for information about your location, I mutter, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. Dad was being dramatic, Irita stage whispers to Heidi. Thera said so. As if summoned by her name, Thera appears in the doorway, wiping her hands on her apron and wearing the kind of satisfied expression that usually means trouble for me. Well, well, she says, looking between Heidi and me with sharp eyes that don't miss the way we're standing closer together, the way my hand rests possessively on Heidi's lower back. You look much better, Mihalis. Less like a corpse and more like a functioning adult. I level her with what I hope is a withering stare. Your concern is touching as always. She snorts, completely unimpressed. My concern is for that poor girl you've been moping over, and the child who's had to watch her father fall apart because he'd never experienced an emotion before. I did not fall apart, I say with as much dignity as I can muster. You forgot to eat for 3 days straight, and I had to remind you to bathe, Thera replies dryly. If that's not falling apart, I'd hate to see what you consider a real breakdown. Heidi's shoulders shake with suppressed laughter, and even Irita is giggling behind her hands. I glare at all of them with absolutely no heat. For your information, I say to Thera, we completed the bond, properly this time. Thera's expression softens slightly, though she tries to hide it. About damn time, she mutters. Maybe now we can get back to some kind of normal around here. She turns to Heidi with a smile that's genuinely warm. Welcome home, girl. Your room is just as you left it, and I've got soup warming on the stove if you're hungry. Thank you, Heidi says softly. It's good to be back. Thera nods once, satisfied, then turns and heads back toward the kitchen, calling over her shoulder. I'll leave you 3 to get reacquainted. Try not to break anything important. Irita tugs on Heidi's hand, bouncing on her toes with barely contained excitement. Heidi! Heidi, guess what? Tomorrow is the last day of Noxolith. That means today there are going to be processions, with dancers and fire breathers and musicians and everything. Heidi kneels down to Irita's level again, genuine interest lighting up her face. That sounds amazing. Tell me more about these processions. They go all through the city, Irita says, her words tumbling over each other in her enthusiasm. And there are people who can make fire dance in the air, and singers, and sometimes there are people on stilts. Thera told me that last year someone brought a tame Rono and painted flowers on its horns. A Rono? Heidi looks delighted. That must have been quite a sight. Can we go see them? Irita asks, looking between Heidi and me with hopeful eyes. Please? I've never been to see the processions before, and now that you're back, we could all go together. I feel something warm unfurl in my chest at the casual way she includes all 3 of us as a unit, a family. After years of it being just Irita and me against the world, the idea of expanding that circle feels both terrifying and absolutely right. I think that sounds wonderful, Heidi says, glancing up at me with a question in her eyes. If you're feeling up to it, I say carefully. She's stronger than she was this morning, but I'm not taking any chances with her health. The crowds can be overwhelming, and you're still recovering. I'll be fine, she assures me, standing and slipping her hand into mine with an ease that makes my heart skip. Besides, how can I say no to seeing painted Rono horns? Irida cheers, throwing her arms around both our legs in an enthusiastic hug that nearly knocks us over. This is going to be the best Noxolith ever. We can get honey cakes from the vendors and watch the fire dancers, and maybe see the blessing ceremony at the main temple. Looking down at my daughter's bright face and feeling Heidi's contentment through our bond, I can't help but agree. For the first time in longer than I care to admit, the future looks bright instead of terrifying. Then it's settled, I say, squeezing Heidi's hand and returning Irida's hug. This afternoon, we'll brave the crowds and see what wonders the festival has to offer. The smile that spreads across both their faces is worth every moment of terror I've endured in the past week.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 20. Heidi. The late afternoon sun filters through the winter clouds as we make our way through New Solace's main thoroughfare, and I can barely contain the grin that keeps threatening to break across my face. Irida skips between Mihalis and me, her small gloved hands gripping ours tightly, her excitement practically vibrating through her tiny frame. Look, look! She points ahead with her free hand, nearly bouncing out of her boots. The fire dancers are starting. I follow her gaze and my breath catches. A troupe of performers has gathered in the central square, their bodies moving in fluid, hypnotic patterns as flames dance around them like living things. The fire responds to their gestures, spiralling up into the air in ribbons of gold and scarlet that seem to defy every natural law I've ever known. Through our newly completed bond, I feel Mihalis' quiet satisfaction at my wonder. His emotions flow through me like warm honey, contentment, protectiveness, and something deeper that makes my chest tighten with recognition. He's watching me more than the performers, those molten gold eyes tracking every expression that crosses my face. How do they do that? I breathe, watching as one dancer sends a cascade of flames spinning around her body like a living cloak. Fire magic, Thera says from beside us, her voice warm with amusement. Though it takes years of training to make it look that effortless. Most Zafan can manage basic flames, but this is artistry. Behind us, I can hear Varos and Regan making appreciative sounds, while Elira gasps at particularly impressive displays. The fact that Mihalis brought his entire household staff, that they're all here, together, like some kind of extended family, sends a flutter of belonging through me that's so foreign, I almost don't recognise it. I've never been part of something like this. Never had people who cared enough to include me, to make sure I didn't miss out on anything special. The closest I'd come was watching festival celebrations from rooftops and shadows, picking pockets while everyone else enjoyed themselves. But now I'm standing in the middle of it all, Irida's hand warm in mine, Mihalis' presence solid and reassuring at my side. When he shifts closer, his wing brushing against my shoulder, I don't pull away. Instead, I lean into the contact, letting myself savour the simple pleasure of being wanted, being chosen. Oh, can we get honey cakes? Irida tugs on my hand, pointing toward a vendor whose cart is surrounded by the sweet, spiced smell of baking pastry. Thera never lets me have more than one, but maybe, Mihalis says solemnly, we can convince Thera that festival rules are different than everyday rules. Thera snorts. Festival rules, is it? And I suppose those same rules apply to bedtime. Obviously, Irida says with the kind of innocent confidence only children can manage. Festival rules mean everything is more fun. I can't help but laugh at her logic, and the sound seems to light something in Mihalis's eyes. Through the bond, I feel his emotions shift and deepen, that protective affection expanding to include me in a way that makes my throat tight. He could have forced this connection from the beginning, could have used his power, his size, his overwhelming presence to make me submit. Instead, he gave me space when I asked for it, even though it was killing him. Even though the bond was draining us both, he respected my choice to leave. That kind of restraint, that kind of respect, it's not something I'm used to. In my experience, men take what they want and worry about consequences later. But Mihalis waited, suffered. Let me come back to him on my own terms. The realization settles over me like a warm cloak, chasing away the last of my reservations. I trust him. Completely, utterly, without question. And more than that, I want to stop holding back. Come on then, I say, squeezing Irida's hand. Let's see what these famous honey cakes are all about. The vendor, a cheerful woman with flour-dusted hands and a knowing smile, wraps 3 golden pastries in paper for us. The cakes are warm and sticky sweet, dripping with honey, and dotted with what look like crushed pearls that dissolve on my tongue with bursts of flavour I can't identify. Good? Mihalis asks, watching me lick honey from my fingers, with an expression that makes heat pool low in my stomach. Amazing, I admit around another bite. I've never tasted anything like this. Irida beams up at me, honey smeared across her cheek. Festival food is the best food. Wait until you try the spiced wine, though Dad says I have to wait until I'm older for that. Much older, Mihalis confirms, but there's warmth in his voice that wasn't there weeks ago. The edge that used to accompany every interaction has softened, replaced by something that feels like home. We wander through the crowds, taking in the sights and sounds of the celebration. Street musicians play haunting melodies on instruments I don't recognise, their music weaving through the air like magic. Vendors hawk everything from jewellery that glows with its own inner light to scarves that seem to shift colour in the fading daylight. At one stall, a craftsman demonstrates his wares, tiny figurines that come alive at his touch, dancing across his palm before settling back into stillness. Irida watches with wide eyes as a miniature dragon spreads its wings and breathes real fire no bigger than a candle flame. How much? I find myself asking, already reaching for my coin purse. The craftsman quotes a price that makes me wince, more than I used to spend on food for a week, but I hand over the coins without hesitation. Irida's delighted gasp when I press the little dragon into her hands is worth every lummy. For me, her golden eyes are huge, disbelieving. Really? Really, I confirm, crouching down to her level. Every girl should have a dragon of her own. She throws her arms around my neck in a hug that nearly knocks me over, and I feel Mihalis's emotions spike through the bond. Surprise, gratitude, and something deeper that makes my chest tight with recognition. Thank you, he says quietly when Irida runs ahead to show Thera her new treasure. You didn't have to. I wanted to. The truth of it surprises me. A few weeks ago, I hoarded every coin I earned, never knowing when I might need to run again. But now, watching Irida's joy as she makes the tiny dragon dance across her palm, I can't imagine spending money on anything more worthwhile. We're making our way toward the main temple when the procession begins in earnest. Drummers appear as if from nowhere, their rhythm thrumming through the ground and into my bones. Behind them come dancers in flowing robes that seem to be cut from captured starlight, moving in patterns that make my eyes water to follow. The blessing dancers, Thera explains, raising her voice to be heard over the music. They're honouring Solis and asking for his protection through the coming year. I watch, mesmerised, as the dancers spin and leap with inhuman grace. Fire blooms from their fingertips, ice crystals spiral around their bodies, and the very air seems to bend to their will. It's magic on a scale I've never witnessed, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. But even as I'm caught up in the spectacle, I'm hyper-aware of Mihalis beside me. His hand finds mine in the crowd, fingers interlacing with a possessiveness that sends shivers down my spine. Through our bond, I can feel his contentment, his quiet joy at seeing me happy. The emotions flowing between us are intoxicating. Every time he looks at me, I feel the warmth of his affection like sunlight on my skin. When I squeeze his hand, his pleasure at the simple contact echoes through me until I'm dizzy with it. This is what I was afraid of, this overwhelming intimacy, this complete vulnerability to another person's feelings. But instead of the suffocating cage I expected, it feels like coming alive. Look, Irida points ahead, her voice high with excitement. It's the painted Rono. Sure enough, a massive creature is making its way through the crowd, its 3 horns decorated with intricate patterns in blue and silver paint. The beast moves with surprising grace despite its size, guided by handlers who seem tiny in comparison. Flowers have been woven into its thick fur, and ribbons stream from its horns like banners. Children run alongside it, laughing and shouting, while adults step aside with a mixture of awe and healthy respect for something that could trample them without noticing. It's beautiful, I breathe, and I mean it. Everything about this celebration, this city, this life I've somehow stumbled into, it's beautiful in ways I never imagined possible. Mihaly shifts closer, his wing coming around to shelter me from the jostling crowd. The gesture is protective without being possessive, claiming without constraining. Through our bond, I feel his fierce contentment, his satisfaction at having me here beside him. Happy? He asks quietly, his voice pitched for my ears alone. I look around at the scene before us, Irida dancing with her dragon, Thera laughing at something Regan whispered to her, Varos and Elira sharing a bag of candied nuts while trying to pretend they're not flirting. The sights and sounds and smells of celebration surround us. But at the centre of it all is this: family, belonging, home. Deliriously, I tell him, and I can feel his smile through our connection even before I see it spread across his face. It's the first time I've seen him truly, genuinely smile. Not the careful expression he shows the world, but something real and unguarded that transforms his entire face. The harsh lines soften, his eyes crinkle at the corners, and for a moment he looks younger, lighter, like the weight of responsibility has lifted from his shoulders. Through the bond, his emotions wash over me in waves: love for his daughter, affection for his staff, and something deeper and more complex when his attention turns to me. Desire, yes, but also tenderness, protectiveness, and a bone-deep satisfaction that speaks of coming home after a long journey. I've never felt anything like this connection before. It's not the chains I feared, but wings. Where I expected to lose myself, I've instead found a part of me I didn't know existed. As the procession continues around us, and the celebration reaches its peak, I make a decision that feels as natural as breathing. No more holding back, no more walls, no more pretending that what I feel for this man and his daughter is anything less than complete, overwhelming love. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it fills me with a fierce joy that matches the fire dancing through the winter air. Chapter 21. Heidi. The walk home feels different from our journey to the festival. The crowds have thinned as families gather their children and head inside before the evening festivities begin. The wilder celebrations meant for adults only. Irida droops between us, her earlier excitement finally giving way to exhaustion as the honey cakes and sensory overload catch up with her. "My feet hurt," she announces with the dramatic flair only a 6-year-old can manage, stopping dead in the middle of the street. Without missing a step, Mihaly sweeps her up into his arms, settling her against his chest with the practiced ease of a father who's done this countless times before. Her dark head immediately finds the hollow of his shoulder, tiny fingers curling into his shirt. "Better?" he asks, voice gentle in a way that still catches me off guard sometimes. She hums sleepily, then peers at me over his arm. "Did you have fun, Heidi?" "The best time," I tell her honestly, reaching out to brush a curl away from her face. "Thank you for showing me everything." She beams at me with drowsy satisfaction before nestling deeper into Mihalis' embrace. Through our bond, I feel the wave of tenderness that crashes through him at her trust, her unconditional love. The fierce protectiveness he carries for her pulses between us like a heartbeat, and I understand with crystalline clarity that this, watching him with his daughter, was what finally broke down my last defences. The man who owns a den of vice and sin, who can kill without blinking, who commands respect through fear alone, becomes someone entirely different with Irida in his arms, gentle, patient, devoted beyond measure. The contradiction should be jarring, but instead it reveals the truth of him, that beneath all that controlled danger beats the heart of someone capable of infinite tenderness for those he loves. We walk in comfortable silence through the familiar streets, our footsteps echoing off the basalt stones. The winter air carries the lingering sense of the festival, spiced wine, roasted nuts, the sweet smoke of celebration. But underneath it all I can smell him, cedar and smoke and something uniquely Mihaly's that makes my pulse quicken. The bond between us hums with quiet contentment, a warm current of connection that's become as natural as breathing. Every so often his wing brushes against my shoulder or his free hand finds mine, small touches that send sparks of awareness through me. He's not trying to seduce me, not yet, but my body responds anyway, hyper-aware of his proximity, of the leashed power in his movements. By the time we reach the house, Irida has fallen completely asleep, her breathing deep and even against Mihalis' chest. He carries her upstairs with the silent grace of someone who's perfected the art of not waking a sleeping child, and I follow, watching the careful way he navigates the hallway. Irida's room glows with the soft amber light of enchanted sconces, warm and welcoming. Mihalis lowers her to the bed with infinite care, easing off her boots and outer cloak without disturbing her slumber. She stirs slightly when he pulls the covers up to her chin, making a small sound of protest. "Shh," he murmurs, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Sleep now, little spark." The endearment, spoken in the ancient Zafan tongue, makes my chest tight with emotion. There's so much love in his voice, such gentle devotion, that I have to look away for a moment to compose myself. But when Irida's sleepy voice calls my name, I'm immediately at her bedside. "Will you be here tomorrow?" she asks, golden eyes heavy with exhaustion but still worried. "I'll be here," I promise, smoothing her dark curls away from her face. "I'm not going anywhere." "Good," she sighs, already drifting back towards sleep. "I love you, Heidi." The words hit me hard, so unexpected and pure that they steal my breath. I'd missed hearing them. Besides Irida, I've never had anyone say those words to me before, not once in 23 years of existence. The casual way she says it, like it's the most natural thing in the world, makes my throat close with tears I refuse to shed. "I love you too, sweetheart," I whisper back, and mean it completely. She smiles, satisfied, and within moments she's breathing deeply again. Mihalis adjusts her blankets one final time, then dims the sconces with a gesture. We slip out of the room together, closing the door with barely a sound. The hallway stretches before us, lit by the warm glow of flame sconces that cast dancing shadows on the dark walls. For a moment we just stand there, the silence heavy with unspoken things. Through our bond, I can feel his emotions shifting, deepening, taking on an edge that makes my skin prickle with anticipation. He turns to face me fully, and the look in his molten eyes makes my breath catch. Gone is the gentle father, replaced by something far more predatory. The careful control he maintains around his daughter has dissolved, leaving behind raw want that crashes through our connection like wildfire. Mihalis, I start to say, but he moves faster than thought, backing me against the wall with his body. His hands brace on either side of my head, caging me in without quite touching. The heat radiating from his skin makes the air between us shimmer, and I can smell the smoke and cedar scent of him intensified by proximity. My heart hammers against my ribs as he leans closer, his mouth mere inches from mine. I haven't properly welcomed you back, he says quietly, voice pitched low and rough with promise. The words send liquid fire racing through my veins. Through our bond, I feel the echo of his desire crash into mine, amplifying everything until I'm dizzy with want. The careful distance we maintained during the festival dissolves like smoke, replaced by the magnetic pull that's been building between us all day. Welcome me back, I manage to say. His eyes darken, pupils dilating until only thin rings of gold remain. You left me, little thief. Ran from what we both felt. I think I've been remarkably patient. The reminder of that night at Vestige, of the way I panicked and fled after giving him everything, sends a complex mix of shame and arousal through me. He could have followed, could have forced me to stay. Instead, he let me go, even though it cost him. I came back, I whisper. Yes. His voice drops to a gravelly rumble that I feel in my bones. You did. And now I want to show you exactly how much I missed having you in my arms. Before I can respond, his mouth crashes against mine in a kiss that consumes me. It's fierce, demanding, edged with the frustration of forced separation and the relief of reunion. His teeth catch my lower lip, not quite gentle, and I gasp against his mouth.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 22. Heidi. My breath catches in my throat as I watch his eyes darken at my words. The fire in his gaze promises exactly what I'm asking for. Possession, pain, pleasure all wrapped together in a way that only he can deliver. Such a perfect little masochist, he murmurs, voice rough with approval. Always so eager for what I want to give you.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Are you happy? He asks quietly, fingers combing through my hair. I consider the question seriously, taking inventory of everything that's changed since I first stepped foot in Vestige. A month ago, I was alone, surviving day to day with no real connections or hopes for the future. Now I'm lying in the arms of the man I love, part of a family that includes the most precious little girl in the world. Yes, I whisper against his chest. I'm happy. His arms tighten around me, and through our bond I feel his deep satisfaction at my answer. The soul magic that binds us pulses with contentment, no longer pulling or aching, but simply existing as a warm current of connection between us. Good, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Because you're mine now, little thief. Forever. The possessive declaration should make me bristle with the need for independence that's kept me alive all these years. Instead, it fills me with a peace I've never known. For the first time in my life, belonging to someone doesn't feel like a cage. It feels like coming home.